Morning, ladies and gentlemen. To open the November 9th special session of the Oregon Fish and Wildlife Commission. My name is Michael Finley, and I'm the chairman. This morning we have 6 commissioners with us. Commissioner Atkinson is excused for business reasons, and Commissioner Woolley will be here very shortly. Today we're streaming this on the internet, and we're not going to shut it off during lunch or breaks. So if you stand over there by the camera and have a discussion, you're letting everyone know what you're talking about. So you may want to move to the other side of the room. Let's see. We're going to start with the well, let me ask the commissioners. Anything on your mind? Well, welcome, Commissioner Woolley.
Good morning.
Anything on your mind, something that we should talk about before we get into the meeting? Okay. Director Melcher.
Very good. Mr. Chair and Commissioners, we do have a very abbreviated director's report for you here today as we're focusing the majority of our time on Exhibit A. But we do have a package of 10 administrative rules, emergency rules or temporary rules that were signed by the director since our last meeting, and statute does require that you ratify these rules at all of your regularly scheduled meetings. So we do have those 10 rules. We're happy to answer any questions you may have on each of them. They're displayed in the tan final agenda that you received this morning.
Commissioners, any comments? Any questions? Commissioner Woolley. Commissioner Weber.
I would move that we adopt the temporary rules in the 10 agendas, number 1 through 10.
Second.
Okay. It's been moved by Commissioner Weber and seconded by Commissioner Buckmaster. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Hearing none, it passes unanimously. Thank you. Director?
Very good. Well, Mr. Chair, that concludes the director's report. I will have, I did want to discuss with you under other business one item for the January agenda related to a potential, a potential motion by the commission to support the national effort in Recovering America's Wildlife Act. So I'll chat with you a little bit about that under other business. And then lastly, before I hand it officially off to you, I did want to mention that this is Mr. Sanders' last commission meeting with us after a long and distinguished career, both with the U.S. Department of Justice, I believe the Navy, and many other pursuits over his long career. He has elected to retire. So this is his last meeting, and I guess I just wanted to recognize him officially here in front of you all and in front of the crowd. We'll be attending his retirement celebration. So, thanks, Steve.
Steve, you have been wonderful to work with, and I mean that. It's your willingness to cooperate, your memory and history have been invaluable for our work, and we love Erin, and you've trained her well as your replacement, but we will miss you as you're smiling out the door.
Well, I'm confident you will also appreciate Jesse Ratcliffe, who will be my replacement.
Okay, good.
Thank you for the kind words.
Yep. Thanks, Steve. And with that, Mr. Chair, I'd hand the agenda officially over to you for Exhibit A.
Okay. So for Exhibit A, you did structure a panel for us. Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Chair. And so the way we have this set up, we would have a staff report from a number of staff folks. We then would go, and I would expect Chair's prerogative, but we'd probably want to entertain questions at that time, given the length of this agenda.
Yeah.
Then we would go to 2 panels, a recreational fishing panel and a commercial fishing panel, and then after that panel time frame, we would open it up for public comment, and folks I know have been signing up out in the entryway there.
Okay. All right. Commissioners, you kind of got the flow in your minds? Okay. We're going to start then with the staff report. Mr. Bowles.
and Company.
and Company.
Thank you, Chair Finley and Commissioners. I'll get things started here. I'm Ed Bowles, the Fish Division Administrator, and I'm just here to kind of open things up this morning. Of course, the agenda item is an update on the Columbia River Fisheries Reform implementation. We're nearing the end of the transition period this year. This will be informational only for this month, and it's in preparation for potential rulemaking as early as next month. So what we'll be talking about today is the implementation of the measures of the policy through the transition period. Based on that information, some of our recommendations of where adaptive management is needed, and also some of our recommendations of what type of adaptive management relative to long-term adjustment. There's a couple points I'd like to make before turning it over to Chris, and the first is that the fisheries are just closing for 2016, and so we have not had the time with this update at this point to comprehensively look at 2016 and fold it into the overall analysis. We do have some analysis to share with you, but it is not comprehensive at this time relative to the fourth year of the four-year transition. Also, I wanted to share with you that in preparation for today's meeting, reviewing some of the materials, very recently we discovered a modeling oversight. I've chatted with most of you about that. The modeling oversight is relative to some projections for the full implementation of the policy into the future, and it's primarily related to how the purse seines were analyzed relative to full implementation, and what was rolled into the model. And Chris will explain this in far more detail, but I felt it important to just tee this up on the front end because his is be towards the end of his presentation. The basic bottom line is that the purse seines were rolled into the modeling effort for projecting the future relative to their performance and constraints as they were fished in the lower river during the transition period. And so that was a mark selective fishery, actually releasing the unmarked upriver bite fish that are very critical for the commercial economics, as you're well aware. So if that was applied, that gear type in zones 4-5, the need to fish it marked selectively is not as great. And so that option of viewing those purse seines in a non-marked selective fashion in zones 4-5 was not included. We have scrambled, and staff has done a tremendous job in a day to try to give you a flavor of what this difference might mean to that one model projection. But I want to caution you that this is just a preliminary look at that, and we are committed to using what information we have to shore up that analysis before your rulemaking. I would also mention that based on that preliminary look, that we see no basis to modify today our staff recommendation relative to what we are asking you to consider should you do rulemaking relative to adaptive management. So the staff recommended rebalance, as you'll see, is still the same. Any questions on that? I can take those. Otherwise, I'd like to turn it over to Chris to get us started on the presentation. And as I mentioned, you'll get more information on this piece as we get to it.
I think, Commissioners, what we should do is, so you don't lose track of your thinking, we'll let Ed. So if you have any questions for Ed right now about the overall flow and his description, we'll take them now. Okay, thanks, Ed. Chris?
Thank you, Chair Finley. Good morning. For the record, Chris Kern, Deputy Fish Chief for the Columbian Marine Programs. I'm going to be starting the presentation today. I'll hand it off about midway to Tucker for some of the details on the transition period findings, and then I'll come back in after that and try and finalize the rest of it. So just very briefly, give you a quick outline of what we plan to cover today. A little background information. Again, the assessments. Am I too close to this or too far? The assessments from the transition period, and then some of the assessment for adaptive management considerations and our staff recommendations, and finally just wrap up with what happens next. So as background, and I won't read through these in detail, I think everybody in the room and on the commission in particular is familiar with all of this. But the policy process was started back in 2012. Oregon adopted rules initially in December of that year, Washington in January of the next. Oregon readopted rules in June of the 2013. At that time, there was some objectives as part of the policy discussion at that meeting. Those are listed here, and they are in your packet as well. Subsequent to that, there was also legislation passed in Oregon, which was commonly referred to as Senate Bill 830. It's now in statute. It's actually in two places. The one that's got the most to do with things like adaptive management and objectives is in 508-980. There is another section in a different statute. I believe you have both in your packet. And I won't read through all the objectives, and these are, for the interest of trying to fit them on the page, these are quick statements that try to summarize what's in that statute, but you do have the full thing there. In addition, with these objectives and authorization of other gears for use under the Commission's consideration, the bill also put in the adaptive management provisions and a budget to support some of the actions that we were going to undertake, including the transition fund and the enhancement fund. Transition fund, I think it was December 14, the Commission adopted the state responsibility of that. Just again, more background, and this is in your currently an administrative rule. These are often referred to as the guiding principles from the work group, although I think there's some minor edits to those initial principles in terms of how they made it over to OARs. But these are them, and again, some of them are a little shortened, but you have the full text in your packet as well. I won't touch on these in too much detail, but there are a couple of despite the fact that these are numbered, I don't know that implies any priority of one over the other. There's 10 of them with some subsets under each of them, and they're all part of the policy. We're going to spend a lot of time today discussing what's listed as number 4, 5, 6, and 7, and some of 8, as well as 9 with consistency in policies between Oregon and Washington. We'll touch on all of them a little bit, but those are a big focus for today, as I think everybody knows. So just to sort of break this down into some key planks that we are using to sort of organize our thoughts here, you've got the recreational priority with allocation shifts as one plank. The commercial priority and off-channel enhancements is another plank with more hatchery fish, new sites, extended boundaries, and we'll talk about the research on those. Consideration of developing alternative fishing gear for commercial main stem use, and then there's conservation leg with the policy as well. We'll talk a little bit about that. So just in terms of scheduling, scheduling in terms of timelines. Transition period, we're coming to the end of that now. The fisheries are essentially over for this year. As Ed mentioned, we're still evaluating some of that data. We have some of it in here where we have fairly complete data, but we don't have a full assessment yet. Things like ESA impacts, particularly for fall stocks, are still going to be a few months out before those are even calculated. So there's a lot of things we have to wait before we can do those. But the transition period had phased-in actions during which we were going to take some actions, but then evaluate others and test assumptions and test gears and things like that. Big focus on trying to make sure we avoid significant harm to the commercial fishery during the transition period. The transition fund was put in place to help support that. And then the long-term plan as outlined in the current policy is from 2017 on. And the goal is to learn from what we gathered during the transition period, conduct adaptive management as needed and warranted on those things, And that's related to several things, not just these three, but economics, how effective it is, and validation of your assumptions we made going into the policy. And then the adaptive management is a real important piece of this, and both of these statements are important, and they're fairly long. They are in your attachment, and they're in there verbatim in terms of the adaptive management clause under OAR -6765, as well as the statutory portions. And I just didn't repeat them on the slide because it makes a really big slide, but you do have those. Okay, that's just sort of a brief background. I'm going to turn it over to Tucker for the next piece to just sort of go over what's been occurring during the transition.
Thanks, Chris. Chair Finley, members of the commission. For the record, my name is Tucker Jones. I'm the program manager for the Ocean Salmon and Columbia River programs. Throughout the transition period, the commission asked for and received annual updates on sort of the performance of the policy. There was a lot of specific information given during those updates regarding fisheries performance and fisheries management. We're not going to delve into that too much today. I think the take-homes from those updates was that the policy was performing well in some ways and less well in other ways, and we're going to sort of go over that performance during the presentation today. Okay. So one of the first things that we talked about each year with the transition, and one of the things that is sort of forefront in people's minds, are these phased allocation shifts. And we've implemented those, and through time, right now we're at about 70-30 for most stocks. Of course, in the fall, that's a little more complicated as there are more than one constraining stock. And then as things progress, if no action were taken, we would be moving to generally an 80-20 allocation shift beginning next year. I think the main thing to note with this is that despite how things happen during the course of in-season management, pre-season, the allocations were followed according to policy. Talk a little bit about off-channel enhancements. Trying to increase and enhance the economic return from off-channels. Key plank of the policy was moving those commercial fisheries to those off-channel areas with a priority there. We've done a lot of attempts at increasing our releases, and as you can see, generally speaking, we've done a pretty good job. We've been near or at our targets for coho and spring chinook. The select area brights, in some years were good, and in other years the performance there has not been as great, and that is primarily due to broodstock collection. So 2016 was low, and we don't have the exact number for 2017 yet, but it will also be low just based on the amount of broodstock collected. The average annual ex-vessel value in off-channel commercial harvest for all stocks combined is ahead of projections where we're at right now. So I think that's a good message. Those enhancements, while not perfect in all ways, are definitely following along. And as we proceed, those production shifts will come more and more online. In addition to sort of increasing production in off-channel, we also examined the potential for establishing new sites or expanding the area of the existing sites and the time of those existing sites. And on those existing sites, the time extensions show promise, especially early spring, winter type fisheries, and then also in the last couple of years, there's been prices have held steady, and a late spring fishery has also happened there. This, just for a note, there is one little mistake on this slide. Under the boundary expansions, it should be limited into the spring and not none in the fall, but more limited even than in the spring. This is just due to bycatch concerns and staying within allowable impacts for these fisheries. As far as new sites go, We've identified a couple of locations, Westport Slough on the Oregon side, Coal Creek Slough on the Washington side, as sites that have potential as a new site. They're both terminal locations. While they're not typically large, but they are long and comparable to some of the select areas, and they will allow us to stay within impact, so should be value added. We need, so while they have potential, though, we do need to find infrastructure places if we're going to implement them there. We don't to date have a place or a location we could install net pens. There's definitely habitat and depth and water, but we haven't been able to secure agreements with any land ownership. And then we also need to complete an ecological assessment for Westport Slough to make sure that other competing ecological concerns are not being swamped there. We do think that these expansions, as I said before, both the new areas and in our existing areas, could fit within our allowable ESA impacts. We did a little bit of a cost-benefit analysis between hatchery releases and efficiency of fishery impacts used for off-channel hatchery releases versus the main stem. For spring Chinook, a smolt released in an off-channel area has more than 30 times more likely to be harvested in a commercial fishery than a smolt released, say, in the Willamette. Off-channel fisheries harvest more than 10 times more fish per ESA impact than main stem gill nets, and 2 times more than main stem tangle nets, and 17 times more fish per catch balance impact than main stem gill nets. Go ahead. We also have examined quite a few alternative gears during the course of the transition period and before, 13 different combinations and seasons between 2009 and 2016. To date, none of those have been a perfect gear, although several have shown promise. Those ones that show promise, particularly seines in the fall, were implemented in actual fisheries in 2015 and 2016, with the idea that really, we have this primary fall focus, the idea of removing those hatchery fish and accessing those upriver brights. Along with those other gears, though, our issues to be authorized for fishery NOAA requires that we have a post-release mortality rate. Those studies are difficult, and we also need to have a handle on bycatch or non-targeted fish. Go ahead. Those post-release mortality studies, they're critically important, but they're technically and logistically difficult. Just from a science standpoint, they're not easy to complete. We've been doing a seine evaluation from 2011 to 2013, again, a final year in 2015, and coho tanglenet evaluations from 2013 to 2016. Go ahead. We've heard a lot about seine mortality studies. The study used was a treatment and passage, a Ricker 2 release, if you want to get too far down into technical weeds, which I don't really. The point of this study, I guess the take home, is that aspects of it looked like fish weren't surviving well, but certain aspects looked like fish were surviving very well. And those things were conflicting, and they are confusing and confounding. We know that fish tagged from interior basins as juveniles and then captured in seine gear and then released again return over Bonneville Dam at a very high rate, more than 89%, close to 90%. Those sample sizes are pretty low. They run from 10 to 35 in a year. So small but significant. You wouldn't expect to see that kind of survival if the rates were much lower. Fish tagged in those studies survived at a lower rate. So there was some confounding thing. Washington Department of Fish and Wildlife did a radio telemetry study where they had an idea that possibly more lower river fish from lower basins were swimming up in and out. We evaluated that possibility, looking at coded wire tags and genetics, and if there's one thing I feel fairly confident of with this is that that is not the case based on that genetic information, that we're not seeing a ton of lower river fall Chinook swimming up into zones 5 and then back down. So I guess it's hard as a scientist to stand here and say I don't know why this study isn't working, but I can tell you that I know that it isn't and that it does need to be repeated with a better study design. Go ahead. So we do have a study that was completed. The current mortality rates are based on those studies. They are TAC, the Technical Advisory Committee under the USV Oregon Management Agreement, reviewed and adopted. So while people may not necessarily agree with them, they are the rates that we are managing fisheries under currently. One of the things I think that people have focused on those mortality rates have been the Chinook and coho post-release mortality rates. The steelhead rates were very low, and it seems that they ought to be adequate. But when you're dealing with a mark selective fishery and the mark rates are low, you have to handle a lot of fish to catch those things. And so if you look at sort of steelhead encounter rates for fall fisheries in 2015, you can see that the steelhead handle in gill nets is not inconsequential, but it is on a sort of per Chinook basis lower than those other gears. So even though you have a higher mortality rate on released steelhead, when your encounter rates are lower, the overall sort of return per B mortality is higher for gill nets. We'll say these are two different types of fisheries. One is a non-mark selective fishery, the gill net, the other is a mark selective fishery. And so they're not completely compatible when comparing those. Go ahead. Mm-hmm. This sort of comes around to the point that Ed talked about in his opening remarks, and Chris will talk a little bit later, but if you try to put these on more of an equal playing field, and you look at just sort of purse seines in a non-mark selective way also, and you move them upriver so that it's exclusively in zones 4 and 5, they look a little bit better on the sort of steelhead handle per Chinook mortality rate. The mark rates are pretty low for these fisheries, 6% for purse and 49% for beach. And so when you can move beyond having to turn back 65% of your fish, you no longer have to handle as many. I think that the take-home here is that, or one of the take-homes is that when you're dealing with a mark-selective fishery in these areas, B steelhead seem to be a limiter, but when you are dealing with non-mark selective, you deal with other things. So these rates in zones 1 through 3 could be pretty high, and even in zones 4. So while you've moved away from steelhead being your limiter, there are other ESA concerns, such as lower river fall Chinook.
If I could just add a thought to that, just to make sure I reaffirm this. I think Tucker characterized it quite well, but this table I would characterize as a completely one-dimensional table that only looks at Chinook and steelhead. It does not consider any of the other impacts like Thule impacts, which become important when you actually have to try and implement something. And so that's something I want to make sure everybody understands that. This table is just a one-dimensional look at A versus B. That's a poor choice because steelhead are A's and B's. X versus Y. But there are a lot more factors in play when you actually try to implement a fishery than just this one dimension. I want to make sure we understand that.
Yeah, thank you, Chris, for confirming that.
So, yeah, I got it.
Another plank, I think, of the policy is conservation enhancements. We need to reduce the percent of hatchery fish on spawning grounds, and during the transition period, this has been sort of inadequate. Those PHOS rates, as they're called, are too high. We need to increase the harvest of hatchery fish. We need to leverage the maximum harvest of hatchery fish per impact.
Okay, so I'm going to take over the next section here, try and do a little orientation. Oh, yes.
I just want to check before we leave Tucker's.
Sorry.
Are there any questions or comment from any of the commissioners? Mr. Woolley?
I'm just saying that the mortality data is still confusing, and we don't have to go into that more now. I think maybe more clarity will come as we go along. I don't have a very specific question about that. Okay, thanks.
Sure.
I just have one. Tucker, I toured Bonneville 5 days ago, went through all the turbine areas and so forth. I realize your study you're referencing is 90% mortality, or 90% passage, 10% mortality. Is that correct?
Yeah, on known interior basin fish.
Okay. So they're using a figure of 6%. Now, this is a one-time study, and I just want to understand what they're saying is the passage through Bonneville.
Chair Finley, they being
I think,
who?
I think I understand your question, and the difference is we're looking here at the fishery-related mortality as measured at Bonneville Dam, and what they're looking at is the dam-related mortality.
Got it.
Yeah,
Got
so
it.
the dam-related mortality will be applied to all of the fish
Okay.
swimming through Chair Finley.
Yeah.
So, and I would just add that our reference, I think, was an 89% plus survival, so it could be anywhere from a 0 mortality to a 11% mortality within that range.
Okay.
And that would capture the mortality between the gear and the dam.
Thank you. Yeah. I just wanted that square in my mind. Thank you.
Ready? Okay, so going to describe what we've presented for economic evaluation, and much of this, if not all of it, is, with the exception of the new issue, is in your packet in one form or another. So I'm going to try and cross-reference accurately as much as I can and keep it to be as least confusing as I can. To do that, I'm going to try and get some labels out initially. And I want to point out we've done multiple approaches to this evaluation. This first slide describes one set of them. There'll be another one later, and both of those are in the packet as well. So the first is, just to kind of set the stage, if folks recall the work group Appendix C tables, commonly called C4, C5, that's the commercial version. There's a 1 through 3 that represents sport. So I've just referenced them here as tables C1 through 5, because for folks that are familiar, that's what I'm talking about. So we'll look at some comparisons of the transition period observations versus that metric. And this first one is just the assumption of where we started before we implemented policies. The second one is the transition period observations compared to the annual projections that were contained in those. So the first one is a starting point. The second one is we actually had projected estimates for 13, 14, 15, and 16, and actually 17 and beyond in that table. So we're just going to cross-reference where we're at compared to those. And then the third one is a different approach, which is a new model that says if you had not had the policy during the transition, irrespective of C4, C5 projections, what would it have looked like? And you just compare the transition to that. So we've got those three different methods. And again, these are in your packet. I want to point out along the way, and one of the reasons the third is very important, is we know there's an effective run size in all of the performance we see in fisheries. And so that we have had bigger runs, particularly in the fall, since C4 and C5 were developed. So the third model helps try and address that. among some other things. And this is data that you have in, let me catch back up here. You have in the packet, I didn't carry the table number over, I'm sorry for that, but you do have this in the packet in a table form. This is a graphical form. And I'll apologize for the legend because the program I'm using doesn't allow me to flip the legend without also flipping the bars. So the spring starts at the bottom, the summer's in the middle, and the fall's at the top, and the legends are opposite that. I could flip them to be completely opposite, but they're still going to be opposite. I couldn't get them lined up. Not so bad on this one. The next one's got more boxes, so it'll be a little more complicated, but I just want to make sure you realize that. The colors are all correct. It's just they're not lined up in order. And so the furthest left column is the estimated current condition before we started the policy for angler trips. I believe it was 350,000 trips for the whole year, something like that. And the size of the different bars tells you the approximate estimate of how much, well, not the approximate, the estimate of how much was in each season. The next set of bars coming from left to right, which is basically a 2013, what did we see in observations compared to what the table projected, okay? And the same for 14 and 15. And so what you'll see is for spring of 13, we had a lower spring trip count than we thought we would in table C1, I think it was for spring. We had more in the summer, more in the fall. Not coincidentally, smaller spring run, bigger summer run, bigger fall run than what was in the base case we used for the tables. So it makes sense. Similarly, 14, actually the same issue, just a little bit less difference between observed and projected. I think the run was probably, spring run was probably more comparable to what was in that base model. Quite a bit more in the fall. We had a very big run in 14. And again, same with summers. Summers has been a bigger run than was in that model. And then 15, a little more similar in the summer, but still quite different, probably again run size, and the same performance in the spring relative to a smaller run and a bigger run in the fall. So I think it's not it shouldn't be unexpected. Again, you've got these in the tables. So same basic approach for commercial ex-vessel value, which was the other metric back in the appendix work group. Again, the legends are also inverted here, and it's a bigger issue in this one. I've aggregated the main stem spring and summer just to make sure that I didn't have too small of a box on one. I think one of the summer years for commercial was in the observed data set was a fairly low value. I was afraid you wouldn't see it. But the actual values should be in your packet in that table. So the values are available. I just had to try and put them in a place where you could view them. The main stem fisheries are on the bottom, and then moving up, the select area fisheries are on the top. So spring on the bottom, spring, summer, main stem fall zones 4 and 5. That's the gillnet fishery, targeting Chinook in 4 and 5. The gray box, which says main stem fall other, is basically a catch-all for a mix of things, including Chinook caught in other areas, as well as coho fishing, and in the years where they occurred, seine fishing and things like that, which again, I believe are broken out in this one. I do have referenced, I think it's tables 27 and 28 maybe in your agenda summary. If you want the details on the splits, and we're happy to present those too if you want. Again, similar situation, bigger fall runs, a little bit smaller spring runs. Summer runs are bigger. And so you'll see the observed is higher than the projected, but you'll also notice a lot of that is in the fall bar, the red one. Some in the safe fall bar from 2014, and that's a result of the really big coho catch in that year, particularly in Youngs Bay, and we've talked about that before. The other ones are more similar to projections, or in the case of 15, they're actually lower than projected under the C4-5 approach. Okay, so I want to do a little more detail on this third approach that diverts away from the old Appendix C methodologies, because I think it's important to understand what we're talking about here. And again, we've got the issue of run size, and how do you account for the difference in run size compared to what you modeled? Not surprising you're going to see differences. So again, this just repeating the label with the bolded blue label there to try and make sure we keep track of which thing we're talking about. This model uses the observations in the transition period. And then staff has gone through all the fisheries from 13 through 15 and reconstructed based on reversing the policy. So you take what you observed under the policy conditions and then take your best shot at reversing out those effects. And the effects you're reversing out are both safe production changes in select areas increases, so those would go away, and allocation shifts would go back to what they were pre-policy, basically. And then you go through and say, all right, if you've got a run-out date on a certain date, but you now have a little more impacts, what is the decision point you would do? Staff did an extensive job trying to reconstruct that. So I think I've covered the 2 bullets. One of the things about it is it does include things like management error. I mean, we've talked before about our difficulties in trying to access every last bit of impact without exceeding them. We have that to deal with, and that's a reality. Same thing, errors in forecasts, which tend to be related to the first issue. So just the bottom line, it's got a lot of other variables in it that are in addition to things like allocation, but are important to try to reflect. Okay, so, and again, this is also in your packet. This one is, I did write it down. It's agenda, in your agenda summary. This is the graphical version of Table 21. And so this looks at your observed transition, which is the same as the other table for the observed values. But it compares it to what it would have been without the policy implementation. And this one's the angler trips. 2013 spring, if you'll recall, we were actually sort of in the midst of a stay, and the allocation shift didn't occur in 2013. So you wouldn't expect a spring difference between observed. There's no, in other words, when the staff reversed the policy, there was no reversal for spring because it didn't change. So you don't expect a delta there, a change. Summer, across all 3 of these options, I hate to skip ahead, but this is important. They've been bigger runs. The sport fishery has fished the full season in summer without exceeding the without exceeding the old allocations. So as a result, if you take the allocations back out of that equation at these run sizes, there's no change under this model. It remains an open question. At smaller run sizes, there very well could be, but at the run sizes we've seen and the fishery performance we've seen, there isn't during the transition. And in fall, you've got an increase, and again, standardized basically for run size, an increase in the angler trips there. The fall models are a little different than the spring. So let me describe the other 2 spring ones before I get down to that road. 2014 and 15, spring sport fisheries are marked selective, as are commercial fisheries in the main stem. So when you alter the policy to meet an impact, your action is to close. There's not a lot of, I mean, you can move areas around a little bit, but we didn't take that. We just said if you're out of impacts, you close. Fall has historically been largely non-mark selective in the sport fishery, though we've got significant components of mark selective now in both Buoy 10 and the Middle River. And so the action that was taken in this model was to first move it from non-selective to mark selective. That's different than a spring where you just close it. So when you go from non-selective to mark selective, you don't go from some trips to 0. You go from some trips to a reduced number of trips for folks who are waiting for another non-selective opportunity and don't go on a mark selective day. So it's not as big of a change as you would see if you just closed it outright. But that's how the management has been working, so that's how we modeled it. And so there's still a change between those 2 for fall, particularly in 14 and 15. But it is, somewhat different than the approach in spring, and it just reflects real management. Okay, so same approach, same legend issue, same order of which fisheries are which as the prior graph. This is the commercial ex-vessel value, and this one is the without policy is probably, well, I'm not sure which table is which. These are 27 and 28 in your agenda summary, and one of them should be the without policy and one should be the observed. I may have them backwards. And so this one does also what you would expect is without the policy, there's a higher ex-vessel value in total. That's allocation shift. And then you look at the, you can look at the relative changes across seasons. Spring, you've got some. As of note in, spring, summer, because I aggregated those. You do see an increase in the, you still see a difference between observed and without policy in the spring fisheries in 14 and 15, but you'll note the scale of both of those go up. Some of that could be safe production coming online. Or wait a minute, no, that's main stem. Sorry, ignore that, that's run size. Fall Chinook less in the observed than it was without policy, expected. Main stem fall other, again, 14 was a pretty large coho year, so even in the main stem, that's a bigger box than it is in the other 2 years, probably coho mostly. And same with select areas in the fall in 2014, highly affected by that coho run, which was the biggest we've ever seen. So I wouldn't want to call it a common occurrence. Anyway, again, these are in your tables as well. And I spent more time on that than I intended to, so I apologize. I want to touch on this, and this was hard to find a good place to put it, but we needed to talk about it somewhere, so here it is. As most folks are aware, the Mitchell Act program that NOAA Fisheries implements to support a number of things within the Columbia Basin, including hatchery production, is currently under litigation. And as a result, the lower river, 10 lower river programs downstream of Bonneville are under review and currently on a stay of fund distributions from NOAA. And the court process is moving. They'll be working on that through the winter. NOAA is trying to get some information together to take to court to work on that case. We're trying to do what we can to interact with that, but the net result is we're not done, and we don't know exactly what's going to happen, but there will be some effects. And so the real overriding issue is what's called PHOS, which is the proportion of hatchery fish on the spawning grounds. It's similar to a stray rate issue, but different. This is in any individual population in the lower river, particularly if they're in a listed ESU, how many of the total spawners are hatchery spawners, regardless of where they're from. And so that's the issue at hand. One of the, there are many ways you can try to adjust that PHOS. You can try to remove fish in fisheries, which we've talked about before, and we'll talk about some more today. You can drop the number of fish you're releasing so that there aren't as many to go other places. You can consider other direct removals. There's a number of weirs being operated in Washington right now that just seek to take hatchery fish out as they enter the river and then let the wild fish through. And there's probably some other options that you could consider as well. We wanted to bring this up, make sure folks are aware and at least touch on a little bit, even though we don't know for certain what's going to happen. But we do believe that this gives us another incentive to make sure we do as much as we think we can do on removing hatchery fish from the lower river. Anything we can do to try and reduce those levels through other means than reducing production is going to be better for the fisheries that those production programs support. Right now, we're looking at there's probably going to be some reductions, almost certainly. And right now, we don't know what that means to individual fisheries. It's going to be a negative for all of them to some degree. I think that the gist is, as this settles out, we can talk about coming back to the commission and updating you on what we learn as things happen. Right now, we don't have anything to discuss there, and talk about whether there's issues with individual sectors that we need to address or at least discuss. Okay, so this is just moving to another section. And I'm just going to repeat what we've kind of already gone through for the transition period. Got the recreational allocation shifts relative to recreational priority per the policy. We have seen increased angler trips during the period. We do know run size affects results for both sectors. We have production increases in off channels. We're below goal in SABs, but generally doing okay on the others. We are still interested in working with Washington on their production side. We know they've had some difficulties there. The reality is their production at least the ones that are potentially issues, are a pretty small piece of the overall pie, so the effect isn't huge, but it's something we definitely want to keep our eyes on and work with them on. We've talked a little bit, Tucker mentioned post-release mortality steelhead encounters. And then my cue was to go here to remind me that we're switching topics again. So I guess I'd ask the chair if he wants me to stop in case there's questions on the last couple of
Thank you,
sections.
Chris. Commissioners, any thoughts?
I would ask a clarifying question on one of the two of the
Okay,
slides.
Commissioner Anderson?
Okay, thanks, Chris. Slide 22 is the ex-vessel value, transition observed versus base and projected.
This one?
So if I were to compare the 5 categories that you have here with what's in our packet is table 26,
Okay.
which shows the 2013, 14, and 15 C5 and actual not completely matching up.
Oh.
One place
Table
that I would
26.
ask for some clarification is the safe fall. And if that includes more than the line that is the Fall Chinook select area towards the bottom of the table. If I'm misreading something, help me understand, but is there more in the safe fall fishery blue hatched box than that line?
Excellent point, Commissioner Anderson. I should have mentioned before, that's the aggregate of all fall catch in the select areas. It includes coho and chinook. So
Okay.
in 2014, that would be heavily weighted by the massive return of coho, particularly to Young's Bay. I apologize for not pointing it out. It is aggregated to both species, but it reflects the full season. So
Okay.
you'd need to sum the two lines, and I would hope that then they would match.
Okay,
Commissioner Atkinson. Oh, are you finished? I'm sorry, Commissioner
Um,
Anderson.
go ahead. I have a question. I need a moment to think about it based
Okay,
on
we'll come
that.
back to you. Commissioner Atkinson and then Commissioner Buckmaster.
I was wanting to know with the Mitchell Act situation, what do you anticipate, or what is the worst-case scenario on the effect of this lawsuit on production in the safe areas?
Commissioner Atkinson, it's an excellent question. Honestly, because it's active litigation, I need to be very careful how I answer it, as you might imagine. Fairly significant. It's probably about as much as I should say.
Okay.
My sense is it's more of an issue with Thule Falls Chinook, although coho is also at issue. They're talking about coho as well. And there's even some potential it could bleed over into our Select Area Bright program, which isn't Mitchell Act funded, but is a component of the Lower River, and it goes to places. I'd be hesitant to say much more than that.
Okay.
It's a big chunk.
But that could affect our plans for the future regarding numbers of fish that would be put in those sites.
Commissioner Atkinson, currently I would say we're doing pretty well on protecting the select area production relative to some of the other sites. That's not to say they're going to be immune. I don't know if it's going to stay that way, but I feel pretty good that we're doing better on that one than we are on the others, but that's not no net loss. So we're going to have to figure out what effects are down the stream for a whole host of fisheries. I mean, this is frankly a really big deal for ocean fisheries that are highly dependent on Thules in particular, and also Columbia River coho, particularly off the coast of Washington as these fish mostly turn north. They're going to be the ones that experience the biggest change as a result of these particular issues. Maybe as an order of scale, just to give you some more information, some of the reductions in what I referred to as PHOS that they need to try and achieve are pretty significant, and so they require some pretty significant changes. And some of those changes could easily be things like weirs that you could leave production up. All that's still in play. You can mix and match and move things around and change the results, much like what we're talking about today. So it's just really hard to say, but it's going to be big deal.
Okay, thanks.
Before we move to Commissioner Buckmaster, I'd like to follow up on this, Bruce. Just so that the rest of the commissioners and you in the audience know that the state isn't just sitting by and watching this Mitchell Act litigation. I'd like the director to comment.
Sure. Well, thanks, Mr. Chair. And of course, we've been involved in our own litigation as it relates to some of our Willamette production facilities over the last several years. We've been tracking this one very closely, working with NOAA Fisheries. I think Chris has summed it up pretty accurately, though. We are expecting that the federal agencies will require some changes in those production levels, but and we're working with them. I think Dr. McIntosh is working, it seems, almost full-time on this issue over the last several months to hopefully bring it to a position that we can at least live with. We may not like it, but we are working it very hard.
Okay, thank you, Director. Commissioner Buckmaster.
Thank you, Chair. My question's on the same issue on the Mitchell Act.
Okay.
I was listening to it. I'm going to ask you for an opinion.
Okay.
Does the prescriptive matter of our bi-state plan? Well, see, the one thing I think everybody in this room can agree on is we don't want to see a reduction in hatchery production for all of us. Don't particularly want to see it coming, the main stem to be reduced to enhance select areas either. Does the prescriptive manner of the bi-state plan reduce, have no effect, or enhance your ability to maximize the direct removal of hatchery fish in meeting the requirements from the Mitchell Act?
Commissioner Buckmaster, so I recognize you asked me for an opinion, so I'll do my best. The production issues we're talking about are tules and coho. We need to get those fish caught. I think our recommended approach that we've got on paper here, that we'll get to in a bit, does seek to bump up our ability to get at those fish. And so that is us, I believe, saying that we're not doing enough right now, during the transition at least. I don't know that I say that the policy as it is conceived doesn't have the latitude to do more than we have been doing. That may be something we need to pay attention to. But, I mean, we did say, as part of our rebalance approach that we will talk about later, that we need to do more, and we propose an approach to do it. I don't know if that answers your question, but that's my opinion, is we do believe we need to do more.
You have a follow-up? I see you thinking.
Well, I'm just, the election's over. The political answers are no longer required. You can just tell us. I'm wanting to know, are you constrained in any way by if you did not have this plan and you said, I'm going to construct the best management tools I have with commercial, sports, every tool I have in the toolbox to reduce. Are you able to? Would you be able to do that under this current plan? If you can, it's great. If you can't, we ought to know. We all ought to know about it.
Yeah. Well, I think the best and analytical approach we have to address that is probably in the initial, what's in your packet, full implementation, which was only things in zone 1 through 3, which would conceivably maximize the commercial portion, recognized instead of 20% allocation. We haven't analyzed how many hatchery fish that removed. The more you lock in something and say you've got bounds on one end or the other of what a staff member or the agency can choose to do, and if those bounds don't include the broad sweep of things you think you need to do in it, then yes, you're going to be constrained.
Okay.
Yeah, and I'm sorry, I apologize if I sound like I'm being coy. It's just, A, it's a question that caught me a little off guard, although it's a really good one. And B, there's a lot of variables in this that I really hesitate to get too far out on a limb because I don't know who's got the saw, and I...
That's fair, correct. Thank you, Chair.
Mr. Weber.
Chris, on the Mitchell Act, you said Washington uses weirs to
get the hatchery fish out, what happens to those fish?
Oh, good question, Commissioner Weber. I suspect that unless they need them for brood stock somewhere, I suspect they go to surplus and food banks, and if they're in poor enough condition, they probably get disposed of in some other way. I'm not positive. They've actually been, I mean, one of the things I should mention on Mitchell Act, and it's not just specific to Mitchell Act, but this is all tied to the lower river recovery plans for ESA fish, in particular Tules and coho. And there's been a lot of work done on both those issues over the last 10 years in particular, including some pretty significant efforts to reduce PHOS already. And so one of the issues we've been raising repeatedly with NOAA is don't look 10 years back and see what PHOS was. Look at the trend and see how we're doing. Give us a little bit of credit for where we're heading. And if we're not going to make it, so be it. That's fine. Okay, we'll deal with that. That's legitimate. But look at the entirety of the actions we've already taken, recognizing that some of those actions are just now starting to bear fruit. We've already made production changes as a result of recovery plans in Big Creek, Young's Bay, some of those other facilities that we haven't even seen tags back yet from. So that's probably a valid point that you should know. And that they're, I don't want to imply they're not receptive to that. They've been very receptive to that and said, yes, you're right, we should look at that. And so that's one of the things we're making sure we work with them on.
I have a question. Remind me of the run size effect on outputs that you've been dealing with.
I'm sorry, could you repeat it?
Remind me of the size effect, the run size effect on the outputs.
Chair Finley, I think what we're trying to get across is that just looking at 1 year and then looking at the next year and trying to assess what the difference is between those years is a complicated thing. And as you're changing things like allocations and gears and things like that, you have to make sure you're keeping in mind that the run sizes can change underneath all of those things and have an effect. At any given run size, it's not difficult to calculate the effect of a change in allocation or a change in gear or anything else. But when you start moving across different years, you start getting complicated. And so we're just pointing out that we've tried to do our best to help you get a sense of that. I don't want to tell you it's perfect because it's hard to do, but that's the take home I would leave you with.
I guess I'd add to that.
Yeah, you'll go ahead.
I guess I would just add to that. I think if you look at the charts here that the staff has prepared, recognizing there are dozens, if not 100 different parameters that go into these, whether they're actually modeled outputs or they're actual fishery observations. There's a whole broad suite of variables that affect the outcome, and the outcome being either ex-vessel value or angler trips. And for 30 plus years, we've been saying, Oregon's position has been that the single most way that you make fisheries better is to improve the runs. And I think we see that. It's embedded in these charts, but when the runs are bigger, you get more angler trips. And when the runs are bigger, you get more ex-vessel value. To some degree, irrespective of, not entirely discounted, but to some degree, irrespective of the actual nuances of allocation balance, the real factor has been run size. And it's why Oregon has worked so hard over the last 2+ decades to hopefully implement policies at the federal level that produce good runs. And it's embedded in these outputs, but I think it's really important. I appreciate you raising that question.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Buckmaster.
I had a similar question, Chair. I looked at, when I was one of those who said I wanted to see a study which showed the effect of the plan and taking run size out. And looking at, and I expected to see a great deal on the commercial side. But I didn't expect to see the information on the angler trip that the chair that brought up. It seems from this that there is a very clear, and you use the terms makes sense. You said not unexpected that you believe that the angler trips are driven by run size, and everything shows that. So it was information that I didn't anticipate.
Go ahead, Chris.
If I could just clarify, I don't mean to give the implication that the other factors don't matter. They do, for both fisheries, but there is a large effect of run size for everybody. Yeah.
Okay. I have one more question. It's anecdotal in nature, but several years ago I was fishing and launched off the Washington side. There were 4 of us. We all limited out, buoy 10. But there was no one on the docks when we launched or took off that accounted for us. What's the confidence level of on our sport anglers?
Chair Finley, I don't think I can give you a confidence interval in some form of statistical fashion. I can tell you that we do not and could not sample everybody.
Yeah.
We try to sample 20% of the landed catch in order to achieve both a sufficient number to do a robust estimate as well as recover enough coat of wire tags for stock composition calculation needs. We have roving creelers that move around from one spot to the other, so they may survey one ramp one day and not the other. They may survey half a day at one ramp, half a day at another. John's way more familiar with the schedule than I am. In fact, actually Cameron probably would be even better, but it's not 100% census, and frankly, it can't be.
So
Very
should we
expensive.
or could we fairly interpret the data that those are minimums?
I wouldn't say that because our confidence intervals are bidirectional.
Okay.
I don't believe we have any inherent bias in those sampling programs, but we certainly will have some error around them. But it would go both directions.
Sorry. Chair Finley, excuse me. Also, I think it's important to remember when talking about this particular question, to estimate harvest, you need basically 2 pieces of information. You need effort and you need catch. And just because somebody wasn't at the dock when you left and somebody wasn't at the dock when you got back, where any person was, doesn't mean that your effort was not accounted for. Part of the creel program involves trailer counts and boat counts. And so while you may not have been surveyed for your landed catch, there's a decent chance that your boat and your effort was accounted for during that.
Somebody was probably watching you.
Big brother.
Yeah. All right. That's helpful. Commissioner Atkinson.
I just wanted to have one more clarification. On slides 21 and 22, these are the observed versus base and projected changes during the transition period, and it looks like both the sport and commercial showed increasing angler trips and increasing ex-vessel value during the transition period compared to expected. But then on slides 24 and 25, it looks like the analysis with the transition versus what the angler trips and ex-vessel value would be if we had not put that policy in place. It looks like the sport fishermen still show an increase in angler trips, but the ex-vessel value is lower in all years compared to what it would have been without the transition.
Correct, Commissioner Atkinson. So in the first example, recall that we're comparing what we observed over transition to what we modeled we thought it would look like. So in 2012, we were asked, if we implement a policy, what do you think it will look like? And we took our best effort at showing that. Expecting it to be exactly that, I would have never encouraged anybody to expect it to be exactly that because the models change. But or the observed values are always, you're always going to have some error. So that's the difference you're seeing there. It's just that the transition period was a little different than the model for everybody. And I think, to be fair, it's a big chunk of that's the fall run. And we've talked about that. So
the transition versus base and projected reflects more of the run size effect, whereas the transition versus without policy addresses more of the effect of the policy itself in the absence of the run size confounding in that.
I would, yes, the only clarification I would say is that the first set, probably more accurate to say it incorporates everything, whether it be a run size change or the policy or both.
Okay.
Whereas the second one is an attempt, a model-based attempt, to extract essentially the run size portion of it and get it down to just the policy pieces under the observed values.
Okay.
Mr. Woolley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So you mentioned, and I believe it was during Tucker's presentation, the technical and logistical challenge of determining gear viability, pertaining to post-release mortality. So we're familiar with some of those challenges, but you did kind of gloss over that quickly, and I want to know if you could elaborate a little bit more on those challenges.
So, Commissioner Woolley, you're basically asking a more detail on what we think is could be gained by redoing the study?
Yeah, or what are the
Something
challenges
like
that
that.
sort of confound the
So,
study?
and Tucker, I should give Tucker his chance, but I'm going to take it first. The treatment control method, and it's been used successfully many times. So it's not, the methodology itself is perfectly valid, and we've used it, and as long as you can verify that the assumptions are workable and that you're not violating major ones, there's nothing wrong with that design. In this case, you've got a treatment group, which is the tagged fish in the seines, and you've got a control group, which I believe was taken out of the fish collection facility at Bonneville and then moved, so not handled by gear, then moved downstream and released, right? And then they're comparing the passage rates of those two fish to Bonneville, and they're comparing it to multiple points, but the biggest issue with the mortality rate right now, the biggest question mark, is in that short term to Bonneville. So that gap between the tag location and going over Bonneville. And Tucker referenced the fish that had never been handled in any other fishery, turned up in the seine, and they were already marked because of some other studies, and they had a different rate of passage to Bonneville. So there are other things other than direct mortality that can cause the fish that you handle to do something different than the control group. If you really want them to be as close to the same as you can. But if there's something that's different about them, and I don't even want to speculate too much on what those differences could be, but fish are fish, they're going to do what they do. Any differences between those that are not attributable to mortality, if they're significant, they're going to show as mortality in the estimate because you don't have a way to tease them out. It could be real mortality. I'm not discounting that. But there are also other indications that maybe there's differences between the treatment and control that just weren't caught there. And one of the efforts Washington tried to do was the radio tracking study to try and assess whether they could be lower river fish. Something that I keep forgetting is they actually got halfway through that study and then the federal furlough kicked in, and the feds were actually helping them do the radio tracking, so they didn't even get a complete study of that. But so that was a confounding factor as well. I just was reminded of the other day. I don't know any more details than that. So we've tried to say, all right, well, let's look at that option. Is it lower river fish? We've done the stock composition analysis. That doesn't seem very likely. So there's something else that could be there, or not. But to tell what it is awful hard. But I think to say that you do another study with a different design that wouldn't be sensitive to that factor, or less sensitive to that factor if you can, is a good idea to try and just truth it up and see how close you are. And if it comes out the same, it comes out the same. You say, well, it was real. If it doesn't, you say, well, there's something else going on. And I know that's a little fuzzy, but that's the best I can do, I think.
Okay, thanks.
Miss anything?
No, I think you're good.
Does that help?
It does, thanks.
Okay.
Okay, Chris, go ahead. Oh, Commissioner Aikenson.
Just one little follow-up on that. I was wondering with the seine fishery and fish handling, whether there was a difference in mortality on released fish in the periods when the river is warm during late summer, early fall versus spring.
It was all done in the fall. You remember the dates?
For the
For the same mortality?
Chair Finley, Commissioner Aikenson. The same mortality stuff was done throughout the fall, August and September. We tried to, and have tried to look at temperature effects on these mortality rates. Again, this is part of the logistic and technical challenges. Almost certainly there's a temperature effect everywhere. It's, I don't know, the master ecological factor according to my school books. But when you're looking at these studies, you need to test the gear when the fish are most present, and that is sort of a constrained window. And the longer you look to try to get that temperature effect, your sample size goes down. And so it's a difficult question to answer.
So there's no comparison between the spring versus fall on the seines?
We haven't done the implementation feasibility for spring and summer seines seemed quite a bit lower. I think we've presented that before in terms of incidental catch of other stuff, like sockeye in particular in the summer. So we haven't proceeded with a mortality study. I guess the only addition I'd make to Tucker is ideally, in an ideal treatment control study, your control group would be subjected to those temperatures too. And depending on how you handle them, you may have a handling difference. If you're handling them wildly differently, you'd try not to do that. I'm not confidently saying that's the case here, but in an ideal study, that would hopefully you seek to tease out the effect of just the thing you're measuring by standardizing across all the oting factors you can. Recognize you're never going to get them all.
Okay.
Okay, Chris, let's move on.
Okay, so change the topics a little bit. Adaptive management considerations. Recall that when we met in March, gave our report. I think we heard pretty loud and clear that this fall you wanted to hear from us with a summary of what we had and tee up some adaptive considerations for you to look at. So we've done our best to try and reflect a range of those. A couple keys that we want to focus on, and not the only ones, but in particular with some of the issues we're talking about today. We know from even before the policy that the access to upriver brights for the commercial fishery is important. That's in the policy. We also know, and Tucker mentioned this a little earlier, that seines, as we've used them to date, haven't been especially effective at getting us access to those, with the notion here that as we've used them to date includes the marked selective. We have fished them throughout the river, though, marked selectively. And again, we've touched a little bit on this, so I won't do too much more about it, but we know we need to focus on trying to do more to get hatchery fish out of the river if we can. Okay, a little recap again on modeling approaches. We tried to, for these, we're going to show you 3 scenarios, one of which is a revision to one you already have. Doesn't invalidate the one you already have. It's just, I would call it an additional one that's run under some different assumptions. I'll get to that. Again, same approach. We'll show you the work group projections for 2017 plus, which reflects the long term that we're now entering into, just to keep it consistent with the prior slides, and also some of the discussions that have happened all the way through the policy. And then this newer model that shows what's with and without policy. And so to try and tease out the effect of just the policy as much as possible. Future scenarios in this case, in that model, are layered on top of the transition year observations. So you've got some of the assumptions of run size, how you fished, what the water temperatures, fishery performance, things like that. A whole host of things are sort of layered in there. On top of that, we're going to layer the policy changes that are associated with each scenario. So basically, we've set up, staff have spent an enormous amount of time and effort setting up dials for as many different things within the fisheries as they can. We're going to talk about if you turn one dial versus the other. So we don't have all the dials captured. That was, Kurt mentioned, all the parameters would be very high. And every now and then we run into one and say, oops, we got to find a way to get a dial for that. So we may hit some of those. But that's the basic approach. And again, the no policy option is similar to what we've already talked about. This is intended to be if you just went forward. And it's a baseline reference to give you a reference to kind of tie it back to some of the other things. All right, so here's the, I'm sorry, let me back up a step because I had an orientation thing I wanted to do first. I want to point out as we step through, there's a lot of information, much of which you have already, and I'll point out the ones you don't. There's a bunch of numbers in here. We have provided a roll-up at the end of this discussion that tries to bring as many of those numbers together. So hopefully you can kind of look at them, move on to the next one, recognizing we will come back to them and you don't have to try and keep them all in your head as we move through all 3 slides. Obviously, you're welcome to do what you want, but we've tried to make it as easy for you as we can on the back end. And that's really hard to try and get in while I explain this next slide, which is the complicated one that we teed up earlier. Okay. So first I should probably just cover up that table so that I can keep you going. But so this is what's referred to in the agenda item summary as the full policy of the implementation or no action. So this is the policy as it stands today. So if the commission were to take no action, this is our estimates of what could happen. We did an option in a scenario in the agenda item summary. So I'll just let me walk through the pieces first. In this model, you've got a spring 80-20 allocation, 80% sport, 20% commercial. That's in the policy, with no main stem commercial fishery, presuming all those impacts would be used in select areas. The policy doesn't preclude some other alternative gear and or tangle net fishing in that period, I don't think, but the presumption is you'd use them all and safe. Summer is modeled in this one as a 98-2, which is more along the lines of the Washington policy. I think we wanted to characterize the fact that if that was the worst case in summer, you want to reflect that. The reality is in the Oregon policy, that's a blank. There is no long-term allocation specified in the Oregon OERs right now for summer. Okay, now for fall. Still on an 80-20, which is actually less than or equal to 80 and greater than equal to 20. To refer you back to the original table, that's a difference in fall. In your agenda item summary, that was modeled as a zones 1 through 3 seine fishery, using the seine gears as we have used them so far. So that's a mix of beach and purse, all in zones 1 through 3 to use them essentially to maximize as much as we can do with them on hatchery removals. And I believe, if I recall correctly, that value in your packet is somewhere around $3 million ex-vessel value, if that was how that policy was implemented. Okay? As Ed mentioned in the leadoff and Tucker touched on before, as we worked through this packet just this week, we realized that there is another option you could consider under this implementation that would fit within the policy at least. And it goes back to the notion of a non-selective use of only purse seines. We're pretty confident the beach seine handle rates on steelhead and other stocks is not sufficient to be able to do this kind of approach, but you might be able to with purse seines. So just to recap, so far we've done these fisheries with seines marked selectively. We've had low mark rates in those fisheries, which is, we anticipated that. There's low mark rates in the fall Chinook run. And this is, I'm mostly speaking to Chinook here, in case I forget to say that again. When you have a marked selective fishery and a low mark rate, if you're trying to achieve a certain amount of Chinook catch, regardless of what that is, you're going to have to handle more fish to get to that number because you're throwing some back. And if it's a low mark rate, you're throwing more back. If you want to try to access that same number of Chinook under those scenarios, you're going to fish more in order to get them because you're throwing back some of the catch. The more you fish, the more steelhead you handle, along with other things. And the encounter rates, although the mortality rates that we have for steelhead in the beach and purse seines are low, the handle rates are relatively high in terms of encounters just on aggregate. But again, the mortality rate's low, so that's not a outright negative unless it works out to high mortality when you multiply the two together. So the other thing is, okay, hang on a second. Let me. But if so, given that it's hard to, you have to handle a lot more fish in a marked selective fishery. Therefore, your steelhead rates go up. when you fish more. If you don't fish more, they wouldn't. If you flip that over and say, all right, don't worry about throwing the fish back, you can still hit a same kept catch. Again, not talking about stock composition or anything else, with less fishing effort. Therefore, you should handle less steelhead. However, and this is the big however I tried to double down on back on our earlier slide, there's a lot more at play than just that conversion rate. You can't implement a non-selective fishery like that in the lower river, zones 1 through 3, without running out of tules real fast. You wouldn't hit B steelhead, you'd hit tules. You'd be out of fish, you'd be off the water. I don't know how much faster you'd be off the water, but it'd be fast. The gill nets are operating in zone 4 and 5 primarily now, and a lot of that is because there's not very many tules up there. And that's intentional. So you can alleviate some of that issue by moving location. We don't know how much of it because we haven't had time to evaluate it. We've got some data to look at, and we've tried to do that. It could be on par with gill nets in zone 4 and 5 under a similar allocation, or it could not. We have, and I should back up. One of the reasons we've, at least I've just expressed a high handle rate of steelhead as a constraint, that's relative to that lower river in particular. But again, we're looking at this other potential approach. We just caught it. We did our best to try and characterize what it conceivably could do under a sort of a range because it's a short turnaround, and we didn't want to provide a false sense of precision. But we also thought it was significant. It needed to be brought up before we got too far down the road, because if it came out later down the road, that's going to be even harder to deal with. So we wanted to make sure you knew about it. And I've been broken up over the timeline it occurred on for the last 3 days, because I know this is a big change, and I'm not the only one, I am sure. But it could be significant. So what we've done, at least significant compared to the version that's in your agenda summary, is how I should say that. Significant to using seines in zone 1 through 3. Whether it's significant compared to another alternative is yet to be determined. That said, what we've given you here, and I'll go back to the slide, is we've tried to give you a range of what it could do. The lower end being based on what we have for data right now and some real hard work that was done by staff to try and apply that data and make adjustments to it to make it appropriate to use in that fishery area. But we haven't had a lot of time to review those adjustments, nor have they. The upper end is if we just say we did a model run that says if you used gill nets in zones 4 and 5 under the same 80-20, so still a reduced allocation, but you use the gill nets, what could they potentially generate on X vessel value before you run out of limits on something, probably tules? And we said that would be the upper end. So that's if they're exactly the same. I'm not trying to imply they are. We need to go through our data and find that out. So we thought it was appropriate to give you a range rather than a specific number to reflect that, but we wanted to make sure we pointed out. So I want to reiterate, this is another way to model the full implementation in addition to what you have in your summary packet. They're two different things, and you can look at them both and make your conclusions on them how you want. Bottom line, we got a lot more work to do on this one. We wanted to make sure you had it. It doesn't affect the allocation on the sports side, so the angler trips on that are no change from what you have in your packet. Do want to point out, this is I'm going to make sure I touch all the key points I had for this. This measure is just the gross receipts of the fishery, this X vessel value. We know, based on stuff we already have in hand, that the operating costs to execute a fishery like this would be much higher than what is currently in place in the fishery. And so one of the things we'll need to do as we go down the road, and if we're going to continue to look at this scenario, we're going to have to provide a way to tease that out, because it is a significant change in the operating costs, which affects the net return to the fishers. And that's not reflected when you just look at X vessel value. But it's not, we can't overlook that. And we just haven't had time to do that. We've got some information we can work with. We just need more time to get it there. But I want to make sure people understand that that's an issue.
Let's hang on just a minute. Commissioners, any questions? Commissioner Buckmaster and then Commissioner Weber.
When I heard about this yesterday, I don't know if I was broken up, but I was disappointed. And I apologize to everybody in the room that worked hard on the information that you were given, that we were given, prepared your testimony, and then had something come up. And now some of you are hearing about it for the first time. And I tended to say, yeah, mistakes happen. We overlook things. But as I stewed on it, and I did, this isn't a new proposal. This proposal that you are modeling here has been advocated by Heath Heikkila, the CCA attorney and advocate in Washington, for at least 2 months. He's talked about a upriver fishery, full retention. So it is not new. It was not a new model or new idea that just occurred yesterday or the day before. He should have been taken serious. If this was a valid thing to look at, and you're saying now that it is, the fact that you didn't look at it 2 months ago when Mr. Heikkila brought it up, I think is a little more than an oversight, and it's unfortunate. So I apologize to all of you, and hopefully we don't have any additional things. If people are bringing them up, good ideas, whether it comes from the commercial side or the recreational side, we've got to take them seriously. This one came from the recreational side, clearly, and obviously wasn't addressed till the last couple days.
Would you like to comment?
I would, and I appreciate Commissioner Buckmaster and the way you phrased that. I think criticism is fair in this regard. I'm not going to try and hide from that. We missed this. We shouldn't have missed it, but we did. And we've been pedaling hard. I can make excuses. I'm going to try not to. But I'll fess up. We missed it.
Enough said. You guys have been working really hard and stretched. Commissioner Weber.
When I look at the modeling, it says in spring and summer, no main stem commercial fishery.
Mm-hmm.
Does that mean there's no commercial fishery in the main stem, or no gillnet, commercial gillnet fishery?
Commissioner Weber, I think it's policy says no gillnet, and it also specifies an allocation. On the summer, if the allocation of 98.2 is where it ends up, you don't have room for anything either way. On the spring, I think the policy leaves room explicitly for alternative selective gears, I believe it's phrased, in all seasons if there's allocation available. I believe that also the policy says that if you've got room, this is an opinion of mine based on my read of the policy, that you guys should probably review, you've already reviewed the policy, but this is your determination to make is what I'm trying to get to. I believe that the tangle nets meet that in the spring, though I don't know that there's a lot of likelihood that at this allocation you'd be able to use them much. So what we're trying to say is this is how we modeled it. It may not be exactly how it would be implemented, and if you have changes in implementation you want us to look at, we're willing to do that, but we wanted to make sure for spring and summer we captured a likely outcome of the policy so that we did the economics in as transparent a way as we could, essentially. So we didn't credit any catch in main stem in the spring because of the uncertainty in whether you'd be able to get to it in this economic scenario.
Now, in the spring and summer, if you were using the 80-20 allocation, has the recreational side ever used all their impacts?
Under an 80-20?
80-20.
We haven't fished an 80-20, so we've been hitting constraints of the U.S. viewing catch balancing issues fairly early into the season in recent years. We've never had an allocation that's I would have to, ideally, we'd have something like a year with a 75% allocation where ideally is a poor word because I'm going to say it's a 75% that we exceeded, but I'm trying to think of a way where we could have ever even gotten close to accessing 80%, and the allocations have been well short of that. So we don't have an example to use of the sport fishery even having an opportunity to access something like 80%. So whether they could or not would be a modeling exercise. I think what we see is the catch balance is a constraint in the preseason or the pre-run-up date period, and typically we do close down before you hit the run-up date. And so by definition, under current scenarios, they're using all of that, which is not 100% equivalent to ESA impacts, but it's how we get to that allocation. So probably yes. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Mike? Chair?
Commissioner Anderson.
Thank you. So Chris, on this, so this modeling exercise has this hypothetical ex-vessel value around 3.7, 4.7 million. Without investigating the social reality of this happening. So is my rough math correct that if the social reality of this is 0 to near 0, that ex-vessel value would be 1 to 1.5 million is about all they could really get out of the safe areas if they have no main stem gears they can use?
If I could just ask for a clarification, I think your question is how much of those values are safe?
Yeah, I guess what I'm asking is if the seines are not socially viable, what's the ex-vessel value if we find that seines are socially, aside from the modeling exercise of what the bycatch mortality and by, your own admission, the science on this is pretty far off still, so.
So if we attributed to them a 0 value, what would the rest of it look like?
Yeah, so if there's,
Can you answer that?
if there's no social viability for the seines, or it's about $1 million to $1.5 million, depending on run size and coho showing up, that could be gleaned out of safe areas, that'd be what would be left for commercials.
See if we can get you an answer to that.
Commissioner Anderson, were you referring to no seines in 1 to 3 as well? The modification here was relative to 4 and 5, and so what you have in your packet is about 3 million with just the seines marked selective in 1 to 3, which is how they've been modeled through the transition. And so that additional 0.7 to 1.7 is moving them to non-selective in 4.5. So if that's your question relative to social aspects up in 4.5, then you'd be about 3 million. Then it's a different question if you're removing the seines entirely from any use.
Not as a matter of policy, but just as a matter of, will the market, would that be a good investment for a fisherman to move towards seines, for example? If they
Correct.
found that no, that wasn't good, then
And that's a
what's
number
left?
we don't have, so they may have tried to, we always caution against bringing out the calculators in a commission meeting, but I think they may
Sure.
have a number for you.
Well, I mean, if I just looked at the C5 and, we can see the 2017 shift to main stem seine, if you just said that those weren't accessible, then you'd be left with safe, which just, I don't need a hard number. I guess I'm just trying to get a sense of if my general trajectory on this is correct.
Chair Finley, Commissioner Anderson, we think if you were just looking at ex-vessel value for select area fisheries with the enhancements in place, somewhere between 2 and 2.5 million years per year, given the variability in any given year. So maybe as high as 2.6. So.
Yeah, and it looks like most of that's safe, but there's a little bit of coho tanglenet in the late season, which we've been doing lately. So
Okay, that's helpful. I think that's important for me to keep in mind when I look at what the true potential impact of a policy change could be versus what the modeled, what the modeling exercise suggests. So, thank you.
Go ahead, Chris.
I should point out, as you discuss that, I think even under the version of this scenario that you have in your packet, I think it's a fair question to say we would have needed to evaluate the social and cost aspects of the SANES in Zone 1 through 3 as well as this option as well. So since you brought that up, I'm going to make a note of that. Either way, we probably would have needed to do that if you want to know the full effects of that moving forward.
Thanks, Chris.
Okay, Chris, let's just see if we can target this without cutting quality at anything. This is not a rush.
The rest of them are easier.
No, I know. So I just want to let the commission know and the audience. We'll go to adaptive management, and then we'll take a break. Okay? But obviously, commissioners, if you need to leave, step out, but then we'll take a break.
So I think that the remainder will be a little easier and a little quicker to step through, at least in terms of the presentation time. We tried to capture some of the high points as they reference guiding principles for each of these scenarios, and so I've just pointed a few here. The full implementation policy, of course, has already been characterized in the policy package in terms of what it meets. So it would phase out the gill nets from the main stem fisheries per the guiding principles. It would continue the recreational fishery main stem priority by the additional allocation shift as specified in policy. Our most recent review of this, based on the information we're showing you today, is it does a poorer job of enhancing the viability of the commercial fisheries. I think that's fairly clear in our presentation. And as a result of that, we don't believe it optimizes the economics for the region as a whole, which is another one of the guiding principles. And we pointed out that we don't think we're doing as good a job as we could on the conservation side. So we've got some considerations for you on that end as well. Okay, so the other scenario we presented, this is what is in your packet, no changes, right? And this is if you just took the transition period and it was just, that's how it occurred going forward, whatever mechanism that might take. I won't speculate, but if it was just what happens if you kept transition period conditions moving forward. And so this is the allocations that are in place currently through the end of this year. Again, 70-30 with the caveat that for fall that's less than or equal to and greater than or equal to. In this scenario, there is a modeled main stem commercial fishery, basically similar to what we've been doing in recent years. So it's still within that allocation. Most of it's tangle net, but you would be allowed under this scenario. We're capturing some value for a large mesh net late in the spring. And that is essentially access to Chinook without catching too many shad and causing problems with getting good survivals for those fish you do release. Summer, it would maintain a 70-30 with the main stem commercial fishery as it currently operates, including gillnet use. Fall Chinook, it basically, essentially, again, maintains pretty much a snapshot of what we've been doing in recent years. So we modeled it with Zone 4 and 5 gillnet fishery, similar to what we've been doing. Main stem seine fisheries, both beach and purse, in the same mix and proportion as they've been used in the transition years. A little bit of 6-inch gill net, a little bit of coho tangle net, similar to what we've been doing in transition years. So we tried to keep it the same as what the last couple of years have looked like, so that we could get a capture of this is what it does. And I should have mentioned this on the other option as well, but it did maintain the current safe releases that we implemented as part of the policy. The next one you'll see has a little bit of additional in it. Anyway, so the bold line is your take home for this particular scenario run in terms of angler trips and ex-vessel value. And the other ones are just copied over from the other page. Again, you'll see these rolled up at the end. This is more recreational fishery main stem priority than it would be without the policy, but obviously less than it would be with full implementation. So there's an up and a down on that one. It provides more assurance of viability for commercial fisheries than the full implementation plan does. does not phase gill nets out of main stem fisheries, key plank of the policy. We don't believe it optimizes the economics for the region because of the mix of where the values are coming from and the roll-up. We'll talk about that in a bit. And the conservation benefits aren't any different than what we've been doing, obviously, because it would just repeat what we've been doing. And then I'm mostly focusing on the PHOS issue here. Okay, so staff has provided a recommended approach for your consideration that we're calling a rebalanced approach. And this approach would be intended to try and find a place where we can meet as many of the multiple guiding principles as we can. We may not be able to meet them all in full for everybody, and that's where we're at right now. Could change, but the way it looks right now, it's going to be hard to do. So despite the fact that I think we're going to hear a lot of angst from a lot of people about a rebalance plan, that's the genesis of what this is and why we put it on the table. It's modeled as a spring 80-20, as the current policy would indicate. I kind of hinted at this in the earlier run, but this one's a little more explicit. It would say that the 20% allocation to commercials is intended to be for safe. But if they have extra impacts and we can get tangle nets in early enough in the season, but after the run-up date, so that we can avoid shad, it would allow some value to be generated from that. I don't want to give the intent that it's a lot, because in some years it wouldn't be very much, some years it might not happen at all, but there's some. Summer 80-20, to maintain some footprint for the commercial fishery to explore alternative gears for summer fisheries. Now, full disclosure, we've had difficulty finding a gear that will be, but we don't want to preclude that there could be one that's better than what we've tested. We haven't tested everything. We're not counting in this run, just to be clear, although this is listed as an option, we're not counting any value in the numbers you're going to see for that fishery. So we're not presuming at this point that they would access those and crediting a value against the ex-vessel baseline for this if they were able to get them. That would be additional. Fall Chinook, 70-30, again, greater than or equal to, less than or equal to. Maintain the main stem commercial fishery with gill nets in zones 4 and 5 to access upriver brights. Focus on 1 through 3 being mostly coho tangle net, no gill nets in the lower river for coho or Chinook. Gill nets will be confined to zones 4 and 5. Implementation of what we've called the fall conservation fishery or a conservation set-aside. And I probably should take a couple of minutes to talk about that. I think we try to describe it pretty well in the packet, but it's probably not that clear. The idea is, given the things that are going on with lower river production in hatchery facilities, Mitchell Act being one, we believe we need an enhanced focus pretty much regardless of what happens with the policy next. I mean, this is really something we'd like you to consider anyway. That establishes some impacts that strictly go to removing hatchery fish in the most efficient ways we can in the river. We propose to work with Washington and stakeholders to see if we can set aside some impacts from both the Columbia and the ocean fisheries on Tules, just the non-treaty side, south of the Canada border, as a contribution to trying to find ways to remove hatchery fish in the Columbia to protect the production that they all need to conduct their fisheries. And we haven't got a very extensive analysis on the full circle of how that all works in allocation and analysis, but we think it's a fair concept to say you've all got a stake in maintaining production as much as you can. We think this will help. We'd like to set some impacts aside, and we're willing to pony up our share of those. What we've proposed is a 60-40 split of the 1% that we're proposing, which is about what we get now. We get about 40% of that piece of impact into the Columbia now. So we'd pay our share, they'd pay their share, and we'd use it to try and extract as many hatchery fish as we can. All selective. The impacts would not be movable to any non-selective fishery or any fishery upstream of zones 1 through 3, commercial zones 1 through 3, so not upstream of the Lewis. We would take that off the top, and we would apply whatever allocation scenarios the commissions decide after that. Okay, that's probably enough on that unless you have questions. Additionally, the current plan releases for select area fish would continue. We would propose adding more spring Chinook. One of the places we think we have capacity to do that is Nat Creek. We would also propose seeding the new Westport Slough site with 250,000. And we would ask Washington to shift the fish they're currently releasing in Cathlamet Channel into a Coal Creek program, another select area. For the sports side, we'd ask you to consider allowing barbed hooks in the Willamette and the select area sport fisheries. These are areas with high hatchery fractions throughout the year. We're trying to catch those hatchery fish. In the Willamette in particular, we also have POS issues that we have in different scales, but we have them. We'd like to see those fish caught. We'd ask you to remove the Young Space Sport closure in the fall. Our indications so far, I think it's more detail in our packet, we've actually seen those numbers go up in the sport fishery in recent years. I can't tell you that it's doing any good in terms of making escapement or making more fish into the bay for commercial fishers. I can tell you the more of those fish that go to somewhere other than somebody's boat or Young's Bay and end up in a river on the Washington side, the worse off we all are. I'd like to see those fish caught. I think it's to all of our benefit to protect the program to see those fish get caught. Outcome. So this is a lower number of angler trips than full implementation. Shouldn't be a surprise. It changes the allocation in the fall compared to that. Ex-vessel value for the commercial fishery is better than some of the other options. I want to point out in this one, this has additional production that comes online after today, if it happens. We don't see those results for another 4 or 5 years. So this number you see, the 5.8 million for ex-vessel for commercial, reflects that sort of full recruitment of those fish. And that's a higher number than it will be in the interim period. For the next 4 or 5 years, the average will be more like 5.5. And again, that'll start low and go high. Towards the end, it'll get closer to that 5.8, but that's a production issue. I want to make sure that's clear to folks. The other ones are pretty much an average of the next 5 years, the 17 through 21 period. So this one, we had to put another year on it to capture that production. Okay, the things it helps with, meets more recreational main stem priority than it would be without the policy or if the transition period were continued in some fashion. On the downside, it's less than what was planned. Full disclosure, that's not a secret. Has more assurance of viability for the commercial fisheries than the full implementation plan would be. Keeps some more allocation, it keeps some access to upriver bites with zone 4 or 5 gill nets. The economics would be similar to if you had a continued transition period, but it takes till 2022 to reach that point. So in the interim, it'd be a little less. We would meet the goal of removing gill nets, but only in the summer and fall and spring. We would at least limit their use in the fall to that one specific area for Chinook target fisheries. We wouldn't allow coho in the lower river with gill net. We believe because of the set-aside and the other issues, we'd achieve a little better conservation, potentially substantially better PHOS effects from the fisheries than we're doing now. And again, I think that package is something that could carry over across other policies that you might choose to with the same sort of benefit if we can find a way to make it work. We believe the overall economic returns would be higher overall, and I'll show you some roll-up numbers for that. Again, it doesn't meet the level of allocation and priority that was planned for the recreational side. You would still have gill nets in the fall. It does really result in less gross ex-vessel value to the commercial fishery than if you didn't have the policy. That's in the table. And it does take some additional time to reach that full benefit of what the package would look like for the commercial fishery. All right, so what we've done here is, this is my summary table that I told you would see where we rolled everything together. So these are the same numbers you had in the other tables, but all put in one place so that you can see them. Focusing more on these ones to the right, our no policy option. If you just reversed everything, a little over 6 million ex-vessel value, 400,000 angler trips, substantially more angler trips for the full policy, less ex-vessel value for the full policy. Remember that if you go back to the agenda item summary for the initial run of full policy, it's even lower. It's 3.0 million. Locking in a transition approach would be 5.8, which is a little less than the no policy, but not as much less as some of the others. And the rebalance is getting close to that transition amount by the end of the, by 2022, a little less than that during the interim period. That's just to recap those. Trying to find a way to characterize overall economic benefits. And this is always a tough subject because it's one you can't get right because there's so many ways to do it. But the commission at least is familiar with the 2013 fiscal impact statement. There were some warts in that, like there always will be, but at least you've seen it before. That uses a roll-up of $40 per angler trip to get to personal income impacts and 1.88 multiplier on commercial excess vessel value to do the same. We are looking into another model that it was originally that fiscal impact was tied to some Pacific Fishery Council economic evaluations. They have revised their methodology, and our economist has told us that that's probably a methodology we should be looking at. We have not had time to do that, but we will be looking at that and see if we can bring that forward in December. For now, and again, this is a measure. We're mostly looking for ways to roll the whole thing up and reflect the total. I know folks are going to want to compare one sector to another. That's not what we were trying to do. But going across the bottom, we estimate the no policy to generate something like $28 million if we reverse the policy. 27.8 million total personal income impacts. Full policy somewhere between 24.5 and 26.3. That reflects that range that's in there. It would be less under the conditions you have in the agenda item summary that had those sayings only in zones 1 through 3. Transition is 27.9, and the rebalance is higher than the rest of them at 28.1. I don't want to infer too much precision. We took our best shot at this. There are other ways to do it. So, based on those and our preliminary analysis, that's one of the other metrics we're looking at that says we want you to look at something like this rebalance package. Our next steps, and this is my last slide, so if it's okay, I'll just go through it.
Yep.
We know we need to continue working on this modeling issue we talked about before. We've got a lot of work to do on that, and we will do so. One of those tasks is we need to coordinate extensively with Washington because they weren't aware of it either. At least in our models, they weren't. Currently, you've got scheduled a December hearing to consider rulemaking. Washington's schedule is they had a informational briefing this last weekend. They have another hearing in December to have a staff presentation and public testimony, and they're scheduled to look at rulemaking in January. Our recommendation would be that we also try to get the Joint Fish and Wildlife Committee subgroups together to discuss this process at least one more time before anybody tries to undertake rules. I think that's particularly important given the new issue we raised today, but it was going to be our recommendation anyway. And I know it's been a long presentation and we're not done, but that's all I have for now.
Commissioner Buckmaster.
Sometimes we ask for information that's not included in our packet because we just want more information.
Mm-hmm.
And sometimes you try and give us information in a way that you just don't overload us. Thank you. Your slide 42.
Mm-hmm.
Is it 42? Yes. What that slide tells this commission is that there is virtually no difference between the keep transition and the rebalance as far as money, the economics. That's what that tells us. But when I ask for the how we get there, because that is out at 2022, which doesn't really show up on this slide. It's just missing. So it gets out there 2021, 2022. The cost, the how we get there between rebalance and keep transition is remarkably different according to your full information. It shows the difference for angler trips being 1%. keeping transition, we're going to see an increase of 4%. And keeping, using the rebalance you're suggesting is 5%. So it's 1% increase. The cost to the commercial fleet, the difference between the two, using your numbers, is $1.7 million on the transition freeze it's going to cost them, and $3.5 million on the rebalance. You're doubling the cost to one group. You're improving 1% on the angler trips. That is important information. I think this commission, I don't think it's appropriate to leave that kind of information out. And I would like to see that graph that I requested and got and received, thank you, be delivered to the entire commission as soon as possible.
Okay. Commissioners?
Chris? I can follow up afterwards. I just want to make sure I'm looking for the
No,
right.
why don't we follow up
right,
while it's fresh in your mind?
No, I can follow up and make sure I've
I
got
see
the
what
right
you-
task in
okay.
hand after the fact. It's
All right.
fine.
So here's what I think we should do. We should take a 15-minute break and come back by that clock about 20 after. We'll have our panels, our sport fishing panel and our commercial panel. And let's just say that takes us to 12:30 about, roughly, sometime after 12. Then we'll break for lunch, and we'll come back and we'll hear public testimony. So just get that generally in your mind so you can plan your time and evaluation. So we're going to take a 15-minute break, and we'll come back into session.
Here, I'll leave this for Amanda.
I had a question.
I do too. There's one that way. That's not a bad idea.
I can't figure out how. With these kinds of allocations. Versus, I mean, here we've got 70-30, 70-30, 70-30. Here we've got 80-28, 28-20, and they come out essentially the same dollars.
But I just want to be certain.
My critique to add in my pre-brief was that I didn't have
Just like BG. Okay, could we have the quiet the room, please? Part of the reason that I wanted a 15-minute break and we let it slide to 20 is just what's happening out there. We want you to be able to talk among yourselves after listening to a presentation, and often the commissioners will be circling around, and they get to talk with you. So that's the reason that we just don't say 10 minutes, run to the restroom, and come back to your seats. It doesn't seem to be as productive. In fact, I've been told that many times from members of the public in the audience. Okay, now what we're going to do is we're going to have two panels. First one is going to be our recreational panel. Bob Rees, B.G. Eilertson, and Bruce Polly. Come forward, please. Okay, commissioners, I've allocated 30 minutes for each panel. So if you have questions, they'll do a presentation, gentlemen, and leave some time for questioning at the end if you would. We'll start with you, Bruce. You want to start down there?
Sure.
Okay, go ahead. It's your panel.
Good morning, Chair Finley, members of the Commission, Director Melcher. My name is Bob Rees, representing 1,600 members of the Association of Northwest Steelheaders. Our members and our community have longed for the day to arrive when this intensely fueled debate is resolved, a resolution 5 decades in the making. Unfortunately, it looks like our work is not done, as this staff proposal refuels the fire and the bitterness we wish to leave behind. If there's one thing that both vested stakeholders agree on, is that we have better work to do, more important work than to argue with each other on the last remaining salmon runs on the main stem Columbia River. Detrimental factors are at play with this incredible natural resource that built the Pacific Northwest. Factors that we have no idea how will play out in the future of our fisheries. Climate change, ocean acidification, another failed Columbia River biological opinion, and predators, both known and unknown, will all play a larger role in our community's future opportunities for Columbia River salmon. We have to put this contentious issue to bed today by keeping your word to us. The problem now is that this agency has not delivered an end product that sport anglers have paid for, that sport anglers have sacrificed for, that sport anglers were promised, and to rewrite the tenets of Senate Bill 830 gravely compromises the relationship of this agency and a community of people that contribute 30,000 volunteer hours every year. Our members educate new anglers through our highly successful fishing clinics. We conduct riparian plantings. We do river cleanups. We help this agency spawn fish and process excess carcasses for the food bank. We disperse carcasses for nutrient enrichment programs. We deliver eggs to the anxious classrooms of children, explain to those school children the value of saving salmon. We advocate for better state, federal, and private forest management that protects wild salmon. We rally to close our ports to the export of cheap coal to curb ocean acidification and violations to the Clean Water Act. We rebuild dilapidated boat ramps for your customers to utilize. We fight for our river rights that gives your customers the greatest access to our state's rivers. We partner with this agency in court cases that protect flow and spill on the main stem Columbia. We partner with this agency in keeping hatchery production going on in our watersheds. We purchase license and tags that fund this agency's conservation mission. We purchased the Columbia River endorsement tag to transition an industry to a more sustainable method of harvest in a good faith effort to keep them whole. We provide countless hours to the STEP program that translate into the equivalent of 54 full-time employees worth $3.1 million and tens of thousands of dollars in other grant revenues. And we provide countless other acts of partnership that benefit this agency and our natural resources as a whole. Might you be able to see why we might not feel this is a mutually beneficial partnership? I think if you asked your field staff what they think of our organization, you might have a better sense of the services our volunteers provide. We're not getting what we paid for, we're not getting what we sacrificed for, and we're not getting what we were promised. Now, we're not a community that really asks for much. As a matter of fact, we've donated tens of thousands of dollars of our own organization's money and hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of volunteer hours to help this agency achieve its own mission, a mission that we all subscribe to. All we've ever expected out of our relationship with the department is respect, and this process feels far, really far, from that. Now, if there's one other issue that our community understands is the fact that this agency will not remain solvent under its current funding model. Our members are at a tipping point. Many have left the building and are throwing up their hands in disgust with the cards we've been dealt. We're done with the task forces. We're done with the committees and the recommendations. This is really the last opportunity to gauge how our relationship with this department will progress. A last opportunity to gauge how invested our community will feel based on how we've been treated as the major stakeholder in this process. There are many more fee increases to be had in the future, sometimes every 2 years, sometimes every 6 years. There is another task force recommendation soon to be delivered to the state legislature, and as we all know, it will take a lot of invested stakeholders to take the tax increase across the finish line, and if you see us as a stakeholder in that process, we don't feel we're there. We don't think anyone in this building believes that we can keep this agency's valuable programs intact without the support of the sport fishing community. And we're ready to test that theory. How can we ask our members to support license fee increases or other funding mechanisms like the Columbia River endorsement when our members cannot trust that the Department of Fish and Wildlife and the Commission will uphold their end of the bargain? And how can I convince my fellow recreational anglers to work through a long and arduous commission process to reach a compromise agreement on the Columbia River if the core guiding principles embodied in that agreement are to be abandoned just a few years later, and for no justified reason? Make no mistake, we do want a bigger, more robust, and financially secure future for the Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife. But if we don't grow, this agency does not grow. And if we don't get what we paid for and what we sacrificed for and what was promised to us, we will divest and we will go away, member by member, angler by angler. We're asking you to deliver on our promises of Senate Bill 830, and you will win our trust and you will win our partnership. This testimony is very uncharacteristic of our organization. We feel we've always been fair, level-headed, and transparent in this process. But our patience is boiled over, and the frustration you feel in this room today reflects the attitude of the magnitude of anglers that recreate in the state, whether they fish on the Columbia River or not. We are having an incredibly challenging time defending this agency's action to its detractors. We want to continue a healthy, mutually beneficial relationship with this department. We're just not sure that we can do that under these circumstances. And I guess I just have a few more points to make. Some of the commissioners seem to have a question about the ability of the sport fleet to utilize the impacts and the allocations that are given to the sport fleet. I think it's, if you look at the history of sport fishing on the Columbia River or anywhere in the state of Oregon, we do have a way to adapt, a way to change gear, and a way to become most effective in harvesting those fish. That is not going to change. And frankly, it's the same for the commercial fleet. They have that sort of adaptation ability, and they will succeed with the tools that are given to them. And everybody in this room, the $40 per trip factor, economic factor that's been attributed to the economics of sport fishing. Thank you.
Commission, Vice Chair Weber and Chair Finley. My name is B.G. Eilertson. I'm with Fishermen's Marine and Outdoor and also on the board of NSIA. And first off, I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to testify, and I'd like to thank the ODFW staff for the very arduous and expensive. Boy, I had to look at that 47-page report, and that took a lot of my personal work time and everything else. So very expensive research and whatnot done. You know, I represent thousands of people who make a living off sport fishing. We're the industry part, not the hobby part. We're the industry part. And there's nothing that is more important in my region, in our region, than the health of the company, for the health of the company I work for and the industry I grew up in, than the Columbia River fisheries. Make no mistake, they are the cash cow of our industry. You know, it's interesting reading through 47 pages of this report to make sure that we kept the gill net fisheries whole and that we hit the objectives that we wanted, maybe even found a little room to surpass those objectives. I didn't see one paragraph that spoke to the sport fishing industry. But it's not that I don't expect that, because Mr. Melcher, in all due respect to you and your agency, you are built on providing for a industry out of Astoria that meant a lot and still means a lot to the people of Oregon. The unfortunate thing is times change, people move, people evolve, and we don't see the same kind of emphasis and efforts being put into keeping my industry whole. Our industry, because there's a number of us in this room. I'm old. I'm getting old. I've been doing this for decades. Some of the faces up here are new. Mr. Buckmaster, your face isn't new, because usually you're on this side of the table. Mr. Melcher, same with you. We're getting up there. I've been testifying for years about, the impacts of the sport fishing industry. I don't know if our words are listened to. I've seen some movement. One of your graphs that you were showing on the angler trips. When I pulled the agenda summary down yesterday, I noticed that it went back to 93, and I made a copy of that graph yesterday before it got pared back to during plan. And in that graph, you'll see the peaks and the valleys of the sport anglers' opportunities, these angler trips that, you manipulate for various reports and reasons that you do. But the thing that can't be manipulated is that when it was at its low in the early 90s, down hundreds of thousands or 100,000, Larry Sports Center went out of business. I was there. I was with G.I. Joe's at that time, and I recognized, at the same time, G.I. Joe's was having a hard time. Then we had a governor who had the insight to put a more favorable commission together in the early 2000s. And I'm not weighing this against you now personally, but we had seen this big valley down here, and this is all in my testimony that I'm turning into you. And then when the Columbia opened up with the opportunities that were put forth because of selective harvest and because of more favorable allocations, we hit a high in the Columbia River. Nearly 500,000 angler trips per year. And then, of course, there was a change in the governor, and this is how this works, right? This is politics, right? There was a change in the governor, and a gill netter was, a very prominent gill netter was put on the commission, and our allocations went from favorable angler trips down to, we lost a couple 100,000. And it just happened to coincide with when G.I. Joe's closed. The company I worked for 35 years. I've been in the industry 45. So anyway, I have a really hard time with this stuff. And I got to go back to my notes because I'm pretty busy at where I work, and I had to read through the report, and I didn't have a lot of time to really memorize this and speak to you personally, where I can look you eye to eye. So I'm reading a lot here. I apologize for that. So we enjoyed that boom in the 2000s. We talk about, okay, so if we revise this plan or we keep it the same, we're going to lose 10,000 angler trips from what it was planned to be if we went through to the 80-20. 10,000 angler trips is, it's like anything else. It's like you guys spent tons of the taxpayers' dollar supporting this insightful plan, and now you want to start testing the waters by throwing it out. I just don't get that. I don't get that we're going to spend this much money like we just did to prepare this report to renege on a promise and a plan that looked like it would keep both parties, and it is. It's two parties in this fight. I mean, essentially, you have the commercial fishermen, you have the sport fishermen. We don't want people not to have access to fish, okay? We're trying, and we believe in the idea of keeping the commercial industry whole. I just don't, first off, if we dial it back, I can tell you that we haven't had a spring or a fall fishery yet that wasn't closed in season, okay? Amongst the parameters that were set for our season, that we bought our merchandise for, that we promoted to our customers, we haven't had one yet that wasn't closed, had an emergency closure. And back to the angler trips, I just want to point something out. When we talk about, well, there really wasn't an impact with all of the extra angler trip opportunities or the allocation for summer fish, we didn't use them. I want to remind you, we've been in the throes of a drought for 3 years, okay? And what, 2015, I think we had emergency closures in the Columbia River. Is that right, Mr. Buckmaster? Do you remember that? I think so, yeah. We actually had to quit fishing at 2 o'clock. Well, no big deal, right? You have until 2 o'clock. No, that's not what our customers, and I want to say that jointly. I want to, because you guys are partners with us in the sport fishing industry. We are taking care of a customer that has a conscience. If they say, okay, don't go fishing after 2 because you can kill fish that you would otherwise have to release, they're not going to do it. The drop-off in our business and the participation plummeted because we're responsible. We believe in conservation. That's a whole nother part of this. Your idea of conservation, I don't get that either, because you're going to put more gill nets in the river to conserve the fish. And I know that's a litigious argument with hatcheries and so on. So I won't go into that. Let me get back to point here. I'm not sure that you guys and gals understand who the sport fishing is. And I think there's a social economic factor to this because none of the rest of it makes sense. I think that you envision a lot of us as the sport fishermen as fat cats who smoke cigars and have $50,000 boats. And hey, it's partly our fault because anytime we see thousands of boats in an area taking advantage of an open fishery, we want to show it to you to show the economic impacts. But I'm telling you, there's a lot more to the sport fisherman than that guy that owns a $50,000 boat. And I don't know any other way to actually try to portray that than to maybe just reflect on myself a little bit. And so I'm going to do that. Let me reintroduce myself, okay? I've been with the sport fishing industry for 45 years. I grew up in North Portland, okay? My dad died when I was 8 years old. But what I do remember my dad is we made our forays down to G.I. Joes, okay? That was my favorite thing to do, and one of the fondest memories I have of growing up and the short time I have with my dad. So that left my mom a widower, okay, with myself at 8 and my teenage sister, okay? She had to go back to work first time in decades, okay? She had a friend at the church we went to that happened to be the head of HR and small fledgling G.I. Joes. And so she got a hold of her and said, oh, come on down. My mom was somewhat elderly because I was a change of life baby. This was a big thing for her, and it was scary, I'm sure. She absolutely loved it. The people embraced her. They loved it. They loved who she was. So much so that by the time I got into being a teenager in the 60s and 70s, and I started messing with a drug that's now legal 45 years later, okay, she knew I was on a bad path, and maybe work would help. So she talked him into getting me a job at G.I. Joe's. And, it's a risk to recommend somebody. And I was a teenager at the time. But I got a shot. And the first thing that came to mind is I got exposed to sport fishing in a big way, much bigger than I had been, because I'd been hiking down to Delta Park for years, fishing for all kinds of little fish, whatever we bite. But when I got an opportunity to actually engage with serious sport fishermen, then I knew where my money from my measly paycheck was going. It was buying fishing tackle and not pot.
You're down to 10 minutes left.
It changed my life. I'm sorry?
You're down to 10 minutes now, and you have another speaker.
Yeah, let me just, okay.
I mean, it's your decision.
Well,
You
I
guys
know.
have
I mean,
30 minutes.
you know, you guys spend tons of the taxpayers' money and everything to put this report out, and so I'm going to be shut down. That's fine. I'm used to it. Here's what doesn't make sense and has no apparent criteria for rationale is leaving the fall allocation at 70-30 and reneging on the promise to the sport fishing industry and your deal with Washington State. The groundless and arbitrary choice of 70-30 rewards a handful of commercial fishers with 150% of the plan agreed to and leaves our industry and the licensed buying public short out of 10,000 trips. Bruce, are you talking about all of the money that was raised with the Columbia endorsement? Great.
I get a chance to.
Yeah. We're the ones who had to collect that, okay? And I will give you the chance. But we're the ones who had to collect that amongst all of the complaints and the, you know, really being disillusioned by this agency. So go ahead, Bruce. Thank you for the opportunity. I appreciate it.
Chair Finley, members of the Commission, my name is Bruce Pauley from Sherwood, Oregon. I'm speaking to you today on behalf of the Coastal Conservation Association of Oregon, our thousands of members and sport fishermen and fish advocates. I'm not a fishing guide. I'm not involved in the sport fishing industry. I'm a small business owner, an avid sport fisherman, a fish advocate who became concerned about the management of our fisheries and decided to get involved. I have zero financial stake in these decisions. I'm going to go off my script for just a minute because earlier in today's proceedings, I heard the Commission asking staff about the Mitchell Act lawsuits and the need to harvest hatchery fish while still releasing wild fish unharmed. Hallelujah. That's a drum we've been beating for 10 years. This staff and this agency needs to embrace the needs of the fish ahead of the needs of the fishermen. And if we don't have gear, both sport and commercial, that can allow us to harvest those hatchery fish and release a wild fish unharmed, we're going to lose those hatchery fish, which will lose our fisheries. Those hatchery fish, those hatchery toolies that come out of the lower Columbia River, feed ocean fisheries up and down the West Coast. Commercial fishermen, fish that supply a lot of our local seafood markets. They come out of the Columbia River hatcheries, and if we can't capture those fish and release their wild cohorts unharmed, we're going to lose the ability to produce those hatchery fish. So that is the drum we've been beating for 10 years, and now a lawsuit is forcing that to be taken seriously. Earlier today, I'm still off script, by the way. Earlier today, you heard the staff report that there was some serious anomalies in the selective gear testing that's been done. There were. Depending on which side of the podium you're sitting on, you can think that maybe they were done on purpose or maybe they were done by accident, but there were serious anomalies. The selective gear hasn't really been implemented during this transition. I mean, there's only been a couple of times it's been used in the lower river. And you've got sane fishermen that are part of the commercial fishing industry that are eager to use this gear. They're not getting the opportunity to do that. So my off-script message is let's try to put the needs of the fish ahead of the needs of the fishermen and work together in order to make that happen. So I could write quite a novel chronicling the last 20 years of debate and controversy about Columbia River fisheries management. I won't bore you with the entire history lesson, but I will highlight a few key observations. First, time and time again, the sport fishing community has sought compromise. Time and time again, this has been rejected, or the terms of the compromise have been changed by the gillnet industry and this very commission. In 2008, a working group of commissioners from Washington and Oregon came to agreement on a compromise package of reforms. A gillnet industry advocate on the Oregon Commission led the effort to strip out the portions that benefited sport fishers, of course. The Oregon Commission moved forward with the hatchery smolt transfers to benefit the off-channel gillnet harvests. In 2009, a CCA-authored legislation was to re-legalize alternative selective commercial fishing gears. 2009. Commercial fishing gears without restricting the use of gillnet use. Allies of the gillnet industry worked to kill that legislature in committee. I wonder where we could have been if that would have gone through. In 2012, Governor Kitzhaber asked CCA and the Stop Gillnets Now Coalition to ban Ballot Measure 81, which would have banned all non-tribal gillnets and instead accept a bi-state compromise plan. CCA participated in that process, as did some of you. Sport fishers were handed some policies that we didn't want, but we accepted the outcome of the bi-state process as a good faith compromise moving forward. That agreement was also adopted in Washington and then codified in Oregon by Senate Bill 830. The gillnet industry filed lawsuits against the plan in both states. They lost. The gillnet fleet has done everything in its power to stop the development of selective fishing gears. We know this gear can work and that there is interest among forward-thinking commercial fishermen to use it. Now we are here in response to the latest last-ditch effort by a gillnet industry and its advocates on the Commission to undo another compromise plan. I am here with one simple message today. Honor your promises and faithfully implement the bi-state compromise of the Columbia River fish reforms. ODFW staff recommendations represent a drastic departure from these reforms and will surely lead to continued controversy, conflict, and the very real possibility of a split from Washington State. The Washington Commission will not stand for a plan that puts increased gillnet industry profits ahead of several fundamental underpinnings of the reforms, including improved conservation, selective fisheries, and the need to recognize the economic contributions of recreational fisheries. The gillnet industry and their advocates on the Commission are trying to convince us that they are entitled to a 50 to 60% increase in their profits under the plan, rather than the true test of economic viability, which was designed as $3.6 million baseline. It could be 3.86. The C4, C5 inclusions from the Seaside meeting that were referenced earlier. That baseline and ex-vessel value, according to the bi-state agreement. To achieve this product of revisionist history, the proposal would adaptively manage and gut out other fundamental aspects of the plan, including permanently abandoning the shift to selective commercial fishing gears and rendering the mainstem recreational priority meaningless, as fisheries are predominantly managed to meet this new inflated commercial ex-vessel value. If this Commission adopts this fictional new economic commitment as reality, adaptive management will continue to be employed to meet it. Recreational fishers will see reduced opportunity. Gillnets will come back into the river during different seasons as runs fluctuate. Efforts to implement selective commercial fishing gears for the good of wild fish and maintaining hatchery production will come to a screeching halt. We'll be plunged back into controversy and conflict. Is that what this Commission wants? As far as we can tell, Washington Commission has no intention of agreeing to these sweeping changes or abandoning the sport fishing community that generates most of its revenue. This raises the very real prospect that concurrent management of the Columbia River could come to an end if Oregon walks away from this agreement. You will hear from many concerned anglers today with no sport fishing representatives on this Commission. Many of them feel that they are ignored, and they have been for years. I hope you will carefully consider the realities facing this agency and the potential consequences of a wrong decision. The commercial fishing industry takes about 90% of the fish resources out of Oregon waters annually, yet pays about 5% of the ODFW budget. Sport fishers are the single largest funder of ODFW. 170,000 sport anglers from all over the state are paying an additional $975 for the Columbia River endorsement, and they have been for 3 years. On page 86 of the current fishing regulations, that fee is described. Quoting from the current fishing regulations. Money from the endorsement will help fund the transition to eliminate non-tribal commercial gill nets on the lower mainstream of the Columbia River and provide additional salmon and steelhead for sport fishing. Direct quote out of the current regulations for what that fee is being paid for. During this transition, this fee generated about $4 million. In total, Columbia River Basin and sport fisheries generate about $13 million for ODFW annually. License fees and excise tax revenue makes up that amount, while the gillnet fleet produces about $250,000 in annual revenue to the ODFW budget. In the gillnet fleet, there are a small number of active gillnetters in Oregon. Only 85 had enough landings to amount to $10,000 in ex-vessel value last year. Only 4 landed more than $50,000 in ex-vessel value. Columbia River recreational fisheries generate tens of millions of dollars in economic value to the state annually. During the transition so far, the terminal areas have been enhanced and more free fish are giving to the commercial fleet. The terminal fisheries are currently producing about $2 million in ex-vessel value per year, and as you saw from staff, exceeding expectations. We have seen areas close to sport fishing because recreational anglers catch too many fish. We've seen barbless hooks required for all recreational fisheries without the benefit of lowered release mortalities in all those fisheries. In each year of the transition, the commercial fishing sector has exceeded their economic target of $3.6 or $3.86 million in ex-vessel value. No commercial fisher has applied for the economic relief from the fund that was established to provide it. Now you're considering a staff recommendation to completely alter the Columbia River reforms that this commission adopted along with the WDFW Commission. Sport fishers are paying for this transition and this agency. We have been denied representation on this commission. We have been compromised over and over and been taken advantage of time and time again. Sport fishers are outraged and will not stand for this. We must transition away from non-selective gill nets. They are not the future of Columbia River fisheries. If you have a flawed mortality test for seines, set a schedule and redo the test. Set a timeline on it. Incentivize the use of seines. Make the testing protocols transparent and make good on your promises. Put some responsibility in the commercial sector to find alternative gears, whatever they might be. If you allow the economic baseline to increase by as much as 60% as is proposed, you have just fundamentally killed these policies for good. No one guarantees a sport fisherman's seasons or the run sizes will be that we'll have catch fish for that matter. The policies called for keeping these 150 operators viable, not giving them a 60% raise to fight the reforms while sport fishermen and citizens of the state pay the tab. In the past 10 years, sport fishermen have begun to make our voices heard in politics and fisheries management, which unfortunately is all politics. We will not let our voices be ignored any longer, whether we have to go to the governor, the legislature, or the public directly. Thank you.
Commissioners, any questions? Commissioner Buckmaster.
Thanks, guys. I appreciated the testimony. Didn't agree with all of it. Appreciated it. But I have a question for Mr. Polly. On an item that I heard last night, I was at a meeting where a tackle company had launched a new initiative called Fish Need Water. It was fantastic. It was really well done. And in their presentation, they showed a commitment to using barbless hooks. And I asked the guy the question. I said, "Well, some people seem to think that that's not necessary," and he said, "Well, they're wrong." And he also brought up he also talked about the small mesh rubber net landing nets, which I use, but it's only trout net. So, but those are issues that are happening coming out of the sport fishing industry, and I'm just curious, since it's part of this plan, where you come down on it, on the barbless hooks. Do you want to keep hooks barbless, or do you want to regain barbless hooks in the Thank you, barbed hooks.
Chair Finley, Commissioner Buckmaster, I appreciate the question. You're asking me for an opinion, and we don't really have a choice in the state of, or in the state case of the Columbia River, because really Washington drove that decision to go to barbless. And a lot of people have complained about it, and in a lot of fisheries, like spring chinook, for instance, we're fishing on an allocation. So the reality is, if a fish falls off, you get to fish another day. You know, your allocation gets spread out. If you can figure out how to land a fish with a barbless hook, then you can catch him if the guy next to you can't figure out how to catch it. I've been at these commission meetings long enough that you and I have gotten to know each other a little bit. And I remember for years, ODFW staff said that the science actually did not support barbless hook use. Hook wound location is the main driver of mortality. But here's my opinion part. During the reforms, when it became clear that Washington was finally going to get their way and get barbless on the Columbia, my theory is it lets the guy in the boat holding the fishing rod know that the reason you're out here is to fish selectively. The reason I'm here is so I catch the right fish and I can release the wrong fish unharmed. And that is that's what drew me to CCA. And I think that's the conservation ethic that the CCA members that I know have. We want to fish. We don't mind paying to fish. We would like for our payments to have to give us a voice in that management. But we're completely willing to do the right thing for the fish. So,
Thank you.
Does that answer your question?
Thank you very much.
Mm-hmm.
Commissioner Atkinson.
First, I want to say thank you to Bob for what the Northwest Steelheaders have done in the way of volunteer work and involvement with fisheries as well as with ODFW. Your support is very much appreciated, and you've been an important piece of fisheries management in Oregon. So thank you for that. I did have a question, I don't know for any of you. And I think, Bruce, you mentioned this abandoning the plan, and I guess I don't feel that we're abandoning the transition plan for reform, because we were specifically asked to address any concerns with adaptive management. So are you opposed to the adaptive management, or I guess why does that feel like abandonment when we were asked to deal with adaptive management to fix the pieces that didn't work the way we'd anticipated?
Chair Finley, Commissioner Atkinson. The reason I read that part that's in the ODFW regulations now for why people are paying the $9.75, I stand behind these folks in line when they're buying their licenses. I've been at Fisherman's Marine when I was buying some other gear, and somebody said, "Why am I paying this $9.75?" And the person behind the counter says, "It's to get gill nets out of the Columbia River." I said, "Oh, okay," and they paid it. If you read that quote that's in front of you, right out of the ODFW fishing regulations this year's, it says you're paying this fee to remove non-tribal gill nets from the Columbia River and prioritize selective recreational angling. That's what it's for. You guys have got a pretty good little sense of just how complicated salmon management issues are. Mark selective fisheries, different types of fish, constraining fish, non-constraining fish. We're in here doing this all the time, and it's still confusing for us. The average person doesn't get it. They paid that $9.75. They want gill nets gone. They want a sport priority. Those were the basic recommendations. The staff recommendations that came out, which obviously there's been a lot of modification to today, were for continued gill nets in zones 4 and 5 next year, the year after that, forever and always. That's not what we signed up for. And it was not giving us the sport priority that we were promised for the Columbia River. We have all the economic reasons why we argue it. We have conservation reasons why we argue for that. That is the policy. So if you're considering policies that pretend that bi-state Washington-Oregon agreement never happened, why is that even a conversation? It did happen, and we're paying for it. And you all adopted it. You voted for it.
Okay.
Yeah, that's a departure from the basic tenets. The selective gear can work. It has not been given a chance. You've even got commercial fishermen that want to use it, and the agencies haven't given a chance to. Let's get the tests fixed. Let's do what's best for the fish, and let's follow through on the promises. If you need to have a pause for a period of time for one piece of it that needs to be adaptively managed, I think we're open to that kind of compromise. But to change the whole baseline, the economic baseline from start, I don't think is a compromise.
Okay, thanks.
You're welcome.
Chair Finley, can I just add something really quick? Commissioner Atkinson. I think the biggest part of the problem is that this plan has not been fully implemented. We want to see the full transition. Given the results of last night's election, we know that models are not very accurate. If we could fully implement the plan, test it for 1 or 2 years, our community is open to the concept of adaptive management. We just want to know what the full implementation, the realization of that plan looks like when it is fully implemented. Thank you.
Commissioner Anderson, then Commissioner Weber.
Thank you, because this is a good follow-up on that conversation. Mr. Pauly, you had discussed a little bit of your thoughts on the Mitchell Act, and I think that really couches all of this in a big picture for all of us. It's kind of this overarching driver. And, a lot of my thinking in terms of how to direct this is how to keep all of our options available to us in the face of uncertainty. So while it may appear as advocacy for a certain group, I understand that, but really I'm trying to look at how we can really manage in the future with all this uncertainty. That said, full transition, let's say that were the outcome of our rulemaking, and you say selective gear can work. Not everybody in this room agrees with that, but let's say that we go with full transition, selective gear is not on board yet. It takes 2-3 years, maybe never. How does the sport fishery ramp up to respond to the need, the very real conservation need that we're facing of making sure those hatchery fish are not going off and spawning? I have a hard time seeing that. Do you have a plan for that?
I think we may all have an answer for that, but I'll take the first shot at it. We hear often that sport fishermen don't do a good job of catching the fish. We don't get let catch the fish. You know, let my people go fishing. We stopped fishing for spring Chinook on April 8th this year. We had mark selected fishing throughout the buoy 10 fishery. There are some times and some places where we need to have selective fishing. It's kind of a semantics thing, because when I hear Commissioner Buckmaster say we got to have commercial fishing so we can catch those hatchery fish, but you're using a tool that kills every fish that swims. We need every salmon that hits a gill net in 70-degree waters is dead before it comes over the bow roller. That's why there's no selective fishing in 95% of the Columbia River gill net fisheries. The only one that's selective is spring Chinook. So what we've been asking for since 2009, when we introduced legislation that didn't restrict gill nets, just allowed other gill net or other types of gear. It could be a bucket and a ladle. I don't know. I would love to see the commercial industry buy in and say, let's actively go find some gear where we can take that hatchery fish out and let that wild fish go to the gravel. And I think the seines show a lot of promise for that.
Thank you, I appreciate that, and maybe that would be something we can follow up with staff in terms of the selectivity, because I think that's also a point where many of us don't agree on what selective is, and it's such a key word. So, but I appreciate your response.
Commissioner Weber.
And I was going to talk to Bob, because you kept talking about the broken promises. And I was looking back when we made this, our rules talk about adaptive management. Senate Bill 830 actually mandates us to use adaptive management. And so how would using adaptive management be breaking a promise when that was all included within this program?
Chair Finley, Commissioner Weber, I think I'll just reiterate that what we had expected was the full implementation of Senate Bill 830, the full allocation of an 80-20 across the board for spring, summer, and fall fisheries. We are not opposed to adaptive management. I've testified before this commission before. I wear two hats because I'm a professional fishing guide, part-time now because of the loss of the sturgeon fishery. But our community subscribed to adaptive management. Again, we just want to, the broken promise, in our opinion, is not seeing the full implementation and seeing what the actual results were versus modeled results of how that's going to be. I think that's where people are feeling really slighted in this environment, is that we will not see the full realization of what our community paid for, what we were promised, and I forgot what the other factor was that I had mentioned, but I think that's where the heartburn really is that, you know, let's go the distance, let's find out how this performs as we were promised.
Yeah.
Chair Weber, appreciate the opportunity to answer also. January 17 was when it had been indicated that a review was required. And actually, I think the commission took it upon themselves to do annual reviews. Originally, the original review is the 14th, or 2014, and the January 17 was to be the review. We don't have 16 fall numbers that we're looking at. So that's where the heartburn comes in for the sport fishing industry and sport fishermen. We haven't completed the transition. We don't have complete numbers. And we expected it.
Can I jump in there, Commissioner Weber?
Sure.
Thank you. I think probably some of the thing that really set us back on our heels was we've seen from the staff report that the economic baseline for viability that we all agreed to has been exceeded every year of the transition by the commercial sector. And then there was conversation about this new make whole or rebalance where even though they've exceeded their economic goals, we want to increase their economic goals. That's a change of the fundamentals of the deal. And the other part of the fundamentals of the deal was moving away from gill nets, as it says in the regulations, and going to selective gear. The tests have been errors. You know, whatever your opinion on how the errors got there, there's been errors in the test. Let's come up with a plan together, compromised adaptive management, fix the test, find some gear, work together, do what's best for the fish, and move forward. But not gill nets forever.
And I guess you kind of worked into something that I was questioning is you're saying that the commercial fleet, the gill net fleet, has to try the alternative gear. And I'm trying to figure out why, you know, the recreational side, if, you know, you can't figure out a way to catch these fish in a manner that is selective. So, you know, instead of putting it on the commercial fleet, why doesn't the recreational side come up with some ways to commercially harvest fish in a selective way?
I think we tried that. My point is, I mean, early on, back 2009, when we offered the selective gear and we offered the use of in the bi-state reforms, you know, the seine nets as one potential. But I've also heard staff report to this commission that hook and line is a non-viable commercial fishing method. That would be a big surprise to the guys that catch the most salmon in Oregon, the salmon trawlers that catch with hook and line. Last year in the spring fishery, the second fishery that the commercial guys had, they had a 5 fish per boat limit. Each gill net boat could only catch 5 salmon. Sport guys were doing that every day with a hook and line and barbless hooks.
Well, that's what I'm sitting there thinking all along, why isn't somebody out there commercially fishing with a hook and line? You know, why hasn't somebody tried that?
Well, up until these reforms, it wasn't legal in the Columbia River.
I understand that, but it has been. And I'm kind of wondering, you say, well, they have to try it. It's on them. And I'm saying, hey, why aren't you guys coming up with the ideas of how to catch these fish?
I think you're hitting on part of my frustration. We're not taking an all the above attitude. It's always been gill nets or nothing. Commercial fishing in the Columbia River equals gill net. And that's thinking we need to change. There needs to be, I've heard Commissioner Finley talk earlier in this whole process about if we could find sustainable fishing methods, you could market those fish at a higher price because they're marketed sustainably. You can have a high value fish coming out of the Oregon Columbia River, a fishery that Oregon could be proud of. And we were told by staff during some of the earlier staff reports, hook and line is not a viable way to catch fish in the Columbia River. Oh, but at the same time, we have to close this area to fishing because hook and line catches too many fish.
I mean, if I had a boat big enough, I don't see where, if I got a commercial license and got 3 or 4 crew licenses to go work on my boat, that I couldn't get more than enough guys to be happy to go out and catch all the fish they could.
I'd like to second your motion, Commissioner Weber.
I'm 30, yeah. I'll come with you.
I don't have a boat like that. Okay, thanks.
Okay, commissioners, any other questions? Bruce, I have one for you. You mentioned in your testimony that you knew commercial fishermen who wanted to use seines. I assume they live in Astoria or somewhere?
Yes.
They're not coming forth because of shunning or peer pressure in the community, or
I think it'd be hard for them to come to this commission meeting and say that, because they have to live in a community and they have neighbors, and, you know, they want to get along, but they also want to use that gear, yeah. And the way it was set up during the transition, where they had to draw for a permit and had very, very limited access to be able to fish, and they had to fish selectively, which what that means is in the lower river, you got to keep a hatchery tule, which nobody really wants to eat once they're in the river, and you got to throw back a URB, an upriver bright, to fish the money fish. That's how they've been allowed to try to selectively fish, and it's not a fair test for them to try to take this stuff onto the water and use it. Yes.
Okay. So if I forget, someone on the commercial panel address my question, okay? Commissioner Buckmaster.
Thanks again. There's been no mention from your panel on the significant increase in angler trips that have come as a consequence of the bi-state plan. I think it's important that you recognize and acknowledge, as you're talking about the deficiencies of the plan, deficiencies of or your objections to potential adaptive management, that just to realize that it's done some pretty positive things, as of 2016. So we're moving forward. Now, you brought up the 975 several times, and I look here at the number 42, and it shows if we had no policy, that the sum of the personal income value, and it doesn't matter if you use different numbers because the ratios are going to end up, it may change a little, is $27.8 million. The full policy implementation would drop that as far as regional, would drop that significantly. But either the keeping the transition or rebalancing that is being called for, one of them increases at $100,000 a year for the total, and one of them increases at to $300,000. And I think you're paying, I pay it too, the 975, I think it's $1 million a year. Paying $1 million somewhere in that neighborhood. Say round numbers, $1 million a year for $1 to $300,000 total improvement based on what this plan is actually doing. I think I might have a beef too if I were on your side of the table on that 975. I think it's something we have to talk about.
Okay. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Okay, let's have the commercial panel come up. We got four chairs there? Yeah, I guess we do. Okay. Jim Wells, Hope Cart, Robert Sudar, Greg Johnson. And have you worked out who's going first?
Robert.
Okay, Robert.
Wanted to make a statement before we
Okay,
open.
we're going to ask you to give your names and address for the record. I'm not sure we got it. I think we know everyone on the sport panel, but I want to, let's see, we don't charge your time for question and answer, as you saw with this last group. It went almost a half hour. But your time, we gave the sports panel 26 minutes. You have 26 minutes, and then we'll go into questions. Okay.
Before we turn it over to Robert, Jim Wells, Astoria Salmon for All representative. I just had a statement to make at the start concerning Commissioner Buckmaster's questions about the proposal put on the table today about moving the seine fishery to zones 1 and 3. We knew about this a year and a half ago. CCA has been pushing that for quite some time. And I know staff knew about it too. To drop that on the table the day before a big meeting like this is appalling, and it's a very poor way to do business for the agency. When we started this 10 years ago, HSRG, Hatchery Scientific Review Group, tasked everybody with coming up with a way to remove hatchery fish from the lower river. That was the main goal of looking at these alternative gears. What good does it do to move a seine fishery to zone 1 and 3, keep everything you catch?
Zone 4 and 5.
Yeah, 4 and 5, excuse me. Move it to zone 4 and 5 exclusively. What good does that do to remove hatchery fish in the lower river? It's 180 degrees around from what HSRG established at the start of this process. To me, to drop it on the table today for us and for you guys on such short notice is an insult. So thank you. I'll turn it over to Robert.
Okay, thank you, Chair Finley and Commissioners. My name is Robert Sudar. I live in Longview, Washington. I've been in the commercial fishing industry for 45 years, 17 years as a purse seiner, and the last 30 years or so as mostly on the Columbia marketing salmon off the Columbia. I like to also say that I'm a commercial advisor, that I've been involved in all of the working groups, which there are actually 3 in the past 10 years that have been developed to do this. And the first one, I wanted to say, we weren't the ones that walked out of that meeting, which led to the second meeting, which I will address in a few minutes. So I want to point out today several things. First, that there was already a sport priority in Columbia River salmon management before this policy, and I'll show you some examples of that. The season lengths, as Director Melcher already mentioned, are mostly a function of impacts and run sizes. They aren't a function of our fishery nearly as much as they are the health of the resource. The results so far show little gain in angler trips and license sales. You can go back a lot of years and you can see that trend. The gillnet fishery on the Columbia is a selective fishery. It's not a non-selective fishery as it's been identified, and there's lots of examples for that. I'll quickly interject that when our tangle net fishery was developed and found to have a 14% mortality rate in the spring, it was in companion with a regular net fishery, which had a 40% mortality. So clearly not everything that came over the rail was dead from our fishery. I mean, people are entitled to their opinions, but they're not entitled to their own facts. So I'll show you about selective fishing. And there are already tools in place that address conservation and to serve the needs of both fisheries before this policy came about. So this is the matrix that was in use prior to the policy for spring Chinook. If you look, it compares Willamette River run size and upriver run size. And for different comparative values, there were different sharing ratios. In all of them, the sport share is 50% or greater. It doesn't add up to 100 because Washington wouldn't release all 100%. They held on to 5%. But there was already a sport priority in that management. So in the summer Chinook season, 60% or more of the non-Indian harvest is reserved for sport fisheries up above Priest Rapids Dam. So there was already a sport priority in that fishery. This is the pre-policy goal for the Buoy 10 fishery below Bonneville. It talks about a fishery starting on August 1st and going through Labor Day, if at all possible. And that is exactly what the goal still remains for the Buoy 10 fishery. And in the main stem sport fishery, it talks about a fishery that runs to about the 9th of September, varies a little bit. This was the year that they implemented the marked selective fishery as another component. It was the same basic goal that we have now for these fisheries. So this is the table that was in your report where staff looked at how many trips were gained through this policy. It shows 5 trips in 2014 in the spring and 2 in 2015. There's 2 different seasons. There's the early season, which is based on one set of buffering, and then there's the late season after the run update. This doesn't really specify which season those were applied to. But regardless, the management constraints are significant in how that gets shared. It isn't just like if they get our fish, they're going to get a whole bunch more days. It's buffered, and its run sizes are reduced, and it's held into two different fisheries. And that's part of the catch balance is more restrictive than actual ESA impacts. And both of those come into play. And the assumption that if we're not fishing in the spring, they're going to get a whole bunch more days is just not true. That isn't the way the fisheries manage. In 2012, it was estimated that they might get 1 or 2 more days in April if our fishery went away. That was what staff figured at that time, and that isn't changing. And as far as the days, there were no improvement in summer because they can't catch their allocation anyway. And in buoy 10 in fall, they have gained some days. A lot of that was because of the really good run sizes. And even in the discussions we're having about 30%, they would probably still retain those days. This was another graphic that I think was more useful than the way staff presented it. This shows the difference between the pre-policy, or what they would have had without the policy in each of the seasons versus what they had with the policy. And these little differences up at the top between the two are basically how much the policy is gaining. There's a limit as to how much growth there is in that angler fishery. You've seen this slide before. Shows the population in the red line in Oregon and the licensed sales over the past 15, 16 years in Oregon. In the blue line, flat, no change. This is another thing you've seen before, except I added in the 2016 recreational trips on the far right, showing that a little bit of a decrease from the previous 2 years, still not a lot more than what they were producing 15 years ago. And what I want to point out in terms of the last testimony is that there was a lot of growth from the 90s, but the 90s were not good years. We didn't have a main stem spring fishery because those runs hadn't recovered yet. I mean, you were basically fishing Willamette fish. You weren't fishing upriver fish. So look at the red line. That is what's really made a big difference in harvest, and it's because the upriver runs returned to the point where we could both have access to them and harvest them. That's been the big driver in this, and I think that gets lost in these conversations. The red line is strictly spring trips. The last 4 years have not been particularly high, even though 3 of those 4 years the run has reached the prediction. And the green line is summer trips, basically flat the last 3 years. And I would also dispute staff's initial value of 25,000 angler trips as a baseline for summer Chinook. I went through all the staff reports again. I could not find numbers that low. It was more in the 30 to 50 range consistently, and some years higher depending on how long their fishery ran. This looks at the summer allocation. And it's a little complicated. This is in your report. The blue line is the sport allocation. The green line is the sport harvest below Bonneville for each year. The purple line is our harvest, and the red line at the bottom are release mortalities because they began preferring a mark selective fishery in order to extend the season. It's important to remember in the summer there are no ESA listed fish. The wild component is actually bigger now than it used to be in terms of the total run. It's over 50%, and that coincides with larger runs the last few years. And so clearly our fishery is not impacting the recovery or the strength of those runs. And there are no ESA listed fish. There's no reason for us to not have a commercial harvest in that fishery. This is just grabbing the right side the last few years. And these gaps in the policy or in the harvest between what they can catch and what their allocation is are the fish that we basically gave up, which they aren't accessing in the summer fishery, which is from June 15th to July 31st. This year, in 2015, they did do a better job, but that's because with the warm water, staff decided to allow a non-mark selective fishery in July for the recreational fishery, because of testimony on the compact meetings of excessive handling mortalities. So selective fisheries. This is a document, a page from a document that staff put together. I got this from ODFW staff report that I found online. And it talks about commercial selective fisheries in the Columbia. And it shows that in the spring season, we'd use a large gear in March, to try and target Willamette fish and avoid handling steelhead. We'd switch to tangle nets in early April when the upriver fish are more abundant so that we could have a better release rate. We'd do the same thing in May until the shad arrived, and then we'd switch back to regular gear to avoid shad and also to handle fewer of the steelhead, which are starting to increase in abundance at that time. Very selective. In the summer fishery, we use regular gear to avoid sockeye, which staff pointed out was a problem with trying to use selective gear or seines. And we also avoid steelhead handle at that time. And then in the fall, we're using time, area, and gear, all recognized selective tools, move up into zones 4 and 5, get out of where the critical ESA stocks are, use bigger gear to avoid steelhead handle. Using a gill net is not a non-selective technique. It's a matter of how you apply it, how you build the net, where you use it, and when you use it. And Oregon staff recognize this. And this is a page from staff showing that. And there's a similar document from Washington where the first thing that they point out here is avoidance. The best way to be selective is to avoid the fish that you don't want to be catching. And secondarily, it's live release. To conclude, we already had sport priority and salmon management in the Columbia. The goals of the sport fishery prior to 2013 aren't a lot different than what they are now in the management plan. The policy has not led to an increase in license sales or increased angler trips, not significant. I mean, the documentation, 4 or 5% is what they've been seeing despite this policy. And frankly, their angler trips are quite a bit higher than the baseline. I don't know why that's okay, but our earnings being higher than the baseline are a problem. I just don't understand how that's an equitable assessment. Sport fishery has not been able to utilize all the harvestable fish we've transferred. The summer Chinook fishery is the best example of that. There's no reason for us to lose that harvest. I'll argue that in Washington just as adamantly as I'm arguing it here. The gillnet fishery is already a selective fishery, and staff has put out documents to that effect in both states. So adaptive management has long been in play on the Columbia by developing and utilizing tools such as the spring Chinook matrix, which is what I showed you on that second slide. There's also a Thule matrix for the fall and a Coho matrix. Those were all developed by staff with stakeholders based on science to find ways to harvest fish and remove hatchery fish off the spawning grounds. Those are already there. They are adaptive management that we've been using for years, and they're being ignored in this kind of a broad brush approach to really allocation. There's no conservation in this policy. The only conservation that I've heard about today is the 1% savings in the fall. Everything else is basically just conversation about moving allocation from one group to another. Thank you very much. That concludes my comments.
Okay, thank you, Bob.
Good morning, Chair Finley and members of the Commission. My name is Hobe Kiter. I am the nonprofit administrator for Salmon for All in Astoria, Oregon. And my testimony gets down to a basic issue of fairness, because promises were made to both sides in this issue, not just one. The intent to enhance both the recreational and the commercial fisheries is a constant and recurring refrain running throughout the documents leading up to the adoption of the Kitzhaber Plan, otherwise known as Columbia River Fishery Reform, and in Washington as Columbia River Harvest Policy. We see the concept in former Governor Kitzhaber's initial letter to Bobby Levy and Roy Elliker of August 9, 2012, and in Brett Brownscomb's follow-up letter to Bobby Levy and Roy Elliker of August 14, 2012. Governor Kitzhaber also reiterated the concept in a letter to Bobby Levy and Kurt Melcher on September 26, 2014, emphasizing the need to carefully track whether the core principles are being met to, quote, advance the long-term economic vitality of both the recreational and the commercial fisheries and attain conservation improvements, end quote. Paul De Morgan, in his meeting notes in advance of the third meeting of the Bi-State Columbia River Fisheries Management Work Group, outlines that, quote, Oregon commissioners made it clear that Governor Kitzhaber had given them specific direction that it is essential to enhance both fisheries in the long term and that proposals that do not are not acceptable, end quote. The concept also appears in the minutes of the November 9, 2012 meeting of the Oregon Commission in the phrase, quote, avoid significant loss during transition, ensure overall gains long-term for both sectors, end quote. Even Ed Bowles reiterated the same concept as noted in the minutes of the December 7, 2012 Commission meeting, quote, avoid significant loss during transition period, ensure overall economic gains long-term. Finally, statutorily under ORS 508.980 Section 2, quote, if economic, including commercial harvest or conservation objectives related to the Columbia River fishery management and reforms adopted by rule of the Commission are not met, then by rule the Commission must provide adaptive management actions that are designed to efficiently achieve the respective economic, including commercial harvest or conservation objectives, including but not limited to A, modifying or halting the schedule and degree of shifts in harvest and impact allocation specified in the rules of the Commission as necessary to attain harvest and impact objectives through improved harvest levels in either off-channel or main stem fisheries within the concept of naturally varying run sizes. From our perspective, not one of the objectives of the Kitzhaber Plan has been met. By law, the Commission must make the changes necessary to correct its course to enhance both the recreational and the commercial fisheries in the long term. And that concludes my testimony.
Thank you very much.
How are we doing on time, Mr. Chair?
You have 10, 15, 18 minutes left.
Thank you.
Good morning, Chairman, Commission members, Director.
They started at 25 after, okay? By that clock.
Keep going.
My name is Greg Johnson. I will speaking to the staff recommendation referenced as rebalance. The staff recommendation on rebalancing Columbia River sharing and harvest is lacking in balance and what is reasonable. The recommendation begins with falling 6% short of no harm to the commercial fishery. More troubling is that the short term, moving from 2017 to 2021 timeframe, has an assumed loss of 11% on average for each year. The just completed transition period had an economic loss relative to the base period of 10% between 2013 and 15. Should this sort of recommendation move forward to policy, there will be at least a 9-year period of 10% or more economic loss in each year. This hardly meets the standard of an enhanced fishery, let alone no harm. Assumptions of the proposal. The staff proposal assumes stable and growing hatchery production in light of the potential NIMS or NOAA action to reduce lower Columbia River stocks. 2 new select areas. The point is they don't exist at this point. The Washington site is a third attempt using Cowlitz stock. The first 2 attempts failed miserably. The proposal also assumes select area egg take and production goals will be achieved, which is they've struggled as of recent, and access to a summer fishery without a viable gear option. Current assumptions relative to the recommendation are at least as at risk filled as during the original policy development. The risk falls squarely on the commercial fishery. If the starting point is negative 11%, the industry perspective is that the harm will greatly exceed 11% in the first 5 years before we reach the 2022, where we're supposed to be at negative 6%. Also of concern is the source of Snake River wild and steelhead impacts for conservation commercial fisheries. Each of the 4 most limiting stocks, Lower River Hatchery, Snake River Wild, coho, and bee steelhead, all listed stocks, have limited and have been the most limiting stock in fall fisheries in the past 10 years. What I'm trying to get at is that the Snake River Wilds and the steelhead are already in the modeling, as my belief, are already allocated to values relative to the Zone 4-5 gillnet fishery. So this conservation fishery also requires those impacts, and I think they're not accounted for in that manner. The other question arises, is it reasonable assumption that ocean recreational and commercial fisheries managed by the Pacific Fisheries Management Council will forego LRH impacts? So I'm a Salmon Advisory Subpanel member, and I serve on that with Oregon recreational, charter, and commercial entities from both Oregon and Washington. And so I called yesterday to see if they were aware of this conservation set aside and would they be supportive of it. Well, they were not aware of it to any degree. And I was told by the chairman that I had full support of the group to speak in behalf that they not only don't support it, but they'll be working against their contribution coming from the ocean to this fishery. So the main point here is while long-term fishery values based on Zone 4-5 fall seasons and traditional select area projects with proven track records will provide reasonable outcomes, far too much of this recommendation relies on assumptions that to a reasonable degree will not likely be fulfilled and lead to additional harm over the next 5 years. One other point I'd like to make is the recommendation is too prescriptive. And by what I mean, development of functional mark selective tools is in the developmental stage and will likely continue to be at that level to some degree during the next 5 years. The prescriptive nature of this will likely hinder harvest and hatchery removals. An example of this is in 2014, we started off our coho October fishery using our mark selective tool, which is a tangle net. We used it to gauge the run, to assess the run size, and to provide some harvest at that time frame. As it became apparent that the run was significant, we later employed our 6-inch gear, which is our traditional harvest tool. And what this allowed is it's a more efficient tool in terms of harvest, and it allows for greater participation. The point is that if we'd have continued with the tooth net in that high abundance year, it would have harvested far less hatchery stocks, removing far less hatchery stocks. I just think that we have a number of tools in the toolbox, and it would behoove us to keep them there. If the language wants to be suggestive to using the mark selective tools that are available when possible, that we don't take exception to that. I'm going to modify mine a little bit here and just speak a little bit to.
Well, hang on before you modify, so you know, I misread my own clock. It was 20 after, so you guys have about 6 minutes.
Jim, I'm going to end it at that and let Jim go.
Okay. Sorry about that.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll try to rush through it as fast as I can. There's 3 handouts I gave you guys. A real long one and then two shorter ones. It's going to kind of cover my testimony. I was tasked with looking at the alternative gears, and Mr. Pauly did comment quite a bit on seining, and there's going to be some seiners coming up here later in the public testimony, guys that have actually done it. Greg has done it himself. But that and select areas. And this is a fisherman's perspective. So failure of the alternative gears. First I'm going to look at seines. High release mortality rates on Chinook and coho. Low mark rates in the catch. Averaging 40 to 50%, sometimes 30%. High bycatch rates. In the summer, it's sockeye. In the fall, it's steelhead. And this is the first handout I gave you right here. I hope you got them. It's got some yellow marks on it with some writing in the margin. When the state sent us this one, they didn't quite add up the sockeye right. That was bycatch. If you look under sockeye, I've got that highlighted. There was actually 11,648. This is test fishing. And so when you divide the kept catch into all that sockeye, you're catching 12 and a half sockeye for every Chinook that you get. And that's in the purse seine fishery. And if you look in the beach seine fishery, it's almost 15 sockeye for every Chinook that you're keeping. You can't run a fishery like that. You go down below and you look at the purse seine in the fall, and this involves steelhead. I've got it highlighted for you there, and I've got the kept catch circled. Put the steelhead into the kept catch. You're getting about 3 Chinook out for every steelhead in the purse seine. And below that's the beach seine, and that drops to about 2 Chinook kept for every steelhead. So you can't run a fishery like that. It's also a low catch rate per set, according to their data, 1 to 4 fish a set. Gill netting, we go home if we're catching 1 or 2 fish unless they're high value spring fish. You can't even make it with a gill net with one guy in his boat with that kind of average. You're not going to sit there with a full seine boat and fish for 1 or 4 fish a set. It's not economically viable. Seines catch smaller fish on average than the gill nets, and they've been less valuable fish. They're heavier to the tule count. High harvest costs because of boats, gear, crews, insurance, and so forth. This is an important one I'd forgotten about. Under the Kitzhopper plan, alternative gear can only be used once sport fishing objectives are fully met. We're not going to go out and buy seine boats and gear for all this and then only get to use them when it's too late. Sport objectives a lot of times are not met in time for us to have a viable fishery. Daytime conflict with the recreational industry. In the lower river I put, well now I'm hearing maybe in the upper river, much to our surprise. They got to fish in the daytime when the sport fishery does. They're just flat out not economically viable for a full fleet fishery. There's just not enough fish available. And when you look at this steelhead catch there, you got to remember that was only a very few boats out there. You put a full fleet out there, you're going to see that accelerate rapidly to the point where it's going to put everybody out of business. So, and page 37 of their document, the commercial zone 4-5 gillnet fishery was able to generate over 5 times the ex-vessel value of the seine fishery for each wild bee-run steelhead mortality. And gillnets generate twice as much value as seines per LRH tule impact used. That's right out of their presentation. There's been poor participation in the commercial fleet because of low economic returns. They're not making any money. And even if the release mortality rates on Chinook and coho are lowered, steelhead bycatch in a full fleet situation would close the fishery quickly. Selective gear continued, fixed trap. Washington did one, they fished it for 5 weeks. Big operation, a lot of pilings driven, it was above Cathlamet. They caught 418 Chinook, 511 coho, and 777 steelhead. And that's total fish. You got to back out what you could sell out of the Chinook and coho. And around then, it was maybe a 50% mark rate. It was an economic flop. They did it with volunteer labor. There's no way you could pay a crew to be on that. Floating fish trap, Oregon led a contract for that. As far as I know, the guy never caught one adult fish with it. I think it cost the state about $45,000 or $50,000 to let that. Staff would know, but I don't think he ever caught a fish. So far, the coho tangle net is a selective gear. It's by far the most promising. Move on to select areas. Select areas can't make up for the economic loss to the main stem gillnet fisheries. There was 29 new sites evaluated below Bonneville since 2014, and there are only 2 left. Washington, you've got Coal Creek, small area, high summer water temps. It's an old dump site up at the head of it. No infrastructure, no permits, no guaranteed smolts, and very poor water quality. Robert lives next to it, and he says most of the time you can see a sheen on top of the water from the dump site. Oregon side, Westport Slough. Small area, high summer water temps, no homing water in there to hold the fish. It's a half-time site. You can't use it in the fall because of conflicting fish that are in there, tules and I think some chum. There's no location for the net pins. And actually in there, I got a friend that's in there right now, and in a select area, wild fish, you don't want them in there because you've got a 98% harvest target in there. He's in there breaching the dikes now because some conservation group got a contract to create more wild fish habitat inside Westport Slough. Alphonse Excavating from Astoria. Why would you put a select area in an area where you're breaching the dikes right now to create more wild fish habitat? Create a conflict. Both of those, in my opinion, as a fisherman, are losers. I wouldn't waste my money on them. And out of 29, there are the only 2 left.
Okay. Let's sum it up, Jim.
Okay. On springers, you only have 0.4% survival rate. When you plant the fish in Oregon, for every 100,000 smolts, you get 400 harvest back. And not so much in Washington. They don't even get that. Cathlamet Channel and Deep River were a total bust. So I'm out of time. I'm going to have to show you this one. I'm going to skip. This is under the PHOS. It's hatcheries. And I've got yellow marks on the ones that are select area hatcheries. These hatcheries are located right in select areas. PHOS is, like Chris said, PHOS is a very big time concern. And these are the 10 hatcheries. They didn't show you this on their deal, but these are the 10 hatcheries that are under the microscope right now in the lawsuit. 7 of them right directly inside select areas. So when you're talking about all this select area production that's going to be coming to ease the economic burn on us, it's got to be all ferreted out and dealt with before. It's just pure speculation at this point. These hatcheries could go, they could be cut way back, or they could be shifted to other types of production. So had some more on the downside for selects, but we're out of time. So thank you.
Thank you. Commissioners, any questions of the panel? Commissioner Buckmaster.
I see that 3 of you on the panel participated in the work group, so you were there through all those meetings, as well as 3 up here. So we've been hearing a lot about compromise, that this is a compromise plan. I'm just curious if you can tell me what you feel the other side gave in compromise, how that compromise worked. I'm just a little confused on it. Maybe you can fill me in.
Go ahead, Robert.
Well, I don't see much compromise in this policy. I mean, I was there. I went through all the meetings. The first meeting, we were told that the merits and the science didn't matter. We were just there to implement it. Everything is a step backwards for us and a step forward for the recreational community. But there's no conservation benefit. It's strictly the same conversations we've always been having about allocation, about who gets to catch the fish that need to be caught. And our fishery has been living within its management constraints. We don't have any problems with harvesting considerable number of fish while remaining within ESA guidelines. We've done that since the policy started, since the renewal of the policy. But there's no compromise in this. It was a one-way street, and we're trying to get back to where there is a little compromise, so we have some future. That's my take, anyway.
Anybody else?
I would just concur in it. I don't know a single instance where the allocation has risen in the 30 years that I've been in this industry. It's just been over that time frame, it's been a slow reduction. Us finding a new a recreational fishery demanding more and using the processes available to get more. And I don't recall ever getting a bump in or a retraction in any allocation.
I'd like to point out that in the spring, we don't just have an upriver allocation, we also have a Willamette allocation. And we are unable to achieve our Willamette allocation by a huge percentage because of our loss of an upriver allocation. If we go to the select areas, then that Willamette allocation actually goes away too. It isn't just the sports community that pays for these. We went through this same discussion 4 years ago. The public pays for the resource. And so there are a lot of people that can benefit from harvest of these fish. And losing these different impacts in one season can have a ripple effect in how it affects us in others, or our ability to access one fish versus another. I think we had frankly, the spring matrix that I showed you was a compromise. It was a good compromise. It was working effectively. In most of the years, it would have ended up right about a 35% sharing if we didn't have the policy. It wouldn't have been much different than where we ended up. And I think we're losing sight of the fact that there were all these tools in place which were already developed, which were creating the compromises to allow both fisheries to be successful. And there was a thought that they didn't exist, I guess. I don't know. But we certainly recognized them. And they were there, and they could be utilized again to create that same vitality for both fisheries.
Commissioner Anderson.
Thank you. Anyone on the panel might address my question regarding the staff proposal to eliminate the control zone that was put in place. Do you think the control zone has benefited the select area fisheries, or is it a non-issue? Where's your stance on that?
I take that one as a select area fisherman. It's far from a non-issue. Like Chris said, there's really no way. There's no way to tag fish and track them and see, is it a big benefit to what you're catching in Young's Bay to not have 50 or 60 guides lined up right outside on the edge of your fishery like it used to be? But I know it's a help. I know, in fact, it is. And there's a couple select area fishermen here as well that'll probably testify to that in public comment. But when you're in there and you're looking through the bridge and you got that huge guide fleet lined up right on the edge of where it drops off, there's cooler water on the drop off, and those fish will hold there because it's shallow in Young's Bay. And when the water's real warm, they like the cooler water till they're ready to go. And they figured that out and keyed on that area. And it's still less than 5% of the total area they have to fish down there. I don't see where it's such a big deal to give that up. And if upper end of staff is so concerned about select areas and enhancing it, why would you take away the control zone in front of it?
Commissioner Buckmaster.
I know we all got thrown a little bit of a curve at the last minute here, and I wouldn't expect you to have it now, but at some point, can we expect to see some sort of a recommended plan that you feel fits the spirit and the detail of the bi-state agreement that we can consider from your end, so we can compare with what we have from staff and from others?
I would take that one as well. As president for Salmon for All, we've had several board meetings. Our latest board meeting, we decided that we kicked around a lot of things, and we decided that we would hold off submitting a plan that would enhance our fishery. And I'm leaning heavily on the enhance, like Mr. Kiter testified to, through the Senate bill, through all the governor's letters. It's not viable or it's not maintained. It's enhanced. And we've ran that by several attorneys, have read all the documents, and they agree with us. And so we're expecting an enhanced fishery. I handed in some models, another handout from me. There's like 4 different models. And at a commission meeting between a few of our commissioners and a few of Washington commissioners, Mr. Bowles handed out a couple of model runs. And there's this one, it's got just 2 model runs on it. It's one extreme to the other. It's a current policy, what happens if it just moves forward. Shows a 48% loss to the commercial fishery. And then there's a zero harm option down below. And it shows what would be required in fisheries to get us to a zero harm. And you would have a 4% gain in your angler trips, and we would be zero harmed. We're not going to be happy with zero harmed. Under this policy, we expect an enhanced fishery. He handed the second one, which is, I have some yellow highlights out on there. Did you guys get those?
I don't know if we have those. Do we? Oh, you do. Can I see your cover?
It starts with this. This is the cover.
Okay, thank you. I know. I can find that. All right.
So that was the current policy and the zero harm one. And then this has 5 options on it. And he handed this second. Every one of these options showed commercial loss from anywhere to 11 to 13%. And I couldn't understand why, when you're supposed to enhance a fishery under the laws, you put down a model that shows losses to the commercial fishery. I don't understand it. And then this last color one, this is probably the latest one that got worked up. And it goes, this is from the state, and it goes from a current policy to a positive gain in our fishery. And I think there's 8 boxes in there. And those show you impact splits, where fisheries occurs, and all that. For us to come out with about a 4%, let's see, sport trips go up 4%, we come up with about a 2% gain. And so we will present, Salmon for All will present you guys with our expectations for a fishery under this plan in plenty of time before your December meeting. We won't drop it on you the day before. We'll give it to you in plenty of time, and you can look at it. And we're going to be looking at whatever it takes to provide us with an enhanced fishery under this plan.
Any others? Commissioner Atkinson.
I was wondering what % of commercial fishermen have tried the seine netting, or using purse seines or beach seines during this transition period.
I can't give you a percent, relative to the select areas in the Zone 4-5 fishery and our main stem fisheries, and inclusive of Willapa Bay, which a lot of back and forth, that's kind of the base of our fishery. There's well over 200 operating in a normal year. 30, I would ask staff, but above 30.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so maybe 15%.
Yeah, they have tried it, and most of the people that have tried it via the they had contracts to develop the gear. That's what I did, and then since that they started the mortality studies, and since the policy development, what occurred is that we allotted 10% of our impacts to, as mandated by the policy, to move the gear forward. We moved 10% of our impacts out of our Zone 4 or 5 fishery into that fishery. And the reason it was capped at that level is because when the mortality rates came back, that 10%, if for example, if we got a return of 10,000 fish out of it in the 4 or 5 area, because of the mortality rates and fishing marked selectively, it turned out that we were getting like 30%. So for every 10,000 fish we turned in, we got 3,000 fish back via this marked selective fishery. And that's the fundamental problem that is this gear has faced. There's a number of fishers that have stepped forward and got contracts and developed the beach seining, the purse seining, I mean, relative to the river. The gear's existed for years. But that, when those mortality rates came out, that was the first hindrance. The second hindrance was if you caught 10 fish and they were worth $1,000 in our traditional fisheries, these fish are smaller by average because it's not selective. You catch every single thing out there. You catch the salmon, you catch suckers, and I've caught a turtle. But so you just catch everything out there. So the small fish, the large fish, you catch them all. And so anyway, and then you catch a much higher proportion of the LRH. So the lower river salmon are worth 50 cents a pound. An upriver bright peaked out at $4.50 this fall, and a lower end price would have been $2.25. So you can see if you shift that portion, both in size and species, then the dollar value of the fishery changes rapidly. So that's why you're not seeing, one of the reasons you're not seeing people participate in this fishery.
So has there been a decline then in the number of commercial fishermen that are still trying out the seine fishery?
We had, I believe, how we allocate the share, if you will, of our available fish for the seine fishery is we sit in open meetings and discuss how many fish is it going to take for a seiner to go fishing, just to try it. And this doesn't mean he'd be willing to do this and go invest in it, but. And so that's how we come to that. That's how we came. There's 4 people that did it this year because we had enough fish. We modeled the fisheries. We had X fish. I think it was 2,000 fish that were available for that, or Chinook. And so we split it up with staff. Staff is an active role in this.
So 4 out of 300 commercial fishermen were using seines this last year?
That's accurate. That's all the allocation, the quotas would allow. Again, it's pretty tough in a room of 150 to convince them that, hey, you're going to get a 30% or 70% loss by switching these impacts over. Who wants to sign up? And so that's kind of the whole picture of it. It's, when this whole thing came about, and I've been involved since '07, we were told and kind of sold on the concept that, hey, you need to go seining. The remove hatchery returns, this is the future, and the concept is that, hey, well, there's probably going to be a doubling of your harvest at a minimum, that you're going to probably catch twice as many. That was the sale. And so we jumped into it, and you can catch the fish if you're on the right spot, okay? But there's not that many right spots in the river, believe it or not. But anyway, the point being is that it's all kind of changed from the picture and the concept of what it was supposed to be and what you might think it would be to the roadblocks that aren't made by me. I mean, I was pretty encouraged by what was occurring. We caught 3,000 fish one year, and we thought, well, there's some potential here. And but then the rates come back, and then the staff does an analysis relative to the value of the fish based on size and species, and then the rest you're learning now.
So did you find that the vessel value per impact was higher or lower for the seine fishery versus gillnet fishery?
To date, I believe most of our fisheries have been marked selective in the seine fishery, other than maybe a single day to grab data, which was the original intent. How do you remove hatchery fish without the mark selective tool in the lower river? But it was significantly lower in relative to seining.
So I guess maybe just what I'm trying to get at is, was the seine fishery did it allow you to make more money relative to the impacts that it delivered versus gill netting?
No.
Okay.
Could I answer that?
Yeah.
When I read that statement, right, it's right out of their presentation on page 37. It says the commercial zone 4 and 5 gillnet fishery was able to generate over 5 times the ex-vessel value of the seine fishery for each wild bee run steelhead mortality.
So
You
in
got
that
5 times bang for
situation,
the buck.
There's significantly more selectivity in the gill net than the seine fishery.
You got it right there. With our 9-inch nets, 8-inch nets, you're passing a steelhead. Like Greg said, I seined in Alaska, commercial seined. I mean, you're talking 1 to 4 fish a set here. We're catching 5,000 a set in Alaska and brailing them into the boat when we were seining there. It's a totally different world.
Okay.
And we told these people from the start, this seining with big, deep seines out in the main stem river is not the right fit for the Columbia River in a mixed stock fishery because of the handle. I had an idea at the start. I brought it up. Nobody grabbed it. There's pocket seiners in Alaska. They're little small boats. And they'll go into areas where there's a pretty good sized surplus of fish where you don't need them for spawning. You already got your spawning goal met from a sonar counter. And you can go into the mouth of those places with a shallow seine and a little boat, and you can clean them up. And I had mentioned that, possibly that would be something to look at in the mouth of systems that you're concerned with, be it the Cowlitz or be it, Willamette or wherever. But not with a big, deep seine out in the midstream Columbia River in a mixed stock fishery. Now, maybe in the mouths of those tributaries, you could get away from some of that mixed stock. And I don't know, we heard about weirs in Washington now. They're going to that. I don't know how that's working out. You could ask staff. But we do get a bigger bang for the buck with the gill net as it is now.
Okay, great, thanks.
Occasionally, I guess I'm the lone voice for fish wheels. And I understand in the scenic area, land-based fish wheels might be a fight with the Columbia Gorge Scenic, but not so for a fish wheel on a barge. So is it feasible in any of your minds that in some of these areas you could enhance the commercial harvest with a fish wheel on a barge, anchored?
I can't answer that, but what I was going to say is, I don't think that this subject matter is exhausted. It's just, but staff would be, because they've done some research in this matter, much more than we have, because they looked into the permitting first to make sure that somebody could even bid so.
Well, we have the Fisheries Enhancement Fund still available with money to outfit this technology. Do you know of anyone in your community that might be interested in? We didn't test that as alternative gear, obviously.
Commissioner Finley, may I point out that in the historic context, the place where fish wheels were used were in the rapids of the Cascades and in the areas near the narrows and the falls, principally from Celilo Falls down through the rapids of the Cascades. That's where they proved economical. We don't have those conditions anymore. Bonneville Dam basically flooded the Cascades, and from Bonneville Dam upriver until you get to the Hanford Reach, we have pools behind dams. So you'd have to find some place where the water was moving rapidly enough to be able to make it operational. You also, the fish wheels were put in places where they fished one specific species. For instance, the Seuferts or Seuferts up at the Dalles had blasted little channels on the side of the river where the bluebacks, now called sockeye, would go. So it was one size fish that they were catching. Thus, the mechanical means of fishing would to get them the exact size fish that they were planning to put in their cannery. If you have a barge in the middle of the river, you're talking a mixed stock fishery, and whether that could be made to work is problematic, but somebody would have to work on that issue because it differs from the way that they were used historically.
Yeah, well, I watched this for 3.5 years on the Yukon in Alaska, and it reminds me of the lower Columbia below Bonneville. So I'm just asking the question, and it seems to me that there were fish wheels on the Columbia, some of them historic photos that I've seen, and, you know, someone in your community, there's money available to do this. I just ask you to look into it a little bit more and see. There's specific fish wheels that are new designs that have been designed, both in Japan. They're used by the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service in Alaska. So in other words, we can't let our minds be stuck on the historic past, and there's some innovations that I'd ask you to look into.
It's an intriguing concept.
Okay.
Sir, I think those research dollars would probably be better spent in that direction than on a lot more seine testing. And when I hear about the seines moving into the upper river, I can just see all kinds of dollars now. We need more testing, another 3 or 4 years. And, you know, I'm familiar with the fish wheels on the Yukon as well. They could harvest out chum and let the kings go, and it worked there.
It works for a mark select fishery, and actually, if U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service is using it for research.
Yes, sir. So dollars available for testing, that might be a way to go.
I think there's still money in the pot. In fact, I know there is. I have a question for one of you. We heard Bruce Pauley talk about commercial fishermen who want to use seines but can't. So I want to ask if any of you know of any commercial fishermen in the lower Columbia that want to use seines but can't, either due to social pressure from a community or otherwise.
We stayed out of any kind. Salmon for All never tried to force any fishermen to stay out of it. We recognize the need to test it. We got several seiners here. Darren Crookshank is here. Several more of them that have done it. And the main deterrent was, like Greg said, was the economic return. And this year, there could only be 4 because, you know, 10% of our impacts is going that way, went to 4 guys, and you got another 160 or 70 guys that are gill netting. We're afraid about our steelhead impacts. Our Group B wild steelhead impacts, so they let 4. They let 2 purse and 2 beach, and I believe they had a 20-day window in there to fish. There's one of them here that did it, and he's going to testify later. They never caught their fish. And these guys, these 2 purse guys, are professional seiners. They're Alaska seiners. They know what they're doing. And they didn't end up catching their fish. They had plenty of days to do it. The beach seiners was a little different story. When you qualify to put in for a permit, you got to be a Columbia River gill net permit holder. And so people put in for the drawing, and I know one guy that got a permit. Well, there was a slight problem. He didn't own a boat or a net. He just had the permit he was holding up. So he tried to go find somebody to take him that was already geared up. And when there's no economic return for the guy that owns the gear in the boat, how are you going to split the pot with somebody else and take them? So the beach seine portion of this thing this year, I don't think they caught hardly anything.
Okay. One last question. The statute provides that the commission shall establish a zone at the mouth of Youngs Bay which recreational fishing, including recreational fishing taking place with guides, is prohibited. But then the statute says toward the end that the commission shall evaluate the impacts and effectiveness of this zone every 3 years, including removal of the prohibition established by statute. So we could do this. I think it was in the staff plan in one section. How would we manage Young's Bay, and I was just down there looking at it the other day. In the enhanced area, if we have a fleet of commercial vessels and we have sports fishing mixed together. Go ahead, any one of you.
So are you talking about the option to move the commercial fishery outside the boundaries and the conflict with
I'm talking about an integration that either one could use Young's Bay to get at the hatchery fish.
The recreational fishery can use Young's Bay at this point.
Okay. It's what?
Oh, I was just
Clear-
going to
clear that.
Yeah, right now the two fisheries do generally operate concurrently inside the bay. It's in that exclusion area outside the bay.
Okay, well,
where
that's what I'm
there's-
thinking about.
Yeah, no,
So
there's-
how about that exclusion area? That's what I'm thinking about.
Well, they did some testing then to move the lower boundary of Young's Bay from the bridge out. It wasn't clear out to that exclusion zone, the drop-off, because that's too close to the river, the actual main stem, because of bycatch. And they did testing out there. And there again, I know the guys that did it. And there's mixed stock catch out there as you move out. It wasn't impossible to probably increase the area some by doing it, but the fishermen just kind of said, well, you're just moving the lower line out, 400 or 500 yards out there, and you just catch the fish out there instead of where the old line used to be. It didn't really produce any more fish. It just moved the line out. But it was not clear out to where the exclusion zone is. They didn't want to go that far because, like I said, the upriver fish will hold in that deeper water. Okay. You were still up on the shallows.
Thank you. Commissioners, any more? Okay, thank you, panel. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to break for lunch, and we'll come back at 1:30. And when we come back, we'll start public testimony. And so for your timing purposes, the first 6 people, Brad Halverson, Dana Roberts, Tom Wolf, George Barton, Jim Coleman, Jeff Fahman, Kerry Johnson, you'll be up first in one of the panels. So judge your lunch accordingly.
How much time are you giving each speaker?
I'm going to add them up. I'll tell you when you come back. It's either going to be
3 minutes. 3 minutes.
Okay, we'll give you 3 minutes apiece.
Hey, thank you, commissioners. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
We're going to call the
She's ready in it.
session back to order. And we have people signed up for public testimony. We're allotting 3 minutes apiece, but if you're right in the middle of an important point, and I think it's to the benefit of the audience that they listen to the rest of it, we'll give you another 5 or 10 seconds, maybe 13, sometimes 15. But that's for the benefit of the commissioners, not because we're trying to favor any one of you, either side or the other. So, we all have an important task before us. And before you come up to testify, which we're looking forward to, I just want to remind you what our task is. Yours and ours. I'm reading from the statute. Columbia River Fish Management and Reform by our legislature. The Legislative Assembly finds that it is the policy of the state of Oregon that rules as a whole related to Columbia River Fish Management and Reform that are adopted by the State Fish and Wildlife Commission, will optimize the overall economic benefits to the state. Okay? Optimize economic benefits to the state. Enhance. We've heard that word in some testimony in the panel this morning. It says enhance the economic viability of Oregon's recreational and commercial fisheries and the communities that rely on these fisheries. That's a dual mandate. Doesn't say to slant one over the other. It says our job is to enhance the economic viability. we're supposed to do it in a manner that contributes to native fish conservation and recovery. Native fish conservation and recovery. Promote orderly fishery management with the state of Washington. Now, it doesn't say we have to be totally consistent, but the intent is that we will make a rational decision with the state of Washington that benefits people through similar or exacting policies wherever we can, just like our reciprocity agreement, which means Washington licensed fishermen can fish on the Oregon side of the Columbia and vice versa. Just common sense approaches to management. Provide consistency with agreements made with Indian tribes pursuant to state or federal court orders. That's another part of the mix. That's another part of the formula that has to be taken into account in anything we do. If economic, including commercial harvest, or conservation objectives related to Columbia River fish management and reform adopted by rule of the Commission are not met. So if those objectives adopted by us are not met, then by rule, the Commission must, says must, provide for adaptive management decisions, actions that are designed to efficiently achieve the respective economic, including commercial harvest, or conservation objectives, including but not limited to. So here are our tools coming up. Modifying or halting the schedule. So whatever schedule we had or we published that might be, were authored by the legislature to amend that. Modifying or halting the schedule and degree of shifts in harvest and impact allocation specified in rules of the Commission as necessary to attain harvest objectives through improved harvest levels in either off-channel or mainstream fisheries within the context of naturally varying run sizes. So the legislation recognizes that there'll be variations in run size. You all know that from experience. Advancing additional fishery opportunities, seasons, or selective fishing gear, or improve hatchery fish production in timing, size, or location of hatchery fish releases. So we're already into adaptive management. We're in the last part of the phase at what we've learned. Maybe we don't have 4 years of data, and we as commissioners will talk about whether it's appropriate to delay this process if we can, just to get enough to have 4 years of data. Correct, Director? So help us understand the picture as a whole. We heard some public testimony that says, you know, you could at least have looked at the 2016 data. Okay? So we're going to do the best we can on that kind of thinking. Okay, and so I'm going to leave you with that. I want you to think about that in your public testimony. This is Oregon statutory law. It applies to all of us. There's no off-ramp of this freeway. So you can look at us or you can look at the staff and you can say, you guys are goofy. You guys are off track. Well, then tell us in what way we are. And that leads to me to talk about what is effective public testimony. The purpose of public testimony is to educate the commissioners to omissions in what staff proposed or what we're talking about, oversights, or unintended consequences of our action. Based on your experience, what you guys are talking about is good, but you're missing this, okay? It's to share your personal experience on adaptations, what you know about seasons, what you know about run size. Where we heard someone talk about pocket seines up here, where known pockets of commercial fish are. Okay, those are good information for all of us. and to inform the Commission of new or conflicting science. You know, I made decisions when I was former superintendent of Yellowstone National Park on catch and release fishing based on the science at the time on the damage to fishery, the survival rate of being handled of barbless hooks. Is there new science? Is there better science? Are you knowledgeable of it? Public testimony. So, what is our job? Our job is to implement law and policy based on statutory guidance, our own experience, and our own intellect in the best interest of the people of the state of Oregon. We're not in anyone's camp. We're looking for sound science and make decisions in the public interest. We are not here to advance the interest of any one constituency. We are here to fairly and honestly implement the statutes. And finally, just to clear the record, no slight to you commercial fishermen, but everyone on this panel but one is a sports angler, has been most of their life. Personally, since I was 10 years old, I just got back from a fishing trip in British Columbia, and I'm not alone. So let's not say that sport fishing doesn't have representatives on this commission, okay? It's just not valid. Okay? All right. Director, do we have anything else we need to say or do? Or should we start the panel?
No, I think you should proceed, and my apologies, I didn't set the timer on you there last time, so.
Okay. That's all right, I tried to keep it even. Yeah, we want to keep it even. We know we'll be held accountable. Okay, I'm going to call you up 4 at a time. But remember how you're trying to help us make a hard decision. You heard the panel this morning. You know, we're in this together. We have a statutory mandate. We have statutory tools. It's like trying to you know what the Gordian knot is? Yeah, well, it's like the Gordian knot, you know, a knot that's almost impossible to untie. But with your help, we can do it. Okay, Brad Halverson, Dana Roberts, Tom Wolf, and Jim Knight. We're going to start with Brad, but please state your name and address for the record.
No problem. Chair Finley, Director Melcher, esteemed commissioners, thank you for this opportunity to provide testimony today. For the record, I'm Brad Halverson, and I reside in Hillsboro, Oregon. And I'm going to go off script here for just a second. You guys do have my testimony in front of you. But inspired a little bit by what Chair Finley just said, I do want to go on record as being a huge proponent of ODFW. I mean, my goodness, are they given a task that is absolutely untenable? And each side, my side and the other side, are looking for perfect solutions for their side, and that's not a solution. I'll proceed with my testimony. The genesis for Senate Bill 830 was Ballot Measure 81. Ballot Measure 81 was a conservationist initiative to amend unsustainable harvest practices on the Columbia River main stem through the advent of more selective gear to allow for live sorting and release of endangered stocks of salmon, steelhead, and sturgeon. In this era of enlightened resource management, it seems appropriate. Senate Bill 830, on the other hand, is government policy with an economic imperative to hold all parties harmless and infected with the authorization for adaptive management. The two paths of Ballot Measure 81 and Senate Bill 830 are parallel and at no point intersect. So the Oregon agency has been given an impossible task to find that point of intersection. An aside, the argument over allocations is, in my opinion, a false argument and deflects our attention from the original goal of sustainable harvest. If that becomes our focus, then some future generation will be arguing about how to divide up the very last salmon to course the salmon river. We can do better. It's discouraging that in the staff's proposed compromise, The central conservation focus seems to be PHOS rather than discarded bycatch. I'm a hatchery apologist and understand the concept of PHOS. Much work is being done now at OHRC to address that. But when staff recommends future study regarding bycatch, it implies we don't know much about it presently. We should. Other fisheries around the entire globe have banned the use of non-selective harvest gear as unsustainable. Can we possibly learn from them? Tangle nets are offered as a more selective alternative to gill nets, and for select stocks, they do provide reduced immediate mortality or post-release mortality because the fish are caught in the snout and can continue respiration and be released alive. But for other stocks, they remain a gill net. Therefore, more work needs to be done to derive truly selective gear for the commercial fleet. Chair Finley, Director Melcher, and the Commission, this is not a zero-sum game where one side's gain is equal and opposite to the other side's loss. We are faced with a conservation imperative that must be resolved, but we're also faced with an industry that contributes to our state and on a more personal level, several families that depend on incomes derived from the Columbia River. Excuse me. Therefore, I support adoption of staff's recommended proposal for harvest reform as presented today, with the caveat that discarded bycatch become the principal conservation objective over all others. And unlike Senate Bill 830, this time we establish a firm deadline to convert gill nets to seine nets, and the economic wholeness of the commercial fleet does not become a random floating number that changes with run size or commission makeup. Thank you.
Okay, I gave you 12 seconds because you were just trying to finish up, and I wanted to listen to it. Okay. Dana.
Yes, for the record, my name is Dana Roberts. I live in Salem, Oregon. I'm a volunteer with the Coastal Conservation Association. Chairman Finley, Director Melcher, Commissioners. Originally, I was here to present the testimony of David Shamp, the Chairman of Coastal Conservation, but I find that he'd already submitted his public testimony, so I'm not going to do that. What I'd like to do is to make 3 points. One, recreational fishermen present to the ODFW $9.75 in Columbia River endorsement fees each year. That's $1.7 million. Two, in looking at page 41 of your handout by the department, it looks like during the 3 years of the transition, commercial fishermen on average lost $600,000 a year from what would have been expected. That's roughly 10%. In the letters to Chairman Levy and other testimony previously, the hold harmless was to be 0 to 5%. I don't know why I didn't see a proposal from the department to use a portion of the $1.7 million to hold the commercial fishermen harmless, or $300,000 if it was at the 5% level. Second, in looking at page 41 of that impact, it looks like spring and summer Chinook is meeting expectations. The shortfall is in the fall Chinook fishery. The proposal that is presented to the commissioners by the department is to consider gill nets forever for zones 4 or 5 in the fall fishery. I think we've heard testimony today that alternative gear really hasn't been tested. So I would suggest that rather than lock in gill nets for zones 4 and 5, you consider a transition for the fall fishery and look at alternative gear, knowing that you're getting $1.7 million a year from us fishermen to help hold them harmless. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Tom?
Thank you. Chair Finley, Commission members, Director Melcher. For the record, my name is Tom Wolf, the Executive Director of the Oregon Council of Trout Unlimited. I'm here representing the 3,500 members of Trout Unlimited we have in the state, who spends thousands of hours a year doing projects, working a lot with ODFW staff on watershed restoration and restoring native fish. I want to start with real quick with the story. In 1959, in August, George Griffin, Art Newman, and several other people met at George Griffin's cabin on the Au Sable River and they disliked Michigan's cookie cutter hatchery program, and they resolved to get rid of that and have a viable fishery for wild fish. And in the process of that, they discovered that barbless hooks helps in the release of fish, and discovered that with barbless, the amount of time that a fish spends out of the water or in the hands of somebody is much reduced. That's why I'm here to oppose staff's recommendation to get rid of barbless hooks on the Willamette. I understand the reasoning, but I think that there are still wild Chinook that go up there at the time that they fish for the springers. There's also winter steelhead in the water. So I think it's important to keep barbless in there because combined with keeping the fish in the water, combined with other things, it reduces the mortality. And studies that I've read, studies that Trout Unlimited has produced shows that the less time handling, the less time out of the water, the less time in your hands, the better chance the fish has of recovering and going on to do its business upstream. So I oppose that. I think that whatever the reasons, I think that barbless should be kept in Willamette. I have been fishing barbless hooks for almost 50 years, and I've discovered that if you keep tension on, if you fight with a tight line, fish don't get away. If you get lazy, yes, they get away. But I believe that you can still catch fish with barbless and still bring in the numbers that you want. So I urge you to keep the barbless rule on the Willamette in place. And in conclusion, I just want to add real quickly, I've been allies of the sports fishing community for a long time on many issues. They've helped me with many things I've done. Please listen to their concerns. Thank you.
Thank you, Tom. Mr. Knight.
Yes, Commissioners, my name is Jim Knight. I am the Executive Director of the Port of Astoria. Fishing touches every part of the Port of Astoria, from Tongue Point to the Skipanon, the airport to our central waterfront. Our revenues are fundamentally derived from fishing, our leases, our fuel sales, moorage fees, parking fees, even our boatyard. The vast majority of our tenants, like our seafood processors, Bornstein, Pacific Seafoods, DeYang Seafoods, and their hundreds of employees are dependent on fishing. Our service industries like Eagle Marine, WCT Marine, J&H Boatworks are all dependent on healthy fishing. The port truly appreciates recreational fishing. The port enjoys significant revenues from recreational fishing, particularly during Buoy 10, when Astoria and surrounding communities are virtually invaded from people around the world. They stay in our hotels, eat in our restaurants. A lot of money flows to the port in our community during this time, and then they go home. Fish stocks need to be managed and protected for the recreational fishing industry. However, it is also important to remember that commercial fishing is very important to not only the health of the port, but also to the communities of the Lower Columbia. For generations, commercial fishermen have been the backbone of our communities. They live here year-round. They pay local taxes that supports our infrastructure. Their children attend our schools. They grow up to help our community prosper. Last night I received a phone call from the mayor of Warrenton, and he asked me to briefly share a couple of thoughts that was approved by the commission last night. The city of Warrenton operates 2 marinas. These marinas benefit from healthy recreational fishing at the mouth of the Columbia River. Warrenton embraces the recreational fishery with open arms, and several local businesses depend on it to survive. Equally important, Warrenton is home to a large commercial fishing fleet and 2 seafood processors. One of these processors, Pacific Seafoods, is beginning a multi-million-dollar investment in a brand new facility near the mouth of the Columbia River in Warrenton. Pacific Seafoods has historically processed commercially harvested salmon from the Columbia as part of their business model, and they employ many, many people in our community. Warrenton needs a healthy recreational fishing industry, and a healthy commercial fishing industry in order for our community to stay fit. The Oregon Senate Bill 830 was not designed to eliminate commercial fishing in favor of recreational interests, but rather to allow for a method where both interests can survive. The only way that this is achieved is with a more robust commercial harvest of salmon on the Columbia. We believe commercial, recreational, and tribal interests can coexist on the Columbia River. Sincerely, Mark Cuela, Mayor, City of Warrenton. The Commission has a very difficult job with tough choices to make, choices that will have long-lasting effects on our communities that depend on a healthy fishery. In closing, our hope is that this Commission takes a hard look at well-thought-out, unbiased, empirical data before making long-reaching decisions. Our hope is that this Commission moves towards adaptive management of fish stocks that secures healthy fishing for all, for recreational and commercial fishing. Please protect their future, the future of the port, and the future of our communities. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Knight. Commissioners, any questions? Commissioner Buckmaster.
Thank you, all four of you. Good testimony. One thing, Mr. Halverson, that you said, I think has to be commented upon. I too am I'm not a hatchery apologist, but I support the responsible use of hatcheries, as I think you know. But you make a comment in your testimony about Senate Bill 830 and Ballot Measure 81. And this, you say, so the Oregon agency has been given an impossible task to find the point of intersection between the two. I don't know how I could disagree more with that. Ballot Measure 81 did not pass. Senate Bill 830 did. We are certainly governed by Senate Bill 830, now ORS whatever, but not by Ballot Measure 81. And all the rest of it I love. Thanks.
I know by reputation that he's seen as a commercial fisherman, but he's a dyed-in-the-wool sport fisherman. Yeah, you can tell, sure. Okay. Thank you, panel. Thank you. Okay. Jim Coleman, Jeff Fallman, Kerry Johnson, George Larson. Mr. Coleman, we'll start with you as soon as the rest of the panel gets up here. Jeff Fallman, is he here? Anyone know him? Okay. Jeff's not here. Scratch out. George Larson. Anyone know George? Okay. Not here. Kent Martin. And Darren Crookshanks. All right, now we have a full panel. Start with you, Mr. Coleman. Name and address, please, for the record.
Thank you. Commissioners, Director Melcher, my name is Jim Coleman, and I've sport fished the Columbia River since the 50s. I've also been in and out of the commercial fishing industry my entire life. I currently own a salmon trawler out of Chinook, Washington. I have been a member of the Columbia River Commercial Advisory Board for approximately 6-7 years. I have followed and analyzed the Kitzhaber plan since it was first introduced back in 2012. I've been to most all the meetings along the way. The interesting thing to me about this plan was every aspect of this plan was untested. It was the idea of a governor and a few sport fishing special interest groups with no science to support it. So we entered this 4-year transition period to see if it will work. So the question, have the safe areas provided increased fish for harvest? A lot of smolts have been released. Looking at 2015 and 2016 catch data, the numbers show that the fish aren't being caught. The numbers are actually down for 15 and 16. So 4 years into the transition with no increase in fish to catch to offset the lost main stem opportunities. Also, the Rogue River stocks that have been so successful in the Youngs Bay are being threatened with removal from the Columbia River system for their straying habits. And that is an ongoing issue with these Rogue River fish, and there's people asking questions about that, and they may be removed. So I got to thinking about that, and I got to thinking about these terminal areas where these fish come back, and they're not really coming back to a stream, they're coming back to an area. So are there pollution issues with these net pens? These are questions that I can't answer. I'm just asking them. Who's to say the next, just a minute here, I lost my way. All right. Who's to say what is the next safe area? Is planting all these new smolts into a safe area really a good idea? Please ask the question, where do all these strays end up, and is there an issue with them mixing with other lower river stocks? I don't know, but I'm posing the question as we move forward with this plan. Will the terminal fisheries still exist in 20 years? We are 4 years into this plan with no new operational safe areas in place. Actually, there's one less. Deep River has been closed. Cathlamet Channel is in progress, but it has parasite issues and has had no fish return. Has the same been developed into a viable means to harvest hatchery fish? And I believe that's what the plan said it was intended to do. Senate Bill 830 said alternative gear will be used to harvest hatchery fish.
You're out of time, sir.
I am? Let me
Sum up.
After a 3-year mortality study that's with higher than anticipated numbers, making it very difficult to handle all the unmarked fish without mortality issues, there has been very little interest in investing $100,000 in this unproven fishery. I want to make this one more point here. 2016 showed another surprise. The sport fleet was unable to catch their allocation at Buoy 10 in 2016. They fished well into extended seasons. They were scheduled to shut down on Labor Day. They let them keep fishing, and they still did not catch their allotted fish. So if the sport fishermen can't catch the allocation they're getting now, I don't know how we keep increasing it. So
I think we need to close it off. You're a minute and 11 seconds over.
So it's up to you folks to guide us down this path. There's a lot of data here to show us that the plan is not working, so thank you for your time.
You bet. Okay, Kerry.
Good afternoon, Chair Finley, Director Melcher, Commissioners. Been a while since I've been in front of you, but here we are again, and just want to say I'm a 4th generation commercial gillnet fisherman from Astoria. I'm here representing my family. I've participated in testing these seine nets with my father with both contracts with the state of Oregon and the state of Washington. We've tried this 6 ways from Sunday, and I can't see any way that using a seine net can be commercially viable to keep me whole and keep me in business. Furthermore, the uncertainty that's been surrounding this plan has been very difficult. How would you continue in a business when you have a deadline that you know that 2 years from this date that your way of life is over? We've not been able to continue investing in our boats, our gear. I have a very good friend that I've known since I was a boy. His business didn't survive. He, first generation immigrant from Finland, had a mechanic shop in Astoria. Well, the first thing that happened when this plan was implemented is people stopped bringing their boats in to fix them up. He went under. he's done. So he didn't make it. So the uncertainty has been very, very tough. The plan promised that both of our fisheries would be enhanced. I think that it's tough. It's a tough thing to do. I'm not sure where we go from here, but I can't go on with the uncertainty involved with this plan. I want some resolution on this. I'm hoping that the commission can provide that. When we were fishing with our seine nets, that we found that there's only a few spots on the river that you could actually catch fish, and that was only during the peak of the run. There's just very few areas where they actually physically work to be able to do that. So there's just so many different problems with that, and I don't think it was the intention of the commission to hurt our businesses or to hurt us. But we have experienced economic harm during this transition period, and I don't want to see that continue. I think that the plan provides us with promises too that our fishery is to be enhanced, and I'd sure like to see that happen. I'd be happy to answer any questions if you should have any.
Okay, thank you. Carrie. Mr. Martin.
Commissioners, my name is Kent Martin. I'm a commercial fisherman from Skamakawa, Washington, all my life, and my ancestors. Back in 2000, when the Hatchery Scientific Review Group unveiled its assessment of hatchery rearing practices for the Columbia Basin, a key component was the function of the commercial fishery in soaking up large surpluses of hatchery and, by inference, robust natural spawn stocks. I attended a number of those early meetings with Oregon and Washington agencies, and we were told that the paramount goal of harvest reform was to increase harvest on those stocks that needed to be extra surplus hatchery, and to stop them from straying into natural spawning areas where they were thought to dilute the gene pool of the wild fish. We were told that if additional impacts on listed fish were needed to accomplish this, they would be provided. The overarching axiom posited by HSRG and subsequently adopted by National Marine Fisheries was figure out ways to harvest those big surpluses or dramatically reduce production. This message has been echoed by the Live Better Electrically people who are wondering aloud why they are raising large numbers of salmonids that no one is able, the sport fishery, or allowed, the commercial fishery, to catch. The traditional drift gill net has been the mainstay of the Columbia River, was declared an anachronism by various waterless gear experts in favor of alternative harvest strategies. The decades of observer data and monitoring were simply ignored. If one thing has been accomplished through this control process, it has been to illustrate just how selectively those supposedly non-selective gill nets are relative to technologies like traps and seines that require not only huge capital investments, but extensive sorting and handling and mortalities associated with that. Much of the reason is we're in this box canyon is because of our not paying attention to all the elements of selectivity. Alternative gear should have been part of a mix of several other different technologies. The impending lawsuit by the Wild Fish Conservancy, which seeks dramatic reductions in Mitchell Act hatchery production of fall Chinook and coho, is just the opening skirmish. I think you can probably expect Chinook and steelhead, spring Chinook and steelhead, to be front and center in the future. Certainly the wild fish nuts think that way. So one counterbalance to this trend then would be to really concentrate on some of those tributaries in the lower Columbia with either something like a pocket seiner or gillnet. This was done many years ago by the Washington Department of Fish and Wildlife in the Cowlitz to desperately control some of those stocks, particularly spring Chinook when the runs in the upper river were in the tank. The recreational fishery went absolutely ballistic and got a law through the legislature to ban any gill netting in tributaries. That would have to be changed. That's an obvious solution for some of these big hatchery surpluses. But a lot of those people don't like the idea of my gear, whether we're talking a purse seine, a gill net, magnetic levitation, anything that's going to catch fish that's going to compete with them. Thanks.
Thank you. Mr. Crookshanks.
Yes,
Darren Cruikshanks, commercial fisherman, president of the Columbia River Fishermen's Protective Union. It's over 130 years old. I want to thank you for the time for being able to speak. I've been involved with all these test fisheries since the beginning. I've done the tangle net for Washington for over 12 years now. I've test fished Cathlamet Channel now for over 5 years. I've done all the seining. I've done all the tagging with Washington and Oregon. I've got 5 years invested with Washington. I've got 4 years invested with Oregon. I've done summers. I've done fall. I've done it all. I don't know what that is, but anyways. I've done Bradbury Slough, side channel with a gill net. It produced a lot of steelhead, sturgeon, and a lot of tules and salmon, coho. I've done Coal Creek Slough. We've caught steelhead, sturgeon, tules, and I think I said coho. Anyways, done the Cathlamet Channel. And then this year I participated in the Mark Select fishery. I was one of the seine boats that went out. Marty Kohler was the other. And I would probably say we've got the most experience out of everybody that's done this already. And we could not catch our allotted fish. And I had one day there where I handled over 50 steelhead and quit because I just couldn't consciously do that. So anyways, catching salmon smolt in the bunt, we're catching sturgeon, we're just catching everything with that thing. When we used it in the springtime there, we had a real heavy bycatch of blueback, which is called a sockeye. There was days there when we were catching over 1,200 in 4 sets. Huge. Yes, we were catching salmon, but there was a lot of steelhead occurrence. So anyways, I'm here with the rest of everybody here, and I'm deeply concerned about my future. I'm 47, and I don't know where I'm going, and I've already been impacted. I live in Longview, right on the river. Got a fish buying operation there that employs over 7 people, sometimes 10, depending on how busy we are. We never even got an opener this year in the lower river. We got 2 days. We got the 18th and the 23rd in zones 4 and 5. That was our whole season. We're done. And as far as enhancing all these side channels and select areas, I don't fish there. And neither do probably 3/4 of the fleet. It houses about 50 local fishermen that live in that area. So you can enhance it all you want. I'm not going to be there. And 3/4 of the fleet's not going to be there. But I'd be happy to answer any of your questions. And I wanted to just throw in there, I've got 242 days of seining over the last 6 years. So I've been there. I've done it. Anything you want to ask me, I'm here.
We'll probably get some questions about that. Commissioners? Well, I want to hear about your experience on seining. About the places that it works, the places it doesn't work.
Oh.
I understood, and I listened to your bycatch.
Okay.
I listened to some of the other things.
You know, we did 5 years. The first year we did it in zones 1 through 3. Then they contracted us to go do the tagging and all that in zones 4 and 5. We were fishing up in zone 5. Same deal there. You fish real close to the beach. The skiff's on the other end, and you set the gear, and whatever's there you get. You get all different sizes. There is, what's there, and if you purse it right, you can catch a lot of fish. Sometimes you come up with nothing. Sometimes you come up with a whole tree and root wad in your net and ruins your whole day. You go in. But we only found 2 locations up there in Zone 5 to where we could even fish the purse seine.
So you love to fish, And
Yeah, that's
you-
what-
you
yeah.
told us that you're making a personal choice not to go to the enhanced areas off the main channel or off the main stem. Why is that?
Well, when you go down there, it's sometimes it can be you'll go down there and you got to fish every tide. It's over an hour drive for me to go down there. For the locals that live down there, they're so close, they can go down and make every tide. And it's been my experience every time I go down there, I might get some fish, I might not. And then as soon as I go home, miss one tide, well, guess what? Everybody caught fish.
I get it.
So it's it's my preference. I've never
It
done
doesn't
that
pencil.
well. So
Yeah. Economically, it doesn't pencil well for you.
not for me, no.
All right. Commissioners, I think you all have heard, and I have heard several times, we've heard some testimony here about economic harm or some sort of concern about economics. And yet we'll hear from other groups that the economics are as good or better than ever. Can someone explain that to me?
You won't hear me say that the economics are better than ever.
Okay. All right. I'll save that question. Thank you, panel.
Can I make a closing statement on this Zone 4 and 5? I mean, that was a surprise thing that I've heard about today, that the Sains may go to Zone 4 and 5. The
It's
commercial
just a staff suggestion.
I know, but the gill netters used to fish in their home areas of the lower river. They found Zone 4 and 5 to be a huge benefit. They bought smaller boats, traderable boats, and they moved to Zone 4 and 5 in good faith. Please do not just substitute another net to go in there and take the same fish. The gill net's there. They've developed it. It's a good fishery for that gill net fleet. So,
all right, thank you. Chris Virtuopoulos. B.G. Eilertson, Mike Bowman, and Terry Ostling.
Chair Finley, I was a part of the panel, B.G. Eilertson, so I won't be.
Okay.
That was BG, he said.
Yeah. Okay. Mr. Bowman's here, Terry Ostling. Jonathan Anderson. Okay. We'll start with you, Chris. Name and address for the record, please.
Chair Finley, Director Melcher, and the rest of the commission, thank you for having me. I'm here on behalf of the Northwest Guides and Anglers Association Group. Like the other groups here today, the NWGAA, as we are called, is not on board with the current proposal. The intention of the Senate Bill 830 was to maximize the economics of the Columbia Salmon Run. This staff proposal will limit the economic benefits for the Lower Columbia where it is most needed. The Northwest Guides and Anglers Association is made up of over 35 fishing guides and charter operators that make a significant part of their annual income from the Buoy 10 fishery. Each year, myself and the rest of the members take well over 2,000 sport anglers fishing on the Lower Columbia in pursuit of salmon and steelhead. These anglers spend countless dollars in rural towns from Astoria to Bonneville Dam. In recent years, the Buoy 10 fleet has failed to meet the Labor Day benchmark for a fully prosecuted fishery. And in August of 2016, that was with the fin clip only restriction for Sundays and Mondays. We were only allowed to keep hatchery fish. Limiting the growth of the Lower Columbia fisheries, where rural communities have most to gain, only continues to widen the gap between rural and urban communities. Fishing guides and charters spend exponentially larger sums of money to participate in the Lower Columbia fishery. Most of our customers travel over 50 miles to recreate with us, often leaving hundreds of dollars per customer in these communities. Last week, we had a deal. Sport anglers gave up hatchery plants in the tributaries. We've paid a $9.75 fee for 3 years now to transition gill nets to seine nets. And we've moved to barbless hooks and got shut out of the important fishery in Young's Bay. Sport anglers have lived up to our end of the deal, and it's the department's turn to live up to theirs. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
I'm Mike Backman. I got the name wrong on that.
Okay, go ahead.
Hi, I'm from Okaycom County, and I'm here to talk about you need harvestable fish. I think that you need one. I didn't see anybody here from the feds, and I'd like to see you guys working with the people from Washington in more of a uniform, so you could talk, so you could actually solve the problem. We could sit here and talk, and we can all tell you what we want, but unless you guys get together, you don't have the real players at the table. How are you going to make these decisions if you don't have the right adequate ability? You can't talk about what you're really trying to do. You're doing it from 100 miles away. They're over in Olympia right now doing the exact same thing, talking to a bunch of guys that couldn't be at both places at once. So we had to pick which place to come instead of having this thing together so you can actually make a decision that was competent, that was actually, you come together and actually discussed and said, hey, how are we going to figure this out and get the best brains in the room to sit and hash it out and figure out how to make this happen. You'll hear what I want for Christmas and what somebody else wants for, whatever. Everybody has a pie in the sky list. They want everything, right? We want it all. Everybody does. But that doesn't solve your problem. You need to get together and get the feds involved. We need harvestable fish. And if you got to figure out places where you can say, well, guess what? This is not going to be a natural run in here. Maybe this will be a harvestable area. Figure it out. Like Mr. Martin said, maybe make a creek or something, make a spot, make the cowlets, do something, but make a concession that shows you're really trying to make a non-hurting unit so that the guys can flex. We've shown that we're flexible. The fishermen are flexible. They're willing to go upriver or go to Willapa or go someplace, but you have to at least give them the chance to go someplace, to do something, but you ain't got the power to do it unless you get together. As where your body is, all you can follow is your own direction, and you're not going to get there. And I'm sorry, but that's I'm done.
Thank you. Hang around because maybe you'll hear some good news.
Commissioners, my name is Terry Ostling, commercial fisherman, Calflamet, Washington. And I talked to one of our commissioners down there that's in our town, and commercial fishing dollars represents 30% of what our county brings into our county. That's a big hit. You start taking this out. A lot of us, we travel upriver, but not having something at home, that's hard on the town too. You got to find a solution that works for all components, just like you said. It can't be just take from one place to another and make it look good here for now and bad there for later. The seinings went on for 4 years. You got the mortality numbers. The feds agreed with the study. Even the federal guy told me he felt the numbers should have been higher than what they show that they agreed upon. Because in all other places where they've done studies like Canada and these places, which it's all different water, the mortality numbers have been higher. And same in Puget Sound. So these are the lowest numbers they've got. And those numbers don't work. That goes to show you the seine fishery is not going to work. Pretty simple. And you got to find a fishery that does work. Yeah, tangle nets work. Yeah, our 9-inch and our 8-inch upriver works. Those are things that work. You got to go with what works. Thank you very much and have a nice day.
Thank you. Jonathan.
I'm Jonathan Anderson. I'm a third-generation fisherman. I'm from Warrenton, Oregon. I'm here to represent kind of the future of the fishery. I'm pretty sure I'm the youngest person here to testify. And there's a lot of people that they say, they don't make any money anyway, so what's it matter? This is the biggest part of my income. I'm a fisherman for a living. This is the biggest part of my income. I own my own boat, and I gill net in the spring, in the summer, in the fall. I crab in the winter, and this is by far my biggest chunk of income, and I'm pretty worried about it. And they say gill nets aren't selective, And given the proper timing and mesh size, it's proven that it is. You don't have any steelhead handle with the 8 or 9 inch, hardly. And the seines have all kinds of steelhead handles. So, I just basically want to represent the future of the fishery, and know that there is going to be more people when the older generation's done. There's going to be younger people fishing that are going to be looking to this fishery. I'm a college graduate. I went to college, and I love fishing. It's what I want to do. So that's it.
Okay. Thank you, Jonathan. Were you here when I read the Oregon statutes?
No. I might have been.
Well, we're required by law to address the economic impacts of our decision and enhance the income for both commercial and recreational fishing. So we aren't going to pick sides.
Right.
We're going to make the best decision and the best allocation we can. Mike, to your point, 3 of these commissioners on the 21st of October were meeting in Washington with 3 Washington commissioners of their fish committee. We've done that before, and the staff had met for weeks before between the 2. We will probably have another joint commission meeting with the Washington commissioners. So we're attempting to do just what you recommended.
Thank you.
Okay? All right, commissioners, any other questions? Thank you, panel.
Well, here, no, I got
You got one? I'm sorry.
For
How did
Chris.
I miss you?
Oh, I just didn't jump fast enough. Chris, I assume you heard somebody talking earlier about paying money out of the enhancement fund to make up deficits?
I did hear that, yes.
Is that something that your group would be supportive of?
I think all along, if you're talking about like a buyout or something like that, we have been willing and open to that sort of thing. Yes, very much so. I would be open to that idea.
Okay, thank you.
Now, can I speak, please? Now he's saying a buyout, but what they were saying before is to make the deficit up between a loss. There's a big difference there. A buyout is to get you out of the business. The other gentleman said earlier he'd be willing to make up the difference where your income wasn't as down as far. That's not a buyout. That basically would be a handout, and that ain't what a lot of us are looking for.
Okay, but
Okay.
would you agree with the handout concept?
Yes, I would.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you, panel.
Thank you.
Okay. Bill Hunsinger, Otis Hunsinger, John
Haas?
CCA, Haas, John Haas. Art is from Fairview Drive, Fairview, Oregon. Art, you here?
Art Israelson. Bueller. Art Israelson? No? Okay.
Okay, so Art's not here. We've got two. Let's see, Art is gone.
And John isn't, apparently, because I know these two.
John? Okay. So Brian McLaughlin. You here, Brian?
Yeah.
Okay, there's Brian. So we have 3. Brian Tassabolden? Terabotson? Yeah, Brian, are you here?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Okay, we'll start with you, Bill. Name and address for the record, please.
Bill Hunsinger, Route 2, Box 747, Astoria, Oregon. I'm a port commissioner, Port of Astoria, also a member of the Salmon Advisory Groups. And thank you for listening to me, Chairman Finley, and my friend Kurt Melcher, and members of the Bias Commission that I got to fight with here today. But I didn't realize there was as many sport fishermen, and my son and I are avid sport fishermen ourselves. Anyway, what I wanted to say is I listened to a biologist today tell you that, by God, I think we're on track. And in 2016 and 2015. Well, if we're on track, one of the largest tule hatcheries in Oregon is Big Creek. They only got 50% of the tules they need to get their spawn. They didn't get them. Okay, the other thing is, they didn't get their silvers either. This is the first year in the history since I've been gill netting in 1963 that a coho net wasn't laid out in the Columbia River in the fall. Even though we spent a horrible amount of money building tangle nets to fish these. There wasn't even a test fishery outside in the Columbia River. They fished their test fishery in the select area. We're supposed to be enhancing these fisheries. How do you explain that? How do you explain closing the terminal area, the only one they got in Washington? How do you explain that? That doesn't live up to what we're supposed to do. Then I listen to sport fishermen, and the overescapement that's going over these dams is absolutely ridiculous. How do you expect people to give you funding to raise fish when you don't use them, when you waste them? Do you know what the economic impact is to the states of Oregon and Washington on those fish that you didn't, commercially fish? A lot. Another thing is, are you supposed to feed the public farm fish that are steroid fish raised in pens? Is that what you're trying to do? You're trying to take the Columbia River shelf space off the shelf in all the stores in the United States, Canada, wherever, and give them steroid farm fish. I've seen them feed farm fish in Japan. Don't feed without gloves. Does that tell you what that fish is? The other thing is, I've listened to guys talk about, and the public pays for this resource, so they deserve this resource. They deserve to go down to the seafood market and get this fish to take home for dinner. Now, I heard about the environmentalists that say, boy, we're doing this, the steelheaders, we're doing that. I wish they'd come to the South Fork of the Claskanine and help me out there a little bit, but I own lots of property there. The commercial fishermen, somewhere around 1938, were the first environmentalists to save the Columbia River salmon. They ran their boats from Astoria to Bonneville Dam to protest no ladders. That's how we lost our June bugs, the biggest fish the Columbia River ever raised. That's how we lost them. These guys ran their boats. These aren't V8 boats and cars that go 60, 70 miles an hour. This is a one-lunger. Boom, 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 boom. They anchored there in protest, brought their families there to protest. And they're the true environmentalists, because that's how you got ladders. If they weren't there to protest, and those ladders weren't here today, nothing would have got above Bonneville and the other dams and got to the Snake River, the blueback, everything you talk about.
You're out of time, Bill.
Okay. It says 25 seconds on
Oh,
the
my
clock.
mistake. I
I'm
misread
going the
it.
other way.
Oh, you're going
I'm
down.
having- No, it's going up. You are
I just
up.
want to tell you one thing, though, Mr. Finley.
Make it short.
Not everybody buys a fishing license to fish a salmon. So don't take all that money. Otis and I both paid our $975, or $9.75 to put us out of business. So the officer wouldn't give me a ticket that sure as hell would have been more than $9.75. We enjoy fishing. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Otis.
Okay. I'm Otis Hunsinger. 92669 Leo Drive, Astoria, Oregon, 97103. I'm probably one of the younger guys in the fishery. I bought in when I was 28 years old. There are guys that still want to buy in. My brother just bought in. I bought another boat this year, actually, a second one, second boat, second permit. I'm on the Salmon for All board. I have boats, permits, nets, gear, revival boxes. I have all this stuff that, when you want to go into economic harm, I built tangle nets, I built revival boxes, all this stuff so that we can be conservationists. And one thing that really bothers me is, when we go upriver to fish zone 4 and 5, the sports are going the opposite way. We're passing each other. People coming from Portland, we're going to Portland, and they're coming to Astoria. Maybe you should look at a revival box on some of those guide boats. They catch just as much as some of these guys that only make $10,000, if that's a correct figure. I don't make $10,000. I make a lot more than $50,000, so I guess I'm one of the 4 that does that. But, I'd like to know what the future is. It's hard to put up gear and nets and buy permits and invest in a business. I have a buyer's license. This is my whole life. I fish in Alaska. I crab fish. I fish on the Columbia River. The Columbia River is 80% of my income. I have 4 kids. I live in Astoria. Another thing that I wanted to bring up is all these smolt releases that you guys had with this plan. And I'll go with a 4-year release for Tongue Point on an average for your Chinooks. The number is 4,622 Chinooks. In 16, you caught 3,630 adults. In 15, you caught 3,586 adults. Now we'll go to coho. The 4-year average for coho is 20,481 coho. In 16, you caught up to date at October 6, you caught 9,026 coho, and in 15, you caught 9,080 coho. For blind slough, you can keep going the same path getting showed here. The average, 3,135 Chinooks, and in 16 you caught 2,151 fish. In 15 you caught 3,388 fish. That was the only year in 2015 in blind slough that you actually caught the 4-year average, since we've been adding all these smolts in here. Okay, we'll go to coho for blind slough. For 16 you caught 1,257 coho, and for 15 you caught 1,508 coho. The 4-year average for coho, 7,133 fish. That's the 4-year average. Okay, now we'll switch to Young's Bay. In 16, you caught for Chinooks, you caught 6,409 Chinooks. In 15, you caught 6,656 Chinooks. The 4-year average for Young's Bay, 9,805.
Otis, you're out of time.
Okay. Well, so I guess I'm just saying that these smolt releases aren't showing up in the select areas like you guys hoped they would.
Okay, thank you. John?
Brian. But sure, Brian McLaughlin.
Oh, I didn't scratch out John. Okay, sorry, Brian. Go ahead, Brian.
Chair Finley, Vice Chair Weber, members of the commission, Director Melcher, I appreciate your time here today. I know this is a difficult task, and quite frankly, I debated whether to come down here or not, because I don't know if this is the forum where this is all going to be decided. I would like it to be, because I think the commission is a vital forum for these type of conflicts to be resolved. Chair Finley, your remarks at the beginning of the comment period are well taken. I will adjust my comments to reflect the points you want to address, but I want to go back to a theme that the first panel up here made, is that the sport fishing groups, the recreational anglers, are, I think, legitimately upset with the proposal, that they look at it as a deal that is being abandoned. When you talk about a permanent or a fundamental change to your principles that are your guiding principles and the allocation numbers, it's going to affect us. And we look at and we see the staff report that says the commercials are catching more fish and there's a higher ex-vessel value than the baseline period before the reforms went into place and during that period. And we're going, it seems like expectations are being met. Why is this fundamental shift in policy proposed at this point? I realize you have a statutory duty to do certain things, and so I'm going to move on and talk about things I think you need to think about. First of all, the $40 number that is used in the economic analysis for sport fishery is outdated and needs to be revised. Anecdotally, when I told my wife, hey, I can go fishing more because ODFW says I only spend $40 when I go fishing for a day, she laughed and she thought it was a joke. It is. That number is much higher. But even beyond that, what I don't see reflected in your economic studies is a very well accepted economic principle of consumer surplus. You say that there's a lot of recreational fishermen and fishers on this panel. Would you stop fishing if I paid you $40 not to go fishing in Yellowstone in that day? No, because there is a much greater value, and it's reflected in the economic well-being and vitality of a region than simply what you spend per day. It's called consumer surplus, and it needs to be incorporated in your economic analysis, and I don't think it is. It applies both to everybody, recreational, commercial, but it needs to be incorporated. I'm going to run out of time. I would just say this. When you think about economic benefits, please look at the long term. What I'm hearing a lot is, I can't, I won't change, we can't do it. We need innovation. We need to move to really selective fisheries that are effective, and to do that it takes investment and time. American businesses, which I've been involved in, don't have a philosophy of, I can't innovate, I can't do this, I can't do that. A trademark of our businesses is that we innovate and we change with the times to adapt to new conditions, and it may take some time, but please give it the time. A fundamental change in the policies is premature. Thank you very much for your time.
Okay, thank you. Brian?
Chair Finley, fellow commissioners, Director Melcher. Been a while since I've been up here to speak in front of the commission. Fifth generation commercial fisherman, fish buyer. Buy fish from Zone 6, from the Zone 6 tribal fishery. Been listening and hearing a lot here today about the $9.75 surcharge. I don't know if anyone's aware of in the commission, the tribal fishery in the last few years, since I've been involved in it for 10 years, we've went from maybe 3 to a half a dozen drift fishermen to about there's at least 100 or maybe to as many as 125 drift fishermen. The tribes had 25,000 fish that was left over or foregone effort, and their main objective is to try to access that 25,000 surplus fish. And their intent is to come below Bonneville Dam. And there was a fishery structured for this year, but with scheduling conflicts with the commercial fishery, the non-tribal commercial fishery, and their own scheduling conflicts, it didn't work. Your biologists or ODFW biologists have that information. It's not just a spoof. So if it's $9.75 or if it's $10.75, if you remove the Lower Columbia River non-tribal commercial fishery off the river, the presence of the tribal fishery will be there. So there will be gill nets on the Lower Columbia. I'm just saying what I know. Chair Finley, I really respected your comments and appreciated your straightforwardness on before public testimony. I've been very active in the test fisheries from the fish trap. I think I was one of the first ones involved with the floating fish trap. One of the very ones first involved with the tooth net. Our spring fishery utilizes, where we are allocated 2% of the wild steelhead. We only utilize 0.2%. It's the most selective tool in the spring. We work on a 75% mark rate on the spring Chinook. That's what it's all about. But the problem in the fall doesn't come into if it's a fish wheel or if it's a trap or if it's a seine. It comes into the fact that it's 70-degree water. And our research centers can't even handle fish without using a catch method. If it's a hook or if it's a net, it doesn't matter. In 70-degree water, we're having bad effects on these fish by handling them and releasing them. And those are things that you have to take into consideration. And it's too bad that we have to come here in front of this microphone in 3 minutes. We have to try to get forward the information. But I think you were very good, and it was a very changing experience for me. So, in future, I think the best thing is for the commission to be able to come down to Astoria and see what we're all about. We talk about infrastructure in our sport fishery. Our community needs those dollars. I'll agree with that. But it's people like myself that are paying $6,000 a year in taxes for the infrastructure for the sport fishery to come down to our community. And I'm not shooing them away. We need those dollars for our community, but we need our jobs too.
Okay, thank you. Okay, commissioners. Commissioner Weber.
I was just going to say to Brian.
You got two Brians.
Well, the second Brian.
Okay.
That if you have some good points you want to make, send it to us in writing, email, whatever, because we get a lot of that. We read every one of them. And then you have whatever time you want to communicate, and you're not limited by 3 minutes.
I appreciate that, Vice Chair Weber. And that's what's tough. It's hard. I'm not going to come up here and speak on behalf of the tribes or on behalf of what the tribes should do. And I think that's probably some information that is better suited for you to get from someone more appropriate, or maybe even the tribes themselves. But I will do that. And it's an open invitation, in the spring. If we're, like I said, I still am active in a lot of test fisheries. I've been very fortunate to be a part of ODFW and working with them firsthand. That door is always open, and there's we're fifth generation. This is all we know. This is what we know, and we will fight for the fish, and the fish should come first.
Okay, thank you.
Can I make a comment? I just want to follow up with Commissioner Weber's comment about communicating with us, because of course we get a lot of written testimony, and then we get your personal testimony, and going through our information, I mean, the sports fishing written testimony far outnumbers commercials, and probably has to do with their numbers and their organization and that sort of thing. At the same time, we're really impressed, and I personally have always been, and some of you young commercial guys know, I've commented on this, that I appreciate a lot your personal story and your story about your families. But at the same time, the written testimony is helpful for us to go back and refer to. So, speak in person by all means, but if you have a time to write a note, we can always look at it, during the week, just be refreshed on what you're talking about. Okay? Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, panel. Nathan Rogel, Bill Perrone, Vern Stoss, Lori Steele. Guess I got all, did I get all four? Okay. Nathan Rogel.
Right here.
Thank you. Phil Perrone.
That's me.
Your phone.
I'm Nathan.
You're Nathan.
Yeah.
Okay.
Chairman Melcher, my name is Phil Perrone.
Hang on just a minute. I'm trying
Sure.
to get another panel member up here.
He's taking roll.
Vern Stoss.
3 minutes.
I'm not charging these minutes. Okay. Lori, you're here. Steve Fick.
Steve's here. Steve's here.
Well, we can get him on the next panel. Mike Wolfler. Wolfger.
Here we go.
Wolger? Sorry about that. Okay. Let's start with you, Mr. Rogel. Name and address for the record.
Okay, thank you, Chairman Finley, Kurt Melcher, and the rest of the commissioners here. My name is Nathan Rogel. I live at 42,000 Napa Terrace Lane, Astoria, Oregon, with my wife and stepson. I'm currently, gill netting is the only business I have, my job, so I work pretty hard in the select areas and plug away pretty hard whenever there's a opener down there at Young's Bay. And it's been a lot of good testimony here today, so I'm going to keep mine pretty short. One thing that during the transition period, there's been a lot of scrutiny and study of the mortality rates of the seines and the alternative gears, and it's come out that the gill nets are actually in the right area, time and place, the most selective, available, economical tool that we have these days. And so one comment is that keeping those gill nets up in zone 4 and 5 along with the rule given by the state law is actually keeping the promise, not breaking the promise. Another little comment is just that there was some talk of bycatch, and one thing I'd like to see is a real accurate study of hooking mortalities in the river, and I think that would help to digest all the information. And I'll quit right there. Thank you.
Thank you. Phil.
Hi. Chairman Finley and Director Melcher and the other people on the board. My name is Phil Perone. I own a fishing tackle company called Procure. Make bait sense. We're 32 years old. We're in Salem, Oregon. I have 18 employees full-time. And I can tell you right now, we talked about fishing days, available fishing days. A lot of times we're given available fishing days when there's not a lot of fish to catch. I'm really shocked because I hear that we haven't caught our quotas as sport guys, but yet we're always getting shut down just when the bite gets good. I have all sorts of guides call me and say, it's red hot right now. We're catching 6-8 fish a day. And all of a sudden we're shut down because we hit our allotment. Then we watch these huge numbers go over the dam, and all of a sudden 3 weeks later when there's no fish, we're given fishing days. You, Vice Chairman Weber, you mentioned, why can't we catch fish? You know, when you put a gill net across the river, anything swimming up is going to get caught. But when you rod and reel, water temperature, water flow, so many things affect the bite. But we get shut down when the bite's the hottest. For us, fishing days are critical. Springers, we come off the winter. It's really lean pickings for a tackle company, the tackle stores like Fisherman's Marine Supply. Real lean pickings. Our springer fishery is vital to us, and we get shut down. About 10 years ago, we had an egg fishery below Bonneville. It was red hot. We were just slaughtering fish, and we got shut down because we were told we're catching too many. But now we're told we don't catch enough. You mentioned earlier commercial rod and reel fishery. I don't think it's available to anybody, but it sounds viable to me. And I don't have any knock against guys that are making a living commercial fishing. I used to do it for a living back on the East Coast for Atlantic cod. It's a tough business. So a lot of respect for that. And if gill nets are the only solution, and I don't know if they've been truly tested with an open heart, open spirit, but if that's the only solution, maybe that's where we're eventually going to need to be, or fish wheels. But, you know, it hurts right now when you're a sport fisherman to see it shut down when they have the gill nets in 2 or 3 days sometimes before it recovers where the sport guys can catch fish. Another thing I'd like to mention right now, we talked about excess coho. Well, I love to fish in the ocean for coho. In the last couple of years, the coho showed up really late, but the season's closed. We need to reevaluate our seasons. Instead of opening them so early, these fish came really, really late this year. Why didn't we have an open season in the ocean where we could have caught them? You don't want them up there anyway, and you won't let us keep them. They were in the bays thick, and we couldn't keep them. Some of your policies don't make any sense. You're telling us one thing and doing something else. So, you know, I respect you guys greatly. It's a tough decision. For guys who are commercial fishermen, all the respect in the world from. If in fact, purse seiners or this or that doesn't work, maybe we would have to go. But we need fishing days to keep our sports people alive. When I stay home, nobody makes any money. But when I get in my car, I go to Astoria, I'm buying gas, I'm getting my boat repaired, I'm getting my motors tuned up, I'm getting the roof of my canvas repaired, I stay at a hotel, I buy meals, I buy bait. Nobody makes money when we stay at home. Our sport fishing days are so much more valuable dollar-wise to this community than the commercial netting. But if you had a commercial net, you're valuable too. So I respect both sides. And that's it.
Well, good. Thank you very much. Vern. Oh, Vern didn't come up, did he?
Lori.
No, Lori's next. Ms. Steele.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Lori Steele. I am the Executive Director of the West Coast Seafood Processors Association. For those of you who I have not had the opportunity to meet personally, it may help put things in context to say I'm the new Rod Moore. Since many of you probably knew Rod before he retired. We are based in Portland, Oregon, although we represent many of the shoreside processors in Oregon and Washington, including many of those that you've heard about today. The shoreside processors are the backbone of the infrastructure in many fishing communities that support both commercial and sport interests. In general, we support the staff recommendation for adaptive management, and that is reforms that will best align this policy and the implementation of this policy with the objectives laid forth and the expected outcomes. This includes the objective to enhance the viability of commercial fisheries. A rebalance of the Columbia River fisheries reform is necessary. I would just like to take the opportunity to point you to the letter that we did submit as part of the written testimony. It was submitted by our Deputy Director, Susan Chambers. So I'm just touching on a couple of points that are articulated much more in detail in that letter, and hope that you have a chance to read the letter. As I mentioned, we do support adaptive management and a rebalance of the Columbia fisheries reform. Commercial fishermen and processors have lost money and revenue under the plan that was supposed to enhance both the commercial and recreational sectors. This has resulted in the loss of some processing workers to our members, and most importantly, consumers are losing access to high-quality, sustainable seafood that is part of a healthy diet and part of our West Coast culture. We believe that any fisheries reform must be fair and flexible. I may be stating the obvious when I say that adaptive management is clearly the cornerstone of successful fisheries management. We would encourage you to collaborate through this process with the industry. Again, stating the obvious, but collaboration with the industry will lead to better solutions. In terms of specific recommendations, since time is short, I will just refer you to our letter. We encourage the Commission to consider maintaining purse seines only on an experimental basis, and that is based on the information that we have in front of us that suggests that the potential impacts on ESA species such as steelhead and sockeye may not necessarily be positive and could be detrimental with purse seines. A handful of purse seines has been already shown to have high impacts on steelhead. So we would encourage you to consider those recommendations, and related to that, just very quickly, we would recommend that an analysis of the potential for gear conflicts should be completed before the Commission makes further decisions on fisheries reform. With that, I will close and just ask the Commission to bear in mind our recommendations when it considers adaptive management changes. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Woolger.
My name is Mike Woolger, P.O. Box 177, Chinook, Washington. Commissioner Finley, Director Melcher, and commissioners. I was going to come up today. A lot of things that were on my mind have been said. One thing that's always, since the beginning, I'm a board member of Salmon for All, been involved in the process of this whole governor's plan and everything else. And I've always told myself, you know, I put myself through college gill netting on the Columbia River. And once we started into this, I just went, you know, this is wrong. We're implementing policy without the science. Once the policy was implemented, then we turned around and tried to dig up the science to fit the policy. And it just was totally backwards to me how this has gone on. So, but anyway, addressing Mr. Finley was kind of asking about Bruce Pauly was up here saying that there was quite a few fishermen that wanted to participate with seines, but they didn't feel like they could, or they being strong-armed or anything else. And I can't say there's anything further from the truth. The reason the participation is what it was, there was just a handful of contracts. The guys that had access to different boats, seine nets, equipment, went and did it. Some of us, myself, kept a close eye on it. You know, if it was viable and there was a lot of money to be made, it was going to work, it was going to replace my gill net, you'd be damn well sure, yeah, I would have been looking at it, you know, a lot closer. But as it came out, you know, recently they had some contracts for seines, and they couldn't get enough players to even want to do it. And why? Because the guys that were testing them it was proving out not to be economically viable. And so that's, you can't get any further from the truth. If anybody wanted to do it, they could do it if they had the financial means. One other thing I want to address, this gentleman next to me, we lay out a gill net. There's a big misconception. They seem to think, some people think that it's top to bottom, bank to bank. The Columbia River is a wide river. It's a deep river. We have different drifts. We're spread out. Fish have tails. They swim. Tides, we've gill netted down in Astoria. In one tide, you can't catch a fish. The next tide, you're full of fish. I have guide friends down there who are very, very good guides. They can't wait to go fishing the next day after we gill netted. For one thing, they said a lot of participants aren't there because they have this myth that we just mop the river up. So other than that, the last thing I'd like to touch on is the bubble in front of Young's Bay. My belief as a select area fisherman that it is a valuable deal. And if we're trying to get fish and enhance these select areas, then what the hell is the problem of having a little buffer in front of Young's Bay when we're trying to get the fish in there to the fishermen? Jim Wells addressed the deep water issue. I know 2 years ago we had a good coho run in there, and those coho were laying in that deep water off Hammond there. And when they came when the tides were right. So I don't want to see the bubble go away. So anyway, I'll end with that. Thank you.
I was going to ask you that question anyway, so the time you used is well spent. Thank you. Commissioners, any questions, comments?
I have a question real quickly. If it looks like a lot of sentiment is to go back to gill netting, what happens to the $975 that we paid for switching in gear? You got to have collected like $4 million already. Where does that go?
I don't know.
Do we get it back? Is it refunded?
I'll let the director answer that.
Well, sure. So the endorsement fund has been used over the last 4 years to implement many of the tests that we've been using to evaluate the alternative gear, to evaluate off-channel new select area fishing sites. So that money is largely spent. It's been used for its purpose, which was to conduct these evaluations. I think it's an open question moving forward as to whether, and I think there were some other folks maybe who alluded to it, but it's an open question moving forward as to whether, if we're not going to do a lot of additional evaluations in the future, the commission could eliminate that or reduce it. So, I think that's an open question. It's something that will be part of the final discussion as we move forward.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, guys.
Okay, thank you, panel. Mr. Heeker?
Hoyker.
And Steve Fick is back.
Huh? Yeah, I'm going to do him next. Mr. Hoyker, did you want to have other members of your family testify, or just you? I just saw your note here. I apologize.
Yeah, I just wanted to introduce you to him
Okay, well, come on up. We'll put you on the panel.
Craig will probably call him. Can they come up, or?
Yeah, if you would,
Yeah.
are they going to testify?
I'm just going to testify a little bit. I just want to introduce you to him.
I want to have one other witness up here with
Yeah.
you.
Steve?
Steve Fick.
Here he comes.
Nice family. You guys can sit down and relax, unless you want to come up here and talk.
Yeah, I think we ought to make them talk.
Okay, every one of them.
Which
We
one?
always
Go
like
ahead,
to hear
Mr.
the young
Beaker.
people.
Have the smart one
Beaker, you
talk.
go first.
More time.
You go ahead.
That one right there? If you need some more time, you can use it.
Me go?
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, Steve.
Hi, Chair Finley, Commission. For the record, my name's Steve Fick. I'm from Astoria, Oregon. I'm representing West Coast Seafood Processors today, and as you know, I've got a seafood plant in Astoria. Before I start, I want to just briefly ask that you're aware that there was a letter sent in here by several people just explaining that they had been in the seafood industry primarily in their youth, that they earned money, they created opportunities for them to get educations and make life choices. So that they wanted me to really emphasize that to you, that they, although they're not in the seafood business today, they're your surgeon, they're your dentist, they're your electrician. Thank you.
Now we'll start.
I just want to make a few points. You asked for help on this a little bit, suggestions. One thing is we really we need impacts to run fisheries. These impacts are so reduced for most of the implementation of these proposed ideas. It's very difficult. I would suggest strongly we look at a matrix system because every run and every year is going to be different. So if there's a situation where you have, all of a sudden you have an anomaly where you have 800,000 spring Chinook, you still really want to have a 20% harvest level or an impact level on somebody when somebody else can't access it? So I think you need the flexibility part of this has been brought forth. Again, I appreciate the fact, Chair, that you guys, you've emphasized that you've got a law here that's been passed by the state of Oregon that is to enhance all fisheries, and I encourage you to follow with that. You look at the facts, what works, what doesn't, look at the science behind it. The other thing that I would really, I don't have a problem with being involved in a working group that can help solve some of these problems for you. At least somehow get some kind of a sidebars to it that you guys can start wrestling with it a little bit, because you feel like you're just out there where you can have some constructive input if people are put into a room and really find out what their needs are and what your needs are. Get closer so you guys got something to work with. The other thing I want to bring up just briefly is this concept of this bubble. The one thing that with this fish coming into Young's Bay, the one aspect of that really has benefited catching those strays is forcing them away from that bubble area and going over into what we call blind channel, which is on the Washington side, upriver above the bridge. All these other areas where those rogue river salmon are more likely to stray into Washington or Oregon stream, but I think it's mostly Washington streams you're worried about the straying in. So the bubble serves as a tool that keeps people out of there and focus their efforts into these other areas where the fish have strayed. The bubble area, those fish are probably going to end up in the bay. And you're not getting your egg take now, so I don't think that's I don't think you should enhance your catch on that. Another point of this, Chair Finley, you have staff contact me. I'll work on a fish wheel. I have a plant in Alaska. I work closely with the department up there. I was intrigued by their fish wheels on the Kenai, for instance, and I offer that service to the commission if you'd like it. And lastly, 25 years ago, I used to beg Director Melcher, when are you going to let us try a seine? When are you going to let us try a seine? And we finally tried a seine. I was looking for other technologies. How can we optimize this harvest of these fish that otherwise go surplus to both recreational and commercial? So a lot of this has been a moving process, and I can attest to the fact that a lot of these guys would seine if they could make it that way, but it doesn't work. So with that, I tried to make it short and sweet, and I appreciate your time.
Didn't you ever hear don't volunteer?
I've done a little volunteering once in a while, but
why did you sign up again?
Yeah.
Thank you.
I do appreciate all the work you guys have, the commission has put into all this. It's, I imagine it's very taxing.
Thank you. Mr. Hoiker.
Good afternoon, Chair Finley and the rest of the commissioners. My name is Tim Hoiker. I live at 63111 Cascade Locks, Oregon. I brought my family down here today to just sort of show them how this process works, and they've asked me for the last few years what this is all about, and and what we're trying to accomplish here. So I thought it'd be a good field trip for them today. So and just a little about the family that they all participate in the main stem fishery. They come to me with Alaska in the summer for June and July and part of August, and they fish until they go back up to school. And, you know, we clean all our fish, market our fish. We have some of the best fish that are produced according to the buyers. We work hard at it, and it's all we do. And they want to continue doing this. Whether they get to or not, I guess it's all up to you guys. So, I mean, the future's in their future's in your hands. So, you know, these are we just fish for the public. You guys know that. Everybody knows that. I guess and you represent the public, so it's sort of up to you on if we're going to fish or not anymore. And I guess it'd be sort of nice to know that here in the future if gill netting is going to be part of our lives or not. I mean, we would, if there was a better way to harvest the fish, we would have no problem doing that. I honestly don't believe there is. I mean, I've heard of a gentleman that's, you know, nets are non-selective. I don't own a gill net that's non-selective. I mean, it doesn't even make sense. I mean, it just shows that he doesn't know nothing about how gill nets work. So, and we all know how sports work. We all grew up pole fishing. We know what a hook does. We know all that. So, I think that I don't know if there's a good solution or not to do that. And I mean, we live right on the Columbia, right at the deadline. And from what I heard, if the tribes did, it would really be devastating if you guys were to take gill netting away from the main stem and the tribes were to come down there and fish right in front. That would just truly be heartbreaking to see that we accomplished nothing. I mean, we removed gill nets from the lower river for somebody else just to take it over. It doesn't even make sense. So I just truly hope that doesn't happen if just for the CCA's power trip to remove the nets from the river. So from the lower end, so which I still don't believe that they've had the last 3 years should have showed something that would hopefully put both user groups together to make it work. So anyways, I appreciate everything. Oh, one thing is that on the fish wheel thing, I did buy a barge to try the fish wheel out of my own money to get it started. A big barge, 30 by 60. It was big to get the ball rolling on this. And with staff did do some work. They did do some stuff, and it just never materialized, I guess, with the permitting and the zoning and that kind of stuff. But I did start it. I mean, I didn't get reimbursed. I still have the barge. So I mean, there is potential there, I guess, if staff wants to go down that road. So anyways, thank you guys.
Thank you. Commissioner Buckmaster, then Commissioner Woolley.
We maybe the same thing. Does this family do they have names?
Yes.
Could we hear them?
Do you want me to?
I'd like you to introduce your family.
My daughter Heidi, my daughter Rihanna, my son Herman, my son Bernie, my wife Casey.
Thank you all for being here.
So they were nervous of coming, but it was. I think they learned something. So thanks, guys.
Commissioner Buckmaster stole my line, but I just wanted to just say my appreciation for bringing your family down, and also that the kids are also welcome to testify. A couple of folks have talked about sort of the multi-generational aspect of this work, and so we really like to hear from everybody. My son is a senior in high school, and he's in his environmental studies class. They were debating about another big issue of ours, wolves, and I want to see if talk with his teacher and see maybe some students can come down for a little extra credit for when we get back into the wolf plan again. So anyway, thanks everybody for coming.
Commissioner Weber.
It's Tim?
Yeah, Tim.
Yeah, Tim, you brought up something that a lot of other people had brought up, which is they want some certainty. And somebody can argue with me if they want, but we're not doing anything today.
I understand.
If we do something in a couple of months or 6 months or whatever, there is never going to be certainty, because it is going to be subject to change for all sorts of reasons. So, you know, if you came here to hopefully get this settled once and for all, it's over, not going to happen. We're wrestling with, you know, how we're going to deal with it during the time that we're making the decision, and it can be, our decision can be changed in any number of ways by us, by somebody else, legislature, whatever. So we can't do anything permanent, but we can, we're working on figuring out an interim solution.
Oh, I understand. You have a super tough job. So.
Commissioner Anderson.
Thank you. I wanted to ask if anyone from Tim's family wanted to say something that I think about. And actually I believe it was Mr. McLaughlin earlier, talked about how the value of sport fishing isn't just $40 value that we put into a model, and nor is it that for commercial fishing. I know that when I was fishing salmon trolling with my dad when I was a teenager, I actually didn't love it. It was really hard work. I didn't want to continue that, but I learned some incredibly valuable lessons at that time that really shaped and formed the kind of person that I am today. And I'm wondering, even at your young ages, if any one of you would want to take the opportunity to just state what some of those values are outside of the check that your dad may or may not give you at the end of a hard day's work, just in terms of any of the lessons or values that come from the work that you do on the river.
You want to go over here? You go over here.
I definitely think that it teaches us a lot and shows us like how we as a family can work together and like accomplish so much. And I don't know, I think my dad's taught me a lot, even if I don't end up doing this, even though I hope I do, because I love fishing and I really take like pride in it. Like, I have been fishing with my dad since, I was little, and I think that the more like I see like all of them grow up, and my younger brother's just starting to like come out with us and learn it, that sorry, that that even that we all have learned so much, and just sorry, I'm super nervous. I think it definitely builds us as people and shows us how hard we work. I don't see anybody at my brother's age or even my sister's age work as hard as we do for what we do.
I bet that's true. That's true. It's hard work.
At all, yeah. It's very hard work, both on the river and in Alaska. It's pretty hard staying up all night long fishing.
Well, it's really cool what you do, and I think for me personally, it really taught me about resourcefulness, because when you're fishing, you don't have Napa just right down the road, and when something goes wrong, you have to be able to deal with it right there. To be able to learn that as a young person, I hope that's something that you can take with you into life. So, but thank you for coming up and sharing your story. I appreciate it.
Exactly. No, it's I've definitely learned my lesson a lot. Me and my sister had a difficult task this season. We got it stuck in the prop and had to pull our entire net on deck by hand at 3 o'clock in the morning. So it was pretty stressful. Yeah, we've learned it doesn't fix it, and Dad's not there by our side. So.
Okay.
Is there any place in the world prettier than Nelson Lagoon? And you're one of the few people that get to say that.
Yes, it's a very, very pretty place. I love fishing there. Yeah.
Okay. Well, thank you very much for coming up.
Thank you.
We have one more question from the director and maybe one from me, so go ahead, Director.
Okay, thanks, Mr. Chair. So, Tim, you said something that I thought was intriguing. You made a statement that you don't own a gill net that's non-selective. And I think that's really been a thread that's been running through much of the testimony today, as well as some of the staff comments. But I think it might be interesting if you could share with the commission in particular, and I know you participate in some pretty high volume fisheries, Bristol Bay, perhaps still Area M, I'm not sure, but if you could share with the commission the sensitivity to mesh size in these really high volume fisheries where I know in many cases fishers are selecting for mesh size with significant different catch rates with just slight variations, like even a quarter inch. So you might elaborate a little bit on that as it relates to your comment about not owning a net that's not selective.
Yeah, so, I mean, like in Alaska, for instance, I mean, a 16th, 8th inch variance in nets is a pretty important tool. The size, I mean, you know, Bristol Bay removes 40 million fish a year, you know, 30, 40 million fish out of the, with gill nets. But the size is pretty important. And so, I mean, it is a select tool to do the job. So it's, and I beg to differ on that. I made I guess the referring to down here is the, you know, with the 8 inch to 9 inch. I mean, you guys have all been through this, and it is. I mean, I've been doing it, been living there, fishing for 38 years there and I don't know if there is a better way to do what we do, as clean as we do it, with anything else but I mean, that mesh size is really, you know, it really does work. I mean, to move it around and how we do it, it's, I mean, I hope you guys can, you know, work this out. So, I mean, I just.
Okay. You mentioned something about a fish wheel.
Yeah.
Elaborate on that.
Well, when all this came about, the fish wheel, my dad's property originally, it was the Upper Dotson wheel, fish wheel, on his property back in the day. And then there's Ives Island, which my dad owns, a part of that, which has the Ives Island wheel on it. So we've been, you know, I grew up looking at all the books and all the fish wheel stuff and all that. So when this came to play, this stuff, you know, I was figured, well, you know, can we try the fish wheel and see if it would work? And I mean, we talked about it from the beginning. I mean, I found this pontoon barge, what I thought would work, you know, because it's a pontoon, so you could actually get the wheel to work in between it. And I did buy it, towed it up to there, and you know, we just haven't. We didn't go any further. I mean, the staff did their job what their job, I think, is to get the permit process in place. But
still interested?
If it's something that you guys really want to try to prove, I guess you know, if that's what we need to do.
We'll talk it over.
Yeah, if that's what we need to do, then it's still there.
Yeah. We don't have any assessment on one.
What?
On fish wheels.
Oh yeah, no, I know it's
a part of this process.
Yeah, I mean, we could go down. I mean, it ain't going to be cheap. It's not. No, the biggest thing of the fish wheel is it's not the wheel itself; it's the weir. Weir the fish to the wheel. So that is the biggest thing to do. Mm-hmm. You know. So you know, they don't like to pound all these pilings in the river. I mean, there's some existing pilings on some of the property, but you know, they're old. I mean, obviously, 100 years. So there's not much left of those, but. That would be the challenging part, as to how to weir the fish, let alone, you know, sorting them. That'd be a whole nother thing, is to sort them out, and I don't know if, you know, how much everybody wants to put into it, you know, to try. Like you said, I heard you say earlier that the Fish and Wildlife might be interested in something like that.
Well, they have some designs for research purposes.
Yeah,
okay.
For research.
Well, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
We'll stay in touch. Thank you, Steve. Anyone else in the room that wanted to testify that we missed? Okay.
I didn't sign up. Is it okay if I say something?
Yeah, come on up here. Introduce yourself and give me your address. Thank you.
So, my name is John Horak. I live at 3842 Midway Avenue, Northeast Salem. I own the second biggest crab pot company in the state. I own the second biggest rod and reel company in the state. I represent commercial fishing and sport fishing. I fish in Dutch Harbor. I represent the 1% bycatch fishery, not a 50% mortality. I'm hearing a whole, well, first off, I apologize. I appreciate your time, Melcher, Mr. Finley, everybody up here. I apologize for not signing up and getting in.
We're not going to charge you for that.
What I'm not hearing nothing about, you have a commercial fishing industry here, gill nets. There's a long story behind that. What I didn't hear anything about, there's no catch logs. How many sturgeon are we killing every day? Gill nets are only catch salmon. I've been on those boats. I know the true story. There's no catch ratio. How many thousands of pounds of sturgeon are being processed? The main issue here is not enough fish. We have predation problems that are not been brought up. I know this is a gill net meeting, but you have cormorants and you have sea lions. Not one gill netter said anything about how many fish were taken out of their nets. I know guys that do it. They were scrambling to get their nets out of the water because they were losing half of their catch. Nothing was mentioned about that. I respect the job that you people are doing. You have an overwhelming task. The problem is more fish, less predation, a little more organization. I'm for both sides making money. The main thing is that our fish make it to spawning grounds for future generations beyond this meeting. And we're not doing that. Both sides are not doing that. And you guys are weighed with the problem. So I appreciate your time. Thank you for letting me speak.
Hang on a minute. Commissioners, any questions? Thanks for volunteering.
Thank you.
Okay, so we've completed the public testimony phase. I think we have some other business.
You want to get questions from staff?
Yeah, we need to bring the staff back.
Chair,
They all laugh.
would you let, maybe it's good to let everybody know that we aren't making any decisions today, so if they're waiting for that.
This is not a regulatory meeting. This was an information meeting for us and for you to give us testimony. So we're not going to take any regulatory action today. And we're going to discuss whether we delay this to improve the quality of our information and the quantity of our information. We may not even have a December meeting if you have that on your calendar. Okay? All right. Questions for the staff? First of all, let me ask you, either Ed or Chris, anything you heard in public testimony that you'd like to respond to or clarify for the commission?
Chair Finley, I was keeping fairly extensive notes to make sure I tried to capture what I heard today. I do have quite a few. I can try to just keep them short. I mean, let's see. Maybe I'll go from back to front. Some discussion of tribal issues. I think the first testimony spoke to, I think it was Mr. Tarabakia, spoke to some conversations with tribal fishers upriver. There were some, I'd call them side discussions at the best, that I heard last year during the year about some desire to come fish in other places with drift nets, tribal fishers. And it was in the context that Mr. Tarabakia characterized it as, trying to access their extra allocation and that they hadn't been able to get to because of primarily steelhead limits. We never received a formal notification of their development of a fishery proposal or anything of the sort, so I don't have any more comment to make on that. But I just wanted to clarify that has not come through USV Oregon as a discussion point with the state of Oregon, which is in the management agreement that the parties will do that. I'm the USV Oregon representative, and I haven't had such a request made to me. So understand there's been talk about it, so I'm not disputing that at all. It is focused on the issue of accessing their additional quota, though, within their own USV Oregon management agreement. There hasn't been any conversation that I'm aware of about any uncaught non-treaty fish being part of the mix or part of the discussion. A little bit on safe performance. Understand that folks are tracking annual catches and which direction annual catches are going relative to where they were in some past base period. I'd like to remind folks that, we're talking about production that drives those catches, and all the runs go up and down. I want to make the point that when you add production, unless you've got major survival issues as a result of adding productions, which we have no reason to believe, you're going to increase that catch relative to what it otherwise would have been. So in other words, it probably would have been even worse. It's going to go up and down. That happens in all of our fisheries. Coho 2014, 2015, we had extremely low returns. I think I've mentioned that to you before. I won't go into it anymore. But we had some comments about, coho issues in multiple fisheries from both recreational and commercial comments. So those were really bad returns. Sorry, 2015 and 16. 14 was a really good year. I apologize. Washington Coast was entirely closed for coho this last year. Just a brief comment on the mark selective fisheries. There was some discussion in the spring context. I think it's also come out in some other testimony that those are mark selective fisheries, and really how much you leverage in hatchery catches dependent upon both how many fish are marked and what the mortality rate is. So if you've got a lower fishery mortality rate, you're going to leverage more fish. And so that's, sort of in order of magnitude. You've got the sport fishery, then the tanglenet fishery, then the large mesh fishery in terms of their ability to leverage those fish into caught hatchery fish. We also have catch bowing issues that I think we've talked about in the spring, by which we're trying to meet not just the ESA compliance parameters of USV Oregon, but also the catch sharing parameters. And as a result of that, we do sometimes leave uncaught wild fish, which would go to the spawning grounds. A question about modeled trips for the summer recreational base period. I checked the numbers. The 25,000 number is correct as the base year, but there were higher numbers projected for 13 through 16 in that process, which I think is what the testimony was referring to. That's in your packet. You should have those numbers. I won't go into the fish wheels. I think you guys had some great discussion of that. A lot of discussion of HSRG recommendations, and I won't add anything or counter anything anybody else said on HSRG, but I will add that one of the concepts HSRG was very supportive was in order to try to maintain production without adverse PHOS effects, they were actually in favor of trying to move more fish into terminal areas with very high harvest rates so that they would get caught. We're still working through those things, but I just wanted to point that out. It was part of their report. And then I guess finally there was a discussion that I believe somebody said we closed Buoy 10 early this year in 2016 prior to Labor Day. We did have mark selective fisheries scattered throughout the Buoy 10 fishery, but not only did we make it through Labor Day, we reversed 2 of those last non-mark selective days, made them non-selective, then we added another couple of weeks of non-selective, and finally mark selective through the end of September, which is the first time I can recall you've been able to keep a Chinook at Buoy 10 through the month of September in my short term of Columbia. I'm sure it happened in the past, but not recently. Sorry for the laundry list, but that's the big ones that I noticed that I thought were worth kind of pointing out.
Krista. If Chair Finley, Director Melcher, members of the Commission, one thing I thought I heard a couple times was this discussion of selectivity between big mesh gill nets and seines in Zone 4-5. If you are comparing those between a mark selective fishery and a non-mark selective fishery, then yes, a big mesh gill net is much more selective, right, purely for steelhead. But comparing a mark selective fishery to a non-mark selective fishery is a little bit like, actually I hate this term, but I'm going to say it anyways, apples and oranges. Those are fundamentally different activities, and so if you are trying to compare them, it's not really a valid comparison. when you sort of try to strip out that difference and look at sort of overall catch, if you were just doing it based on mark rates, what you find is that purse seines are at least as selective for just B steelhead as those big mesh gill nets, and actually they appear to be more selective. That's just for steelhead. That's not including all the other things that are going on. So, Lower River Fall Chinook are also endangered. But if you are just considering B-run steelhead, purse seines and purse seines alone are at least and appear to be more selective for B-run steelhead.
Thanks, I missed that.
All right. Commissioners, any questions of the staff? Commissioner Buckmaster.
I heard a question. I'm not hung up on the Youngs Bay buffer particularly. I don't think it's the biggest fish we have to deal with, but the Youngs Bay buffer, there was a comment that we did not get our egg take in Youngs Bay. I mean, if we're not getting enough fish back for egg take, why are we considering potentially reducing the numbers by getting rid of the buffer?
Thank you. Commissioner Buckmaster, it's a very fair question, and I think from my perspective, at least part of it relates to our issue with straying and PIOS contributions. We have in the past, in fact we did so last year, I know, restricted both fisheries to some degree, both the recreational fishery out in Buoy. Of course, the closure zone was still in effect, but we had some restrictions in Buoy 10 for at least part of the season that prohibited retention of those fish, as well as we ended up taking some time away from the in-bay fishery, I believe, to try and make brood. I don't like the notion of having to restrict a target terminal fishery in particular to do that, but we do it. So one of our pieces of our proposed rebalance, and it doesn't have to be restricted to just that, is to focus some more effort on trying to find some other ways to get at that brood, potentially before they get to the hatchery. So we've sort of looked at options. In the past, there have been some sort of in-basin, within the bay, seining operations to get a few fish, not wait for them to get to the hatchery, which happens late sometimes because of rainfall. We may have some opportunities to do things like contract some folks to go out and test net and actually take those fish into brood that way. So we're looking to explore ways to try and find other ways to try and help with that broodstock problem that don't involve restricting fisheries. But they are to be determined. Haven't done them yet.
This is talking about the Youngs Bay buffer for sports buffer that blocks, that will harvest fish going in. How? I didn't make the connection on your explanation on how somehow taking more fish there in a sports area that would be coming is going to help with egg take.
Well, Commissioner Buckmaster, if it did result in more take overall, which I think is an unclear point to me because we've seen catch go up on Youngs Bay select area rights with the closure, but it's possible, then yeah, you'd have trouble even more. And that's why I think regardless of whether it's the addition of that fishery or even just, we have had trouble even without that. So I think we need to look for other ways to try and get at those brood. And if we are successful in finding those, I don't think we need that exclusion to do that.
Huh? Chair Finley, Commissioner Buckmaster, I think one other thing here is this is a delicate balancing act between trying to escape enough brood but also make sure that straying rates, the conservation plank of the plan, really is focused on stray rates and proportion of hatchery fish on spawning grounds. And so that's trying to dance on the edge of a sword a little bit. We need to make that egg take goal and those escapement, but we need to do everything we can also to make sure that those fish don't wind up in the Grays River or in the Lewis and Clark or other spawning grounds where they're not trying to be. So when considering that bubble closure, it is a difficult proposition. But definitely we can see the issue from both sides, the egg take goal and also the conservation plank.
Okay.
Commissioner Buckmaster, we will have an offline conversation for you.
Thank you. Slow. Not getting it.
Okay.
I guess, Mr. Chair, if I could just add one thing,
Sure.
sorry to prolong the discussion, but I think we want to make sure, whether it's with regard to barbless hooks, whether it's with regard to control zone at Youngs Bay, whether it's with regard to perceived benefits associated with seining versus large mesh gill net, we want to make sure that we're making our recommendations based on the best available information. And when we looked, and Senate Bill 830 asked us, I mean, it basically directed you to implement a control zone. It didn't say what the control zone was, but it directed you to implement a control zone at the mouth of Youngs Bay, and it directed you and us to review that over the course of 3 years, and if the control zone wasn't warranted, to adjust it accordingly.
Mm-hmm.
And so that's a difficult analysis to do, because no one's fishing in there, so you don't have a direct, compare and contrast. But we do have the general fishery performance, and when we look at the contribution of select area brights in the recreational fishery in the estuary at Buoy 10, we see that the contribution rate did not change. In fact, it may have been, it looks like it was a little higher than it was in some previous years. So we don't really have any strong scientific basis for continuing the control zone. I think, I have my own opinion about those fish and the tides in that area, and those fish, I think there may be periods of time where they hang, but I think they're also doing what fish do in tidal areas. They're doing the big circle, they're doing the big mill, and they're getting caught whether there's a fishery occurring in the Youngs Bay control zone or not, because they're in and out of that area.
So you're recommending increasing the buffer zone?
No.
Oh, okay.
No, so that's the basis for our recommendation of eliminating it. There's not a strong foundation. Yeah, I guess you could take it the opposite direction and say, okay, well, we should just close the whole estuary. But I don't think.
Which we don't want to do.
No. So we want to make sure that we're making recommendations based on actual science where we have it.
Okay, commissioners, any other questions? Okay, Commissioner Aikenson.
I wanted to go back to some of the language that's in the governor's letter and in the legislature regarding what our responsibility is in addressing adaptive management. And I feel strongly that the current rebalance plan does not adequately address what we've been asked to do. And so I just wanted to read some of the specific language from, this is Governor Kitzhoffer's letter from September 26th regarding adaptive management. This is talking about each year evaluations to compare the economics to see how each of the industries fared relative to expectations and assumptions established for the transition period. And then he follows up and says, additionally, estimate how the economics would have fared if the management regime prior to the rules had been in place. And Brett Brownscombe also updated a letter in 2012 from the governor saying the governor believes the resolution of this Columbia River problem must enhance economic benefits for both commercial and recreational interests. He didn't say the economic benefits need to be enhanced. He said the resolution of the problem must lead to that. And so, in my mind, I believe that the only way we can look at the economics is by comparing what would the economics be in the absence of this policy, looking at pre-policy change, and estimating if we had the same allocations as we did in 2011 or 2010 before we enacted this transition period. That's the baseline that we need to be looking at. Again, in ORS Chapter 508, the legislature says, the Legislative Assembly finds it's the policy of the state of Oregon that rules as a whole related to the Columbia River fish management reform that are adopted by the State Fish and Wildlife Commission. The rules enhance the economic viability of Oregon's recreational and commercial fisheries and the communities that rely on these fisheries. I don't think that we have seen an example in the rebalance plan or even looking at the transition freeze that adequately addresses those concerns that repeatedly have been told to us that we must follow. I would like to see a rebalance plan based on those numbers, that we are not seeing harm, economic harm to either fishery as a result of this change in rules that we are making. Because otherwise I don't feel like we've done the job that we've been asked to do.
You asking for a response?
Well, I'm just saying I don't think that the rebalance has gone far enough to address those economic harms relative to if the policy had not been changed, which is the mandate that we've been given by the governor and the legislature to do. So I think that additional pieces need to be figured out that would make that factual, that we as commissioners can say, yes, we have done our job that we were asked to do to ensure that there would not be economic harm relative to that allocation and change that's been made over the last 4 years.
So if you're asking a question on that, we can certainly, there's 1,000 different ways of dials you can turn. So you can tell us what you want us to do, and we can model that for you, or we can pick our own.
I think it's a question for the commission to decide what is our responsibility. I certainly think you're the best one to decide if we need additional changes, what those should be. But I think it's a discussion among the commissioners. What are we being asked to do regarding economics and enhancing economic viability?
Let me ask the council, is there any legislative history that accompanied this, Steve, to your knowledge? Or
I think probably Kurt would know more.
Yeah, Chair Finley, there's a lengthy legislative history, none of which I can recite off the top of my head, but certainly there was much discussion on the record. I don't know that it's I don't know if it's that it's significantly different than what you read in black and white.
I would say as a matter of legislative drafting that the list of goals that we're seeing laid out here is typical of what the legislature does when it identifies a series of often conflicting goals and then assigns the agency the obligation to balance them out. You're not going to be able to accomplish every goal in full measure. That's why you're making the political determination you are now making.
And Chair Finley, Commissioner Atkinson, the one bullet not in this statute, but in the letter that you referenced, I think it's in 2014, that you were referencing, was identified as ways to analyze, to present. And so if, that exact bullet had two of them, and so we presented both those to you. And so both of those are identified. I don't know if you're picking one over the other.
Yes,
but
I think I read both of them.
Yeah, so the one of them, based on that criteria, was at about 150% of, and the other one was 95% of for the rebalance plan after you got to 2022. But what I'm hearing from you is that you have selected the second one as primacy?
Yes, because of what was said both in the legislature and the previous clarification by Brett Brownscombe of the governor's original letter. On behalf of Governor Kitzhaber, the following is intended to clarify and elaborate on the governor's August 9th letter to undertake rulemaking on Lower Columbia River fishing. So when he says the governor believes such resolution of the Columbia River issue must enhance economic benefits for both commercial and recreational interests, it doesn't say they both have to happen to have increased economic benefits because there's a higher run size. It says the resolution itself must enhance the benefits. That's why I believe what that means is in the absence of the resolution, that's our comparison baseline,
Sure.
according to what this letter is saying.
I think from a staff standpoint, if you ask us to run some analyses and you give us the appropriate time, we can certainly provide those products. Currently, we're providing the economic assessment relative to what we found asked of us in the letters and the statute without clear direction on what viability is. But we can certainly run different scenarios and leave it up to you as a commission. What we'll do with those when we run them is also speak to our assessment of how those meet the other objectives and principles of the policy, which is what we had already done for those three. And so you will hear there will be trade-offs on that, including hopefully discussions you might have with Washington relative to the ability to get concurrent regulations. But we are happy to run those if you give us the appropriate time. I'm speaking for the folks that have to do all the work, but we are at your disposal to turn dials. The more direction you give us, the better it will be as far as bringing you the right rock.
So commissioners, how about a little three-person committee to work on that? Holly, would you chair that?
Yes.
Just to work it through like we do the fish committee, a little bit. Talk it over with staff and then.
I think he probably does.
Pardon? No. So here's what I think we all know is realistic. We can't do a rulemaking December 2nd in December. And there's been no consultation with Washington. We're really close. We have a lot of questions on the table. So I think we ought to.
Mr. Chair, I guess I would recommend that you do that on an ad hoc basis, that the commissioners on an ad hoc basis.
That's fine.
There's kind of a technical reason, assuming that such a subcommittee would not necessarily be a formal public meeting or public body.
I get it. Open
If you
meetings.
designate a subcommittee of the commission, it will create a public
Got it.
meeting.
We'll do it on an ad hoc basis. Council's right. Okay, thank you. So that in December, we would have other items that the staff wants us to consider. We would also, maybe, can you have this done by December, Ed? The December meeting, or at least an outline of it, not perfected?
Another full agenda item?
Not a full agenda.
How about a director's report?
No, wait, director's report. How about that?
And we can update you on steps forward.
We can update you on where we're at. And
Yeah.
But I wouldn't expect a lot relative to if we're trying to create another scenario.
Excuse me.
Yes, sir.
Chair. We, I believe what, if I understood what Commissioner Atkinson was talking about is that the model which shows the impact of the policy rather than run size. That's done, isn't it? John, isn't that the work you spent so much time on?
Director Melcher, Chair Finley, Commissioner Buckmaster, that was the intent of what was presented in our packet today, was to compare different ways of looking at the economics. One was just comparing it to the base and then the projected growth that we did back in, 2012. The other was to isolate for run size and just look at annual. If it was just the policy in that year, how would that have changed? So we basically set the allocations back to what they would have been pre-policy, and we put and in that case, basically they were raised for the commercial fishery, and then we took away whatever reform select area releases that had been done. And so by doing that, we isolated for the run sizes within that year.
The planned effect.
Correct.
So I think some of the confusion that we've heard throughout the day is how can the income go up to commercial and still they're saying the plan isn't working because some of the income increase that what you showed is a run size, which benefited, I assume benefited everybody. But my comment from that is what I understood is correct, is that I think a fair amount of that work has been, John's already done it, so as far as time lag to get additional information to your ad hoc committee chair, hopefully we get something for you to look at.
Well, I think that you've actually put it right on your slide 39 with the adaptive management rebalance plan. Basically says right there, no policy, which is what I'm talking about. If the policy hadn't changed, angler trip numbers and ex-vessel value compared to the rebalance proposal, basically there's a slight difference in the angler trips between the two, more during the rebalance proposed. And on the no policy, the ex-vessel value was 6.18 million, and the rebalance is 5.8 million. So my question is then, what can you do differently to get that 5.8 million to 6.18 million?
No, I totally understand that.
But can you take the information that you've already done on your proposal, and are there some tweaks to that even
Yes.
that could potentially get there?
Yes, and that's a matter of just adding allocation or shifting gear types. For example, in the summer, just to give you an example, in the summer we had allocated 20% in the rebalance plan to commercial, but we did not credit any economics for that, and that was because of uncertainty relative to the appropriate gear types. So you could say, okay, we'll use gill nets, which is a known gear type, and then add those economics in. That'll add to that delta. Another piece that isn't included in that we haven't had the opportunity to resolve fully is the economics associated with the conservation fishery. That would be added in. You could tweak allocations additionally to make that up. That's all fairly easy. The part that's going to be necessary if you are simply making your decision based on that delta, we owe it to you to also show you this in a more robust fashion relative to different run compositions. And this is where it's going to take a little more time. The run composition in the baseline of 09 to 12 was different. Upriver Brights were a smaller portion of the overall pie. And so we will need to show you this. If that is the main driver, you need to understand this in the context of different run compositions that we've observed in the last 10 years. And so we will need to do that.
I guess I don't quite understand how that needs to be tied in differently.
It makes a difference. If you're just looking at the delta economics, it makes a difference. And so we will need the opportunity. And I checked with John before the meeting if he could have that done by January. There's some hesitancy there. December, I just want to protect staff's time a little bit, but we'll do our best to have that ready. It may take recreating the model a little bit.
Commissioner Buckmaster.
Yeah, just so those same concerns that you just gave, they had no impact on the rebalance we looked at today, as far as run size. I mean,
they absolutely do. We've been we stated that we're going to be preparing additional efforts for rulemaking, and if you choose to do this in December, we'll do our best. But since you gave us the option to speak whether or not December is going to be quick enough with the additional, and we also talked about redoing the update given the purse seine information that we had. We'll do our best to get it for December if that's when you want. I think if you keep it as non-necessary decisional and update you where we're at on that, that gives staff a little more flexibility than preparing a packet for an agenda item, which has to be done weeks in advance.
So, Mr. Chair, I'm fine with, I would be fine with going out past December to get additional information. I think there's a lot of work that needs to be done. We've heard today several times that we started this plan with a lot of assumptions, and some of them have certainly not played out. That said, on January 1st, if this commission takes no action, we will have effectively, by rule, banned the gillnet from the main stem. That's in rule. Then if we come back in January and talk about it, and we make either the rebalance that we've seen or freeze the transition or anything that allows any, then we're going to have to walk back on that. And I don't think I don't want to put up with it. I don't want to listen to how we've somehow did it and then we're taking it away. So if we can go through in December and freeze, we have to take some action in December.
We do.
So if we're okay with that, then take the time we need to go on beyond that, as long as we do something in December.
I think that's the only reasonable alternative, don't you? I mean, we've got to do this, and so let's just take that advantage in December. And we have some other things that, Kirk wants us to do, other agenda items. But that would be the thing. Discuss the transition, discuss what we have to do
Hit the pause
so that
button.
we don't have that hit us in the face in January 1st. We made the rule, we can amend it.
Absolutely, I'm okay with that.
But then when we try to follow up as soon as possible, like say January, to actually vote on it.
Yeah.
And when would the additional coordination occur between Oregon and Washington prior to that?
Hopefully prior to that, but that would be our target, January. But if we don't have resolution with Washington or for some other reason, we've already protected ourselves from implementing the 2017 program.
Mm-hmm.
So we don't want to adversely affect any other parties. We have the opportunity to freeze this and protect all the parties and get it right. Bob.
I guess, and maybe you can help me out. On January 1st, if we do nothing, the plan goes ahead. And that plan would be the allocation shifts of 80-20 and no gill nets. Is that correct?
Short answer is yes.
Commissioner Weber, yes, definitely on the first. I
And
believe
so-
you've got the entire OAR series for this set of fisheries in your packet. I don't think I've missed anything. Good, Commissioner Buckmaster's confirming that. And so the strike-throughs and things are our drafts for you, but if it's not, but the old text is still there, so as a sort of quick and dirty way to get you a reference to the rules, you could use that and kind of glance at that now if you want to read through them.
And so as I understand it, or let me ask you the question, is there a gill net fishery in the month of January?
No.
On the
Not in
main
the
stem?
main stem, no. And in fact, no, SAFE doesn't kick in that early either, so no.
And if we start with the 80-20 for the spring, is the 80 going to be gone in the month of January?
There's no fisheries in January.
It's open in January, but the catch is extremely low until you get into March in the sport fishery, which is the 80, if that was your question.
I guess what I'm coming back to is, why do we want to change it in December and then change it some date not too far in the future, whereas we can just wait and do nothing, which has no negative impact?
We're all saying the same thing in different ways. We're going to talk about it in December.
No.
No, we are
not. We are not saying the same thing. At least I'm not hearing the same thing, and that's why I'm asking
No,
this question.
you're correct. We are not.
Right.
So you're asking them, and it was my question.
Well, I'm asking them, is there anything going on that going forward with the plan would affect, and they're saying not in January?
No, I agree with that wholeheartedly.
Okay.
That said, and I never suggested there was. That said, we as a commission will have allowed a plan to go into effect in January, that's fishing or not. As of January 1st, these rules are in place. It is then, if we come back in January, February, March, whenever, and we say, you know, we accept the rebalance, and we say, okay, we're going to use large gill net zones 4 and 5, or we're going to do this, or we're going to do that. Then all of a sudden we are rolling back our own rolling back, which is totally different than stopping now and saying, we got stuff to look at. We're going to stop now, and then we're going to see how to make this thing work for everybody moving forward. I think it is a distinction with a significant difference.
I would understand that, except I'm trying to figure out what we're going to in January.
I don't care. We will come up with something that I think we can all agree on, that we feel is fair, that meets the intent to enhance, that moves us in a direction that supports both groups as best we can. That's fine, and I have no presupposition of what that's going to be. But I sure as hell don't want to start from.
Aren't we talking about just a transition period? We change the effective date of our regulations.
That's all.
Right.
That's
So
all.
why can't we just change the date in the OARs and say?
In December.
No, to change it from being December 31st, 2016 to
Someday.
3 months
We
later or
can.
6 months later.
And we can do that in December?
In December.
Before the plan would
Right.
go into
Right.
effect, which
That's
I
what I'm
support that
suggesting.
approach.
Yeah.
And so then you're saying in the interim, because it will go into a potential another season, that it will continue as the 2016 rules
Right.
for allocation.
And then we will work, we'll have this discussion one more time to make sure we're all on the same page in December. We can take that action, and then the staff can have more time to do the work that they need to do. We'll have more time to work with Washington. Go ahead, Bob.
Okay, well, I would sort of start out with the idea that I don't interpret, as Holly does, what our directions are. I think our directions that I read, it says to enhance the, enhance the economic viability, which to me, I read that as to mean we're not supposed to do anything that's going to cause either of these fisheries to wink out. I don't think it says that we are to create more money for both of them necessarily. So I guess I'm not seeing that we have to keep worrying about getting the commercials more than they would have had if there was no plan. That to me is impossible. Because we're talking, if you read what we're supposed to do here, if you're looking at the governor's letter, he's saying we're going to get gill nets off the main stem. We're going to change the allocation. And if you do those two things, it's almost inconceivable that you're going to enhance the economics of commercial fishery. That's just the sense I have. I mean, we can work on it all we want, but I don't see the enhancement.
Chair Finley. First off, the governor's letters do not say viability. They say economic vitality.
I was talking about the statute.
Okay, but I'm talking about how we were instructed, and if I remember correctly from the very first meeting, you said you worked for the governor and you were going to do what the governor said on this stuff. So, even when I argued with you at length about
Well, but the legislature changed the rules.
However, their language, I think, you're saying they changed it so the governor wanted to preserve and enhance the economic vitality of both groups, but now the legislature says, we probably can't do that. I talked to one of the co-sponsors of this legislation yesterday, and that was not his opinion. So I think it's going to be hard, and it may take a lot longer to do than we said, but we had 1/3 of the economic contribution to the lower river coming from select areas and 2/3 coming from the main stem. And we sat in a room in a work group and we said, we're going to flip-flop that. And this is all the stuff we're going to do to flip-flop it. And we're going to get that done in 3 years. And we're going to count fish that you haven't harvested yet. And we're going to do this and we're going to do that. Fine. So the idea, the plan, the guys who won wrote the plan. Now, I find myself in a very awkward position, an ironic position, defending the plan against those who wrote it.
Well, let's just go with the plain reading of the statute, Council.
Yes.
All right.
And
it supersedes the letter.
Yes. So, with all due respect to former Governor Kitzhaber, you are bound by the legislation, not his letter.
Okay.
And I take a view similar to Vice Chair Weber's with respect to the interpretation of maintaining the vitality of the industry. It does not mean that you're obligated to be certain that each of the sectors gets more money each year. It's that you're trying to maintain an ongoing commercial fishery and an ongoing recreational fishery.
So wouldn't we use the baseline to compare that to with how things would have been in the absence of these changes?
Yes, I think that is what you're comparing it against. It's just that you don't have to show a positive gain every year for each fishery.
Well, would we show a positive gain in an average? You know, we have this that this staff had originally done which, averages out for 2017 to 2021, wouldn't we assume that enhancing economic well-being means that should at least be, a 0%?
That is what the legislature intends you to determine as a political matter.
Okay.
And Chair Finley, not to stop the discussion, but I just want to reiterate that you will need this discussion, but if it is a question of us bringing another product, like Commissioner Atkinson asked, for her perspective on this, we are happy to do that. That doesn't mean all of you have to agree to that now necessarily, if that's helpful.
So we will have some time to finish this discussion in December. The next meeting is January 20th, which is late in the month. So can we just agree that we will not take up rulemaking in December, and we'll hopefully target rulemaking in January 20th? Is that okay? Or would you like to have that
Well,
less?
I'll leave it up to them to say whether it's okay or not, but the discussion, as I understood it, was there was going to be rulemaking in December to essentially extend the transition period.
Right.
And then there would be final rulemaking at some point in the future,
Yes.
likely January.
At some point in the future.
So we have the short rulemaking, just the pause button, December, and then the battle will continue.
Yeah.
Okay.
Commissioner Weber.
I guess, and of course, these can come out in the votes, but when you say a pause button, what are we pausing to?
The implementation of the program in 2017 on January 1st.
Well, so then what is going to start on January 1st, 2017?
The same regs that are in place today.
And I guess then, we've had a couple meetings so far with Washington trying to iron these out. And quite frankly, my take was that we're going to have to work on them to get them to this rebalance point. And now we're talking about we're going to adopt rules that take us considerably further down the road. That it's going to make it much more difficult to coordinate with them and have concurrent regulations. And the other thing that sort of bothers me is if we just put a pause on it, when are we going to make a decision finally for 2017, or are we just going to go with 2016 for 2017? And I'm afraid that that's not going to go real well with the recreational fishing group.
Well, agreed, Bob, but we don't have to make that decision here today.
No, I understand we don't have to make it. I'm just expressing my concerns.
No, that's fine. I was thinking you were going to offer it.
No, I'm offering nothing. We can't do anything today.
And I don't think we can do anything December 2nd. That's 2 weeks and 2 days from today. So,
Chair Finley, you do have the Secretary of State notice and the rules open to you in December because that was the original plan. So whatever latitude you need to defer this or not, you do have that window open.
Okay. Chair Finley, may I just make a request of staff, which I think is you, Mr. North, in terms of when we bring this information forward. For me, I need to really be looking at the amount of detail that's like in the old C4, C5, so I can see what drivers are. This is not enough detail for me to be able to assess what the dials are that are being turned. And also maybe don't make the assumption that I know what all the shorthands are. So if we could include a key for the acronyms there, I would appreciate that too. I think I've got about 95% of them, but there's still a few that I don't know, so.
We'll make sure we send you the magic decoder ring along with it.
Chair Finley.
Copy also?
I had the one thing I want to talk about, the motion.
All right.
Chair Finley,
We're gonna-
I just wanted to
Don't bring up anything else that starts this thing
I need to
going.
do this because we're not going to wait till we hear back from you because we need to work immediately. So what I'm hearing so far is until we hear something from some potential ad hoc discussion, that we will use the only new product, well, new analysis is to respond to Commissioner Atkinson's request. We will use our judgment on turning a few dials relative to a positive average compared to no policy for your consideration, all right? And then we will also work to get our arms around the purse-seine issue, and these preliminary analysis all need some reworking, so we'll do that. And we'll try to look at the stock composition piece, so you have a perspective of different run compositions. In time for a director's report in December with an update. And if you happen to give us some specifics through an ad hoc discussion, you can do that, through the director or the chair for us to. Does that sound okay, Kurt?
Yep.
Any problems from staff on how I characterize that?
Woolley.
Just, we're talking mainly right now about just getting more information about kind of pre and post policy numbers, and I wanted to know if there is a timeline for the 2016 numbers. We're working still with 2012 through 2015. Some of the stakeholders today have expressed concern about us making policy decisions before we have 4 years of data, so I just want to get an idea of kind of where we are with
I'll let John answer that.
Merry Christmas.
Chair Finley, Commissioner Woolley.
There is no Christmas this year.
I don't think we already know a fair bit about 2016 in terms of number of fish landed in different fisheries. But what is difficult is figuring out like these impacts, and because we don't even have the final run sizes reconstructed until February, March,
Mid-February
maybe
for fall.
Yeah, and so anything that's related to like impacts or anything like that is just not going to be available for a while. But landings and things like that, or we can have preliminary landings that are going to be fairly close.
And the spring, summer, we can be more robust, correct? Relative to run reconstructions as necessary.
Why don't we do this? Why don't you think about what you can give us in December for our meeting? And then we can have this discussion, finish it off, because we'll have a little more data. I think Greg's right. That's a good question. And but then you'll have a little thought. Right now, we're putting you on the spot right here. Then you can think about what things you have available right now, what things you could do with like a minimum effort, and then what you said about the longer term stuff that takes more time. Okay? Okay, Kurt.
Oh, yeah.
Did
Very good.
that
So
solve yours, Greg?
Yeah, that's fine. I just want to get an idea how much current data that you can roll in with this next iteration of data that comes out. So thanks.
Okay, Director Melcher has one more.
So and before we go to other business, I wanted just to make sure that we're all on the same page, because there's a lot of, I just want to make sure we're not cross-talking. So we're going to come back with a director's report in December that fleshes out some additional options and details and analysis. That's fine. But I want to make sure that you all understand we are going to have an agenda item related to this, because the rules are open, and in order for you to actually amend those rules, we need to have it on the agenda as for public notice purposes. does not require public testimony. You've taken public testimony here today. But there will still be an agenda item for.
That's fine.
It should be brief, considering you're going to have a briefing under the director's report, but nonetheless, you will have that.
So,
Chris.
Director Melcher's comment just jogged something fairly significant I want to make sure we cover, because we had this queued up for Secretary of State notification for December. If you are intending, as I hear, to reconvene in January with at least a potential for additional rulemaking, you may not, but we need to make sure we're filed, and I hope we haven't crossed that deadline. I think we're still okay, but not by much.
Pretty close, but
Yeah.
So if it's your will, we will go ahead and file for that as well so that we've got it placed so you can use it if you reach a point you can do it.
Do it tomorrow.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's all I have,
All right.
other than other business.
Other business. Is there other business?
I have one.
Okay.
So just, I wanted to alert the commission that in January, I believe it's January.
We're done?
Yeah, you guys are done. You can stay if you want.
You can go back and start working.
We got stuff to do.
I believe it's on the January agenda, we're going to add an item in discussions with the chair. It would be to have the commission approve a resolution supporting the Recovering America's Wildlife Act, which is also the Blue Ribbon Panel's recommendations to Congress. Congressman DeFazio has recently signed on as a sponsor, so we want to have the commission, one, call him out as a sponsor, but also to formally issue a resolution supporting that effort, and a number of other commissions have already done that. So I wanted to just give you the heads up on that. It will be an agenda item because it's a commission action, so we will do it in public forum, and we'll have Roger Furman will present an agenda item on that, but just want to give you the heads up.
One additional thing. You have the
oh, yes.
Western Fish and Wildlife Manager.
Sure. So the January meeting, midwinter meeting of the Western Association of Fish and Wildlife Agencies is in the Phoenix area, January, I believe, 6 through 10, roughly. Hey, don't leave yet. Hey, you guys don't leave yet. January 6 through 10, roughly. And so we have taken a commissioner to each of the last two, I believe maybe two WAFWA meetings. This is the small meeting, but we did want to, at least through you, Chair Finley, extend that offer to a commissioner. We have reserved a room and a registration, but need to know who you want to send.
Well, if you're interested, get a hold of me. We've already sent two, so, you know, I'd like to move down the list, whoever's interested and can do that. Okay?
And I would remind you that in 2018, really only about a year and a half away, we will be hosting, Oregon will be hosting the summer meeting it's already scheduled in Eugene in July of 2018, so probably we'll have all the commissioners, I'm guessing, at that meeting, or close to all of them.
Just a quick reminder, there's no wildlife staff here, but speaking of wildlife, one of my requests, I think it was for the last meeting, see if we could work in a field trip to the Elliott Forest. Just a reminder with the marble murrelet issue.
Yep.
So just to, to pass that on and see what we could work on.
Yep. Will do.
Excellent idea, Greg. Thank you. I have one too, Kurt. I toured the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service Forensic Lab in Ashland. I don't know, it's obviously something for the state police, something very interesting. But if you're interested like we are in endangered species and trafficking and so forth, it was a stunning thing. So if we're ever down in Klamath Falls or wherever, somewhere, Black Grants Pass or something.
I think we're looking to go to Klamath Falls for a commission meeting this
That's what I
next year.
thought. So let's tie those together. They're real close. It will absolutely, they are so good. It takes it beyond DNA. And, for active minds, it's candy.
Yeah, I went to the opening of that. Kind of the precursor of that was the Natural History Museum, in the Forensic Center, and Governor Hatfield was there. Senator Hatfield was there. It was very impressive. That'd be a great trip to take.
Yeah, they've even gone more. Bob, you will be in Hog Heaven.
No, I've been through there.
Oh, have you?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. You agree?
Yeah, it's scary if you're a criminal.
All right, we're adjourned.